I am a benevolent soul, a person of purity, integrity, and fairness, one who harbors compassion and possesses a broad heart, a paragon of charity and kindness, a person of unparalleled righteousness, universally acknowledged as flawless. It can be said that all the virtues of humanity converge within me. From the Memoirs of Lin Chi. In the winter of the year 1465 of the Revival era, under the cover of night, the frigid winds of the Odin icefield swept across the 5 great islands, infiltrating the western continent. The capital of the Seventh Empire of Gaul, Brelly, trembled in the cold, shrouded in darkness, with streets and alleys seldom graced by human presence. Occasionally, imperial royal dragon riders, clad in black cloaks and wielding silver lances, trotted through, their horses' hooves echoing sharply, unsettling the creatures that lurked in the night. The biting wind lashed at the city like a giant wielding a whip. Most of the urban area lay enveloped in profound darkness, while the law-abiding citizens had succumbed to slumber, lulled by the howling gales. Yet westward from the core of Brelly, beyond the famed pearl of the continent, the Champs-Élysées, and following the avenues of Green Shade and White River to the end of Fleet Street, a vast expanse of buildings burned bright with light. Brelly's first university through to the 5th, the Imperial Army Academy, the Naval Academy, the College of Architecture, the Imperial Administrative College, and the Brelly Theological Seminary. Dozens of specialized institutions congregated here, forming the illustrious Brelly University City, a beacon of focus for the entire continent. 30 years prior, the protracted Island War, which had drained the last vestiges of vitality from the western continent, quietly came to a close. The Sun King, Louis XIII, who rose during the latter stages of the war, was a ruler of rare merit. As the battleground of the Island War, the Seventh Empire of Gaul received substantial economic aid from various European nations in the aftermath. With these resources, Louis XIII ardently advanced education, establishing this unprecedented university city within European history in a mere 3 decades. In this brief span, countless elite talents emerged, replenishing the void left in the empire after the war. The vast empire, propelled by these elites, stood like a resurgent lion in the far west of the continent, its formidable power sending tremors throughout the land. This was the empire's finest hour, yet also its darkest, an era of bold ambition, yet also one of indulgence and decay. Within the university city, the buildings glimmered with light. Students diligently studied in lecture halls and libraries, while the sounds of war horses neighing and lances clashing occasionally resonated from the military academies. The industrial college's workshops echoed with the relentless, jarring clang of metal, stimulating the senses. In this age devoid of nocturnal entertainment, common citizens would retire to their beds at dusk, yet within the university city, such vibrant scenes persisted until midnight, slowly winding down. The sprawling university city pulsated like a vibrant heart, where youth and fervor brewed, as elite students amassed strength and enthusiasm for the empire's future. However, as shadows invariably accompany sunlight, within this fervently optimistic university city, there existed a few unusual figures. While his peers toiled for the empire's ascendance, Lin Chi sauntered out of the 5th university, his demeanor dark and brooding. The senior student stationed at the entrance cast sidelong glances at his stiff countenance before turning away, feigning ignorance of this third-year accounting student violating the nighttime curfew. Having recently celebrated his 18th birthday, Lin Chi had been immersed in his studies at the accounting department for 3 years. With black hair, dark eyes, and yellow skin, he bore the hallmarks of an East Asian visage. Yet unlike the typical Eastern individual, Lin Chi possessed a physique that rivaled the strongest youths of the Western continent, both in height and breadth. As outsiders often remarked, all accounting students at Brelly's 5th University were parasites of the empire, and Lin Chi, without exception, had thrived on this sustenance, his robust form bordering on corpulence. From a distance, he resembled a bear awakening from hibernation, his lumbering gait unmistakable. Enzo stood at the street corner opposite the 5th University, concealed behind a mimosa tree that shielded most of his frame. Adorned with a wide-brimmed, gold-trimmed triangular hat, and a fashionable brown cloak reminiscent of dragon riders, he wore tight-fitting pants crafted from black satin sourced from the East, which accentuated the definition of his muscular legs. Undoubtedly, these satin trousers were the latest trend among the lower echelons of Brelly in the past 3 months. With robust jaw muscles, Enzo chewed a mixture of tobacco and betel nut, the intense flavor invigorating his spirit. Just as his hat, cloak, and trousers were in vogue, this blend of tobacco and betel nut was also a recent fashion among the city's underclass. Upon spotting Lin Chi ambling out like a lumbering bear, Enzo hastily spat a crimson gob of saliva onto the ground and let out a suppressed whistle. Peering from behind the tree, he beckoned, "Boss, over here." While summoning Lin Chi, Enzo tightened his grip on a black cloth roll tucked under his left arm. This roll, about 4 feet long and tightly wrapped, was occasionally patted by Enzo, who remained vigilant, casting wary glances around even while greeting Lin Chi. Lin Chi scanned his surroundings and quickly crossed the street, his robust form merging into the shadow of the mimosa tree. Catching a glimpse of Enzo's sharply defined features illuminated by a distant light, Lin Chi squeezed the black cloth roll under his arm. The thick fabric concealed a hard metallic object, its unique texture and form confirming it contained precisely what he sought. Lin Chi silently smiled and gestured discreetly. Enzo nodded in understanding, retrieving a wad of tobacco and betel nut to stuff into his mouth, cautiously looking around before stealthily making his way along the alley, his robust frame making no sound, as he slunk through the shadows like a wraith. As they passed an unnamed alleyway, Lin Chi emitted a peculiar imitation of a cat's meow. The gate to the courtyard opened soundlessly, and 4 stout figures joined their small band, trailing Lin Chi at a leisurely pace, following Enzo onward. In the northern part of Brelli, the mighty Seine River flowed silently. Thin ice crackled upon the river's surface, producing faint sounds. Along the banks, dozens of artificial docks jutted out like arms. This was the harbor area of northern Brelli, a chaotic realm that instilled fear in the hearts of the law-abiding, a gathering place for rogues and scoundrels. At the northernmost edge of the harbor, near the confluence of the Seine and the Mana River, stood an old tavern. Ascending a muddy, narrow road, a few rickety steps led to the tavern's entrance, flanked by 2 heavy stone slabs, their surfaces marred by peeling paint and greasy grime. On either side of the door, large flower pots housed withered saplings. A dead rat hung from a branch on the left, while a snake's bones dangled from the right. Above the stone door, a crooked signboard hung, barely legible to the eye, bearing the disheveled lettering. The Crippled Tavern. To the right of the courtyard lies a livestock pen, where nearly 100 cattle and horses stand quietly, nibbling on the sparse, withered grass. Nearby, a disarray of rudimentary flatbed carts and 4-wheeled horse-drawn vehicles are haphazardly parked, alongside several inconspicuous, yet meticulously crafted carriages that boast both quality materials and exquisite workmanship. Directly facing the entrance of the courtyard stands a 3-story stone building. Dim lights flicker within, casting an even darker shadow over the structure. To the right of the stone building, a staircase descends into the depths below. After a few meters of descent, one arrives at an underground tavern. The 3-story stone building serves as an inn affiliated with the tavern here. Anyone regardless of their notoriety, even those wanted by the Empire, can find a comfortable refuge for a price. The underground tavern is the primary business venue for the owner, and even at this late hour, it remains brightly lit and bustling with life. Upon descending the stone steps and pushing open a heavy, ancient oak door, one is immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth and the intoxicating scent of alcohol. Behind the oak door lies a spacious bar capable of accommodating hundreds. Against the western wall stands a series of liquor cabinets, behind which several flamboyantly dressed women laugh raucously. A group of inebriated patrons leans over the cabinets, unabashedly jesting with the women. In the center of the tavern is a circular wooden platform, upon which 3 scantily clad young women twist and sway energetically. Surrounding the platform are dozens of boisterous men, their faces flushed with drink, enthusiastically shouting slogans and stomping their feet against the rough stone floor, creating a rhythmic and thunderous clap. Occasionally, a few exuberant men toss gleaming coins onto the platform, prompting the dancers to move even more fervently, their long hair swirling about them, their crimson lips and sparkling eyes radiating uncontainable fervor, their youthful, voluptuous forms quivering, inciting near-explosive excitement among the men. In a corner behind the liquor cabinet stands a hunchbacked man, gripping an enormous copper goblet in one hand and a white cloth in the other, grinning broadly as he diligently polishes the cup until it gleams. A large, smuggled cigar hangs from his mouth, wisps of pale smoke curling from his lips. This hunchback, known simply as the Cripple, is the proprietor of the establishment. His true name is known to few. Like his father, grandfather, and even more distant ancestors, he is simply referred to as the Cripple, all of whom have been the owners of this tavern. On the wall behind the liquor cabinets, stained by smoke and grime, hangs a 2-foot square portrait of a formidable man. He wears a red cloth headscarf, his left arm severed at the wrist, replaced by a sharp iron hook in his right hand. He wields a large cleaver, and his left leg, amputated at the knee, is fitted with a prosthetic iron limb. This man bears a fierce countenance, with a colorful parrot perched upon his head. The figure depicted is the first owner of the Cripple's Tavern, an ancestor of the Cripple himself, shrouded in legend. Some say he was once a notorious island chief who dominated the seas, yet the Cripple insists his lineage stems from a family of scholarly gentlemen. May the departed old Jack find peace in hell. Gathered around an oak table are over 20 burly men, their chests bare and rugged features exuding a primal ferocity. They laugh uproariously, raising their goblets in a chorus of cheers. This is a band of outright ruffians, each hair on their bodies marked by the essence of savagery. Their goblets clash together, spilling the acrid cheap liquor across the table. The men indulge in hearty drinks, boasting loudly about their recent big haul. They shamelessly flaunt their spoils, revealing to all in the tavern that they had just plundered a ship, leaving no survivors, and claiming all the goods as their own. This lucrative venture came at a cost. However, their old comrade, Jack, met an unfortunate fate, stabbed in the abdomen. The group of pirates in the corner whistles in excitement, while the other patrons join in raucous revelry, the air thickening with the stench of alcohol and sweat. The cripple grins widely, relishing the fact that these seafaring rogues, through their hard-earned gains, ultimately enrich his coffers. He adores these brawny yet simple-minded fellows. It is their endeavors that contribute to the burgeoning wealth of the cripple's tavern. At that moment, a copper bell beneath the liquor cabinet jingles softly. The cripple pauses, murmuring to himself, "Is that little rascal? What has he brought me this time?" Setting down his goblet and cloth, he retreats into the shadow of the liquor cabinet. Chapter 2. The transaction. Following a concealed passage behind the wine cabinet, the limping figure moved with utmost caution, making not a sound. He navigated around a mountain of rum barrels and jars of liquor, crawling over 2 large crates filled with smuggled tobacco and sugar. At the end of the passage stood a stone wall, from which a narrow beam of light emanated. Pressing against the wall, the limping man peered through the glimmer, gazing into the room beyond. On the other side of the stone wall lay a cozy chamber, illuminated by the warm glow of several white candles. A circle of chairs adorned with animal hides encircled the room, where Lin Chi sat in a large chair, sporting an infuriatingly peculiar grin as he indulged in his drink. The limping man's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks upon recognizing the bronze bottle in Lin Chi's hand, one of the few remnants of a century-old rum from the limping man's modest establishment. Such exquisite liquor, aged for 100 years, transcended monetary value, existing more as a legend of the limping man's shop. The audacity of this wretched brat. How did he come across such a treasure? Anger surged through the limping man, causing his body to tremble. But as his gaze swept over Lin Chi, it fell upon Enzo, who stood nearby like a drawn sword. The limping man could only grimace, shaking his head in resignation. Pressing a hand against the stone wall, a section silently slid open, revealing the limping man, now beaming with a radiant smile. "Ah, my dearest little friend. What delightful offerings do you bring me today?" he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in anticipation, deliberately avoiding eye contact with the inebriated Lin Chi. His avaricious gaze fixated instead on the bundle tucked beneath Enzo's arm. He understood Lin Chi's nature well, without sufficient incentive. One could hardly expect him to darken the door of the limping man's shop. This young man, though still in his youth, was sharper than any seasoned streetwise veteran. An exceptionally promising lad indeed. His father must be proud of such a remarkable child, the limping man mused inwardly. As he entered, Lin Chi vigorously shook the bottle, draining the last precious drops into his mouth. Sighing contentedly, he tossed the bottle onto the floor, producing a sound that caused the limping man's heart to ache. With a satisfied belch, Lin Chi clapped his hands and called out, "Dear Uncle Limp, every time I see you, I envision a plethora of golden cokes and silver chats. Surely, you will offer me a fair price?" The limping man fixed a steely gaze upon the rolling bronze bottle before slowly retrieving a gold coin and a silver coin from his belt. The gold coin, bearing the visage of Louis XIII on one side and a proud rooster on the other, was commonly referred to as a coke among those acquainted with the streets. The newly minted silver coin, depicting a soaring lark, earned it the name Chat. Feigning indifference, he tossed the coins onto the small square table in the room, lifting his chin with a grin. "Here at Uncle Limp's, we have plenty of charming little roosters and larks. As long as my dear little friend can present something of interest, the price is of no concern." Lin Chi belched once more, while Enzo silently stepped forward, placing the rolled fabric heavily on the table. The limping man deftly unwrapped it to reveal 6 daggers, coated in rust preventative oil. Each hilt fit perfectly in hand, the slender blades measuring 4 feet in length, adorned with intricate wave patterns, evidence of exquisite steel quality. The tips gleamed with a dazzling azure hue, emanating a chilling aura that deterred one from looking directly. "Oh, what splendid treasures!" The limping man's eyes sparkled as he eagerly leaned over the table, his fingers delicately gliding across the 6 daggers, akin to a lovesick suitor caressing the form of a breathtaking beauty. His fingertips trembled slightly as they traced the patterns, confirming the sword's exceptional craftsmanship and resilience. Seizing one of the daggers, the limping man flicked his wrist, and the room was momentarily engulfed in darkness. A hissing sound, reminiscent of a venomous snake striking, echoed through the air as the blade sliced through the space, embedding itself in a suit of armor propped against the corner of the room, crafted primarily from thick cowhide. The armor featured steel plates the size of a palm at critical points. Under the force of the dagger, the leather was to chapter 3 guessed gold. Gold. Oh, lovely gold. Lin Chi was utterly enraptured, sprawled atop the gleaming coins, almost in a fit of hysteria as he exclaimed, "Oh, delightful gold, my dear little treasure. My cherished one, how adorable you are. Oh, a fragment of my life's aspiration has been realized." Enzo and the cripple exchanged a glance, their lips curling in disdain. Lin Chi had recounted his aspirations to them countless times. Upon his demise, he envisioned his grave adorned with gold, allowing him to rest eternally in a bed of riches. For gold, he would go to any lengths. Clearing his throat, the cripple rapped the wooden table with authority. 6 exquisite daggers, 3 gold coins each. His voice was grave, imbued with an unassailable command. Lin Chi, angered, lifted his gaze to the sparkling coins on the table, and, in a fit of rage, bellowed, "Uncle Cripple, is this a den of thieves? Such quality, such fine daggers, the material alone is worth more than 3 gold coins. 10 gold coins each. Or I shall seek my fortune elsewhere." The cripple's voice rose even louder. "Damn it, you wretched soul. 10 gold coins? Why don't you go rob someone? 3 gold coins is already a meager profit for me. You must understand the nature of our trade. If these daggers were procured by the Empire, they would indeed be worth your proposed amount, but we are engaged in dealings that remain in the shadows." Lin Chi swiftly gathered the coins from the table, each slipping into his palm as if by magic, vanishing without a trace. This peculiar talent left both the cripple and Enzo in awe. What remarkable instinct must one possess to wield such skill? In the blink of an eye, 18 gold coins and a silver coin were secured. And Lin Chi slammed his hands on the table, glaring at the cripple as he shouted, "Indeed, dear Uncle Cripple, we engage in dealings that dwell in darkness. And haggling is to be expected. However, your offer is utterly outrageous. It not only insults these 6 superb daggers, but also offends me." With eyes wide open, Lin Chi roared, "Do you think I traveled through the night, traversing miles to this forsaken place, merely for a paltry 18 gold coins? I am a man of grand ambitions. For such a meager sum, I would not toil." The cripple scoffed, 18 gold coins? Lin Chi, you are the kind of scoundrel who would smash a head over a single copper coin. I have known you for 3 years. I understand your nature far better than even your father, my old friend Blackbeard. Not to mention, for 18 copper coins, you would trek 100 miles. 3 gold coins per dagger. Though slightly low, it paled in comparison to the bottle of wine Lin Chi had just downed. The cripple's heart grew cold as he ground his teeth. 3 gold coins per dagger, no room for negotiation. However, the payment for the batch of eastern herbs you took last month can offset the cost. If you refuse my terms, you may seek out that dead hunchback. See what price he can offer. Great gods protect your ancestors." Lin Chi's expression brightened instantly. He glanced at the bronze bottle on the floor and chuckled. Then it settled. "This bottle of wine shall celebrate our successful transaction." "Ah, as per our usual custom, tonight's drinks are on you, are they not?" The cripple grunted, moving to the table to wrap the 6 daggers in cloth before opening a hidden compartment in the wall to stow them away. The sound of metal clashing faded into the distance, leaving their destination a mystery. With a gesture toward the tavern, the cripple coldly remarked, "The usual terms apply. Drinking is permitted, but should you cause any trouble, I shall break your legs. Hey, Vic, you can come out now. Is this how you treat your dear Uncle Cripple?" The flickering candlelight illuminated a shadowy figure in the corner, slowly rising, dressed in tight black attire. The diminutive and gaunt Vic emerged, wielding a crossbow. He cautiously removed a dark-tipped bolt from the crossbow, pulling the trigger to produce a resounding bang of an empty chamber. Lin Chi swayed joyfully, his arms gently moving side to side as he bantered, "Oh dear Vic, you mustn't do that. How could you aim a crossbow at our beloved Uncle Cripple? Oh, please refrain from such antics next time, especially with poison bolts. What a little rascal you are." Sniffing the air, Lin Chi caught a whiff of the faint metallic scent and laughed even more heartily. "You actually smeared the 7-step snake venom I acquired from that old coot onto the bolts. Vic, you truly are a mischievous little imp." Vic grinned, revealing his teeth as sweat beaded on the cripple's forehead, who cast a wary glance at Lin Chi, now harboring an additional sense of caution. The 7-step snake's venom, how infuriating. They had dared to coat their bolts with such a vile poison. A crossbow was already a despicable instrument of assassination, And with the inclusion of the venom, these youngsters were increasingly treacherous. How did such exceptional talents emerge from the dark underbelly of the Seventh Empire? Even more infuriating was that they dared to conduct their business on his territory. The cripple inhaled deeply, feigning a generous demeanor as he smiled. Very well, dear children, you may indulge yourselves. 18 gold coins is no trifling sum. You ought to spend some here, for it would not bode well for young ones like you to possess such wealth. The drinks are on me. But there are far more enjoyable diversions awaiting you. Hurry and spend some coin. Otherwise, I shall be heartbroken, my gold, my precious gold. He wiped his eyes with his grimy sleeve, lamenting, my gold, earned 1 copper at a time, and you whisked away 18 coins in an instant. Lin Chi paid no further heed to the cripple. The transaction was complete, rendering the cripple a mere afterthought. It was time to drink, to revel. And in the midst of merriment, seek new opportunities for profit. The cripple's establishment was a treasure trove of lucrative prospects, and Lin Chi would not overlook a single chance. As they opened the hidden door, a tavern maid appeared like a specter from the shadows. Boss, some peculiar guests have arrived, and Lisa had them slapped. Chapter 4. The Eastern Travelers. The wealthy gentleman. A man with shifty eyes greedily swallowed hard. The cloak made of black silk, sourced from the East, is a luxury reserved only for the noble elite in the Gallic Empire. Ordinary nobles cannot afford even a single yard of such expensive silk. Only the grandest of aristocrats can don garments fashioned from it. For lesser nobility, merely possessing a pair of silk stockings is a cause for pride. Behold, the plump sheep. A group of robust men, their arms as thick as a typical man's thigh, gazed eagerly at this procession, their avaricious eyes sweeping over them. In the dead of night, a band of guests draped in silk cloaks had audaciously arrived at the crippled man's tavern. Akin to a flock of lambs wandering into a wolf's den, what tantalizing thoughts this provoked. Especially since these guests appeared so frail and delicate. They all wore peculiar hats, rounded and over a foot high, with a flat top upon which rested a black jade lizard carved in the shape of a venomous creature. Compared to the burly men within the tavern, these figures seemed remarkably small and feeble. The tallest among them barely reached 6 feet. A stark contrast to the towering 7 and 8-foot giants surrounding them. What was even more captivating was that this entourage of a dozen pale-faced young men bore the countenance of the sickly. Their skin was as white as that of the deceased, particularly the leading youth, whose complexion was nearly translucent, tinged with an unhealthy hue. Such frailty and pallor clearly indicated a group of invalids. The tavern's strongmen felt confident that any one of them could easily dispatch these wealthy gentle lambs. With measured steps, the 19 young men, their faces as pale as freshly fallen snow, and their features devoid of facial hair, gracefully entered the tavern. The last 2 men closed the heavy oak door behind them, barring the howling cold wind outside. The leader of the group cleared his throat softly, extending his right hand from beneath his cloak to vigorously wipe his nose with a snow-white silk handkerchief. A glimmer of opulence flashed through the tavern as hundreds of burly men simultaneously rose. Their eyes filled with excitement as they beheld the young man's hand. What a valuable hand it was! His fingers were adorned with 9 golden rings, each set with large gemstones and exquisite jades. Massive rubies, dazzling sapphires, and rare emeralds sparkled in their brilliance. Among them were even 2 deep-set tiger's eye stones, renowned for their extraordinary worth. The nobles of Borelli City would spend fortunes for such gems without batting an eye. Particularly, the 2 tiger's eye stones, said to endow men with remarkable prowess in the bedroom, were worth their weight in gold. What a prize, an unprecedented sheep. Even plundering a merchant ship at sea would yield less profit than the worth of a single finger on this young man's hand. Lisa, the maid closest to the tavern's entrance, let out a hearty laugh as she wafted toward the young man, enveloping him in her fragrant presence and pressing his head against her ample bosom. Dressed in only a sheer bodice, her breasts, each the size of a small child's head, were largely exposed. She embraced the youth warmly, her right hand instinctively reaching toward his lower regions. This was Lisa's signature move at the crippled man's tavern, whether sailors or dockworkers. Any man teased by Lisa in such a manner would Gennaro. Chapter 5. Scheming as the cripple made his entrance, Lin Chi stood by the liquor cabinet, fixated on the group of young men. He watched, almost frantically, as the leader of the pack meticulously wiped his palms with a white silk scarf. The young man's fingers moved gracefully, and the rings adorning them cast enchanting halos under the soft glow of the lights. Lin Chi felt a rush of blood surge to his brain and heart, igniting a feverish heat within him, causing perspiration to cascade down his face. This fellow is truly affluent. Struggling with a wave of dizziness brought on by high blood pressure, Lin Chi swallowed hard, his nostrils flaring as he took deep breaths, desperately trying to quell the raging fire in his chest. Concealing his hands within his sleeves, his fingers repeatedly grazed the triggers of two small crossbows hidden inside. Several times, he nearly lost control and raised his hands to launch an assault on the young man. Gold, resplendent gold, gems, sparkling gems. Lin Chi let out a low groan. Pressing his right hand firmly against his heart, he inhaled deeply, striving to regulate his breath, allowing the fervent blood to gradually circulate through his body, thereby averting the risk of a heart rupture or a cerebral hemorrhage. What splendid prey! Alas, why must they come to the cripple's establishment? Lin Chi cursed every deity he could fathom in his mind. Any god responsible for sending these plump sheep to the cripple's den would henceforth be his nemesis. The young man's opulent right hand, Lin Chi had never before encountered such wealth embodied in a single limb. With a worldview marked by the utmost simplicity, Lin Chi perceived the world as a dichotomy, his own wealth versus that of others, the rich versus the poor, and valuable treasures versus worthless trash. His aspiration was clear: to transform the wealthy into the impoverished, seize their valuable possessions, and convert their riches into his own. His existence hinged on the acquisition of wealth. Without it, his life would be devoid of brilliance. What a pity! This is the cripple's domain. Swallowing hard, Lin Chi lowered his hands, releasing the tension on the crossbow strings, and carefully concealed the two poisoned bolts within the leather pouch at his waist. Emerging from the shadows of the liquor cabinet, he leaned against the elongated bar, smiling as he gestured with his hand across his throat towards the young man. Oriental gentleman, I must earnestly caution you. Given our shared ancestry, this is the cripple's establishment, the territory of the venerable cripple. Should you dare to harm his most exquisite and delightful maid, your fate is sealed. Lin Chi's words dripped with malice, as he eagerly sought to incite a conflict between the cripple's establishment and the portly figures draped in dark cloaks. In that fleeting moment, he devised a plan. Only through instigating discord between these hefty sheep and the cripple's den could he hope to reap sufficient rewards from the ensuing chaos. For the sake of gold, Lin Chi could ally with the cripple. Equally, for the promise of greater riches, he would not hesitate to betray him. Placing a bar of gold upon the greasy surface of the cabinet, the fair-skinned young man spoke fluently in the commonly spoken language of the Western continent. I am Jiang Yong. You may refer to me simply as Jiang or Manager Jiang, as per your customs. With a peculiar, spine-tingling smile, Jiang Yong continued. I extend my sincerest apologies regarding that young lady. However, I must ask for your understanding, as I am not accustomed to having others too close. With a gentle sigh, Jiang Yong casually pointed at the gold bar on the cabinet. His pale, slender fingers seemed to penetrate the gold silently, burrowing deep into the century-old oak cabinet, creating a transparent hole in the thick surface. Two servants from the cripple's establishment lifted the unconscious Lisa and swiftly exited the bustling tavern, their destination unknown. Standing beside the cripple, Lin Chi inhaled sharply, his astonishment evident as he beheld the gold bar and cabinet punctured by Jiang Yong's finger. He could not help but exhale heavily. Such terrifying strength. This Jiang Yong must possess the prowess of a high-ranking knight. Lin Chi could think of no other being capable of such feats, save for those legendary knights rumored to cleave boulders with their bare hands. How could flesh and blood penetrate solid gold? What material is his finger composed of? This is no mere sheep. It is a vividly adorned beast. While the beast's pelt may hold value, risking one's life for gold is manifestly unwise. Unless Jiang Yong could prove he possessed a wealth substantial enough to entice Lin Chi, the mere rings on his fingers would not suffice to incite action. Of course, had Lin Chi known of Jiang Yong's true fortune, he would have swiftly informed him that, regardless of his formidable strength, it was unwise to carry excessive wealth into the territory of the Iron Fist Brotherhood. Casting a lingering glance at Jiang Yong, Lin Chi stepped away from the liquor cabinet, joining Enzo and Vic at a nearby table. He called for fine wine and roasted meats, reveling in the bold and uninhibited dances of the performers. In the blink of an eye, the cripple had already escorted Jiang Yong and his entourage away from the cabinet. Only Lin Chi, who had been observing them from the corner of his eye, noted their departure, particularly as Jiang Yong's followers brushed past the table, their cloaks parting to reveal deep green robes beneath. The robes were peculiar in style, adorned with an uncanny creature that resembled a python, yet bore sharp teeth and four-clawed feet, akin to those of a rooster. This creature was both fierce and magnificent, exuding an unsettling, seductive malevolence. Oriental gentleman. Raising his cup, Lin Chi took a hearty gulp and declared, "This is Berleli City, the territory of Lin Chi, the esteemed Iron Fist Brotherhood." Narrowing his eyes, Lin Chi whispered to Vic, "Keep a close watch on them. I wish to discern the extent of their wealth. The diminutive Vic, stuffing a generous chunk of meat into his mouth, eagerly nodded, nonchalantly pinching the rear of a passing maid. Chapter 6. Arrival of family the following day, delicate snowflakes, no larger than a child's palm, finally drifted down from the heavily clouded sky, blanketing the city of Burlelli in a pristine white. Early in the morning, Lynchie sat cross-legged in the Cripple's Tavern. In a corner of the establishment, he had propped his feet high on the table. A corncob pipe clutched between his lips, exhaling clouds of smoke while sipping on the sharp juniper gin. The liquor was exquisite, a prized collection of the Cripple, imported from distant lands, crafted by the skilled hands of goblins. Its rich and robust flavor was a far cry from the inferior concoctions sold to the dockside ruffians. After blowing a few smoke rings, Lynchie belched contentedly and took a hearty swig from the oversized copper cup, feeling a warm, comforting sensation wash over him, making him crave sleep. However, his mind was occupied with pressing matters, prompting him to squint around the tavern, hoping to catch a glimpse of Jiang Yong and his entourage from the east. A plump lamb, indeed, they were, though these seemingly docile sheep were, in truth, fierce tigers in disguise. Their opulence was intoxicating. Lynchie yearned to glean some information from them, to ascertain their wealth, and then evaluate the ratio between their financial resources and their prowess, ultimately deciding whether to take action. Even though they were in the dock area, the Cripple's domain, and the peculiar pale youths appeared formidable, if Jiang Yong's riches proved sufficiently tempting, Lynchie would unhesitatingly make his move. He reached for the pouch at his waist, only to discover it had withered overnight, akin to a lemon drained of its juice. With a slight sigh of frustration, he began to count on his fingers. As the leader of the Iron Fist Brotherhood, the expenses were numerous. Nestled in the university town of Burlelli, the entire academic district was under their control, boasting dozens of core members and hundreds of peripheral brothers, establishing the Iron Fist Brotherhood as a formidable force within the city. Yet, Lynchie was still an outsider. Having only operated in Burlelli for 3 years, his foundation was unstable, lacking a steady source of income. Thus his purse was perpetually light. 18 golden coins, shimmering and bright, had vanished after sharing just one night with him. With a sense of despair, Lynchie took another gulp from his cup, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. He silently cursed under his breath. 18 coins were sufficient for an ordinary citizen to indulge in a lavish lifestyle for 2 or 3 years. Yet they had slipped away in mere hours. What could he do? Several key members of the Iron Fist Brotherhood, also students from the 5th University, had found themselves embroiled in a brawl with students from another school, only to be apprehended by the patrolling Dragon Knights. The bail alone had cost 8 coins. The remaining 10 coins had been allocated to the peripheral brothers. Recently, following a clash with rival factions, several of their fighters had suffered broken ribs, incurring medical bills, nutritional expenses, and relocation fees, all of which required funding. The 10 coins had fluttered away from Lynchie's pouch like lively little birds, leaving him with barely 30 copper coins. My dream is for my grave and coffin to be forged from gold. With a heavy sigh, Lynchie turned to Enzo, who sat silently beside him, and offered a wry smile. Yet, it seems I am drifting further from my life's ambition. Gold, gold, glittering gold. He continued, to be frank. Whether from the gods above or the demons below, whoever can provide me with gold shall earn my devotion. Enzo wiped his nose and let out a hearty sneeze. He glanced sideways at his older brother, spitting a mouthful of bright red saliva. The pungent aroma of betel nut and tobacco filled the air. Lynchie grimaced, sniffed, and sneezed as well. The two raised their cups in a toast, and Enzo slurred, "Boss, your family must be wealthy." Lynchie's expression darkened. He slammed the corn cob pipe onto the table, scattering the ash. With a sullen face, he replied, "Indeed, my father should be quite affluent. But that is his wealth, not mine. My old man is as robust as a beast. He won't be leaving that fortune to me for another 50 or 60 years. With a heavy sigh, Lynchie shook his head. Moreover, even if my father were to meet the gods, I would still face competition. Enzo smirked, stuffing a wad of betel nut and tobacco into his mouth, chewing heartily. His gaze flitted to the maidservants nearby, a smug smile gracing his lips as he tossed them a flirtatious glance. During the day, the Cripple's Tavern was sparsely populated. A few maidservants stood idly by the liquor cabinet, and upon seeing the ruggedly handsome Enzo approach, they erupted into raucous laughter. The dockside maidens were hardly paragons of virtue. Any attention from a man was a rare and cherished honor. Lynchie, furrowing his brow, sank into deep contemplation. Though only 18, he began to reflect on his life. considering his successes and failures over the past years. With the aid of alcohol, he pondered a grander life plan. Perhaps having a grave and coffin of gold was too modest. Shouldn't he aspire to reside in a palace constructed of gold while he lived? Casting a disdainful glance at Enzo, who was engrossed in his flirtations with the maidservants, Lin Shi scoffed, "Women, oh women. Enzo, with glimmering gold, what woman could you not have? I would much prefer a golden beauty lying beside me than to have those garish creatures around." Enzo ignored Lin Shi, having known him for 3 years. He was well aware of Lin Shi's almost obsessive pursuit of gold. This boy, still in his youth, could hardly comprehend the allure of these charming females. Enzo inhaled deeply, feeling a sudden surge of warmth within. Yet, upon realizing the emptiness of his pouch, he employed the breathing techniques taught by his military academy instructor to suppress the rising heat. Turning back to Lin Shi, Enzo earnestly stated, "Indeed, boss. I have come to realize that glimmering gold coins are truly delightful." Before he could finish, the tavern door was kicked open with great force. A blustery wind swept in, accompanied by the swirling snow, and a coarse, grating voice boomed, "Cripple, send someone to find our young master. The Lord has sent me to deliver a message. Hey, ladies, pour me a drink." Hearing this, Lin Shi's spirits lifted tremendously. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming with joy, Uncle Hammer, what brings you here?" Chapter 7a Letter from Home. The Hammer, a burly man of imposing stature, crashed into the tavern. He was nearly as tall as the door itself. Draped in a heavy black bear fur coat, the glistening expanse of his bald head radiated heat. An ugly, scarred visage marred by a deep gash twisted and contorted, reminiscent of a many-legged centipede in motion. Upon hearing Lin Shi's call, the Hammer, more robust than a northern icefield bear, let out a raucous laugh and strode towards Lin Shi, lifting him effortlessly off the ground and tossing him upward. Lin Shi yelped, nearly colliding with the ceiling. But quick reflexes allowed him to brace himself, sparing him from a potentially grievous injury. The tavern's serving maids paled at the sight. Accustomed to the various ruffians of the dockside, none could deny that the Hammer was far more terrifying than any they had previously encountered. They had no doubt that this formidable giant could indeed fulfill his threats. Should he declare he would shatter every bone in their bodies, he would certainly do so. As Lin Shi embraced the Hammer heartily, he laughed aloud and introduced him to Enzo. "Enzo, this is Uncle Hammer, my mentor in combat. Uncle Hammer, this is Enzo, my dear brother, my right-hand man, and an exceptional swordsman." Enzo gazed in astonishment at the Hammer, feeling an intense, fiery energy emanating from the man clad in bear fur. Despite the biting wind and snow gusting through the door, Enzo felt as though he stood before a glowing ingot of iron. The Hammer regarded Enzo with a penetrating gaze, causing a warmth to surge within him, akin to a heavy blow to the chest. He stumbled slightly, but managed to steady himself, muscles taut and resolute. The Hammer nodded in approval, patting his shiny head with a hearty laugh. "Young master, your brother is quite impressive. At such a tender age, he possesses remarkable strength." With a powerful kick, the Hammer slammed the tavern's heavy wooden door shut and bellowed towards the bar. "Ladies, are you deaf? Bring me good wine. On such a frigid day, especially for an old friend of your boss, is it too much to ask for a drink?" His roar echoed like the cry of a beast, causing bottles and glasses within the bar to rattle ominously, sending several maids trembling in fear, nearly collapsing to the ground. The boldest among them, shaking, grasped a large goblet capable of holding a liter of strong liquor and hurriedly filled it with a bottle of potent rum. With a satisfied grunt, the Hammer waved his hand from several paces away. A chain, as thick as a pinky finger, shot forth with a piercing whistle. Snatching the goblet and bringing it before him, taking a deep breath of the intoxicating aroma, he raised the goblet high, exclaiming, "Young master, seeing you in good health brings me great joy." After swallowing hard, he turned back to the maids, shouting, "Where's the lame one? As long as he is alive, summon him to greet an old friend. It's been 3 years since I last saw him, and I must admit, I miss that old scoundrel. Ha. Has he not been beaten into a limp?" At the Hammer's thunderous call, the lame one quietly emerged from a shadowy corner of the tavern. He feigned surprise, spreading his arms wide. Look who has arrived. Is it not the Hammer? How does it feel to be wanted by the Borelli Security Bureau? Ha. You dare not step foot anywhere in Borelli except my territory, do you? When did you disembark?" The Hammer chuckled softly, rising to embrace the lame one heartily. The lame one inquired sincerely, "How fares old Blackbeard?" With pride, the Hammer patted the lame one's shoulder, laughing, "The old master is as vigorous as ever, though alas, the recent harvest has not been great. which dampens his spirits. Meanwhile, Lin Shi had opened an envelope to read his father's handwritten letter. The familiar script was as precise as ever, each stroke seeming to be carved with a heavy blade, exuding a raw, untamed vigor. Upon seeing the writing, Lin Shi felt as though he were gazing upon his father, a man as wild and formidable as a bear. Curious, Enzo leaned closer to Lin Shi, tilting his head to examine the letter. He was somewhat aware of his leader's background. According to Lin Shi, his father was a mill owner in the imperial city of Dunki, ranked third among port cities, specializing in flour and controlling nearly all flour imports and exports of Dunki. The flour from his father's mill supplied at least 3 provinces in the Northern Empire. From Lin Shi's accounts, it seemed he hailed from a prosperous family of merchants. Yet how could the son of such a straightforward and honest family establish the Iron Fist Brotherhood in merely 3 years? Casting a sidelong glance at the hammer, Enzo found himself even more intrigued. How could a humble mill owner command such a formidable figure as the hammer? A wanted man by the Borelli Security Bureau, no less. Even ordinary petty criminals were unworthy of such notoriety. The lame one continued questioning the hammer. How can this be? In recent years, the Empire has enjoyed bountiful harvests. Old Blackbeard's business should be thriving. With a resigned sigh, the hammer looked to the heavens, shaking his head. No, lame one, the more prosperous the times, the worse our business fares. There is too much flour and not enough price. The old master yearns for disasters to strike the Empire, for then our wheat would fetch a high price. Pointing a thick finger at the ceiling, the hammer roared, "Cursed be the gods. If you do not send a drought upon the Empire soon, my brothers will go hungry. The boss has hoarded 20 warehouses worth of wheat. When will he be able to sell it?" The lame one, in agreement, sighed deeply and hurriedly called for the maids to bring wine and meat. Chapter 8. Father Lin Shi, the assistant priest at the welcoming banquet for the hammer. The limping Lin Shi recounted to Enzo several of Hammer's illustrious exploits. As a prominent figure ranked among the top 10 on the Borelli Police Department's wanted list, a bounty of 1,000 gold coins loomed over Hammer, an unyielding reward that deterred him from venturing close to Borelli for many years. This time, however, Hammer dared only to appear in the chaotic and turbulent dock area, never daring to step beyond its confines. The secret police under the Borelli Police Department, along with the Dragon Knights, were not mere decorations. If Hammer caught their attention, he would undoubtedly find himself in grave trouble. After incinerating a letter in the flickering candlelight, a slightly inebriated Lin Shi gazed at the snow-laden, gray sky outside the tavern. Rubbing his hands together, he greeted the limping man and stepped out, belching slightly. Enzo, content, followed Lin Shi, his round belly jiggling as he walked. The banquet, held in honor of Hammer, was lavish, featuring exquisite wine, delectable food, and beautiful women, all without cost to him, allowing Enzo to indulge to the point of discomfort. With a meaningful smirk, Lin Shi remarked, "A gold bar right off the bat. Their wealth is substantial. Enzo? Is Uncle Limp being greedy?" Waving his hand dismissively, Lin Shi's expression darkened as he replied, I know, of course I know. Tell Vic to keep a close watch, ensuring they remain undetected. It won't be easy to act unless we understand their purpose for coming to Borelli and trace their origins. And, well, if the spoils are sufficiently rich, I wouldn't mind allowing my father's men to take a share." Enzo exclaimed in astonishment. "Boss, you said your father is just a miller." Irritated, Lin Shi shot Enzo a sideways glance and gritted his teeth. Indeed, he is merely a miller. But who says a miller cannot engage in robbery? The Imperial Military Academy students, clad in tight uniforms with swords at their waists, disregarded Lin Shi entirely. Yet, as these proud future officers of the Empire laid eyes on Enzo beside Lin Shi, a flicker of apprehension crossed their faces. Lin Shi swaggered down the main road, drawing attention from all around, though few dared to meet his gaze. How tedious these good students are. Lin Shi scoffed quietly to Enzo. They tremble like frozen quails. Is the Empire's future to rest upon these timid souls? I see little hope for the Empire. These so-called elites cannot even face a bad student like me, let alone dedicate themselves to the Empire's interests in the future. Enzo merely smirked haughtily, his chin held high in defiance as he glared at the passing military academy cadets. His hand firmly gripped the hilt of his sword. Should any student dare to challenge him with a glance, he would eagerly accept a duel. The moniker Mad Swordsman Enzo was earned through the injuries of nearly 100 military academy students. Seeing the cadets' fearful expressions, Enzo could not help but break into a wide grin. This was his domain, and he reveled in the respect it commanded. The two arrived at the gates of the 5th University, where turning right and walking 2 more miles would lead them to the side entrance of the military academy. Here, Lin Chi and Enzo parted ways. Enzo would inform Vic to send someone to monitor the limping man's shop, while Lin Chi had his own affairs to attend to. Just as they reached the gate, a melodious chiming of bells rang out. A priest in a black robe, holding a small brass bell, called out to Lin Chi. "Oh, Mr. Lin Chi, we haven't seen each other in several days. You appear to be in fine spirits." Father Baron, the assistant priest at Borelli's 5th University, a guide of faith for students and a mentor of souls, was a close friend of Lin Chi. Short in stature, with a round face resembling a peeled egg, his bright eyes sparkled with mischievous intelligence. Lin Chi smiled as he approached Father Baron, tossing the last 20 copper coins from his purse to him in exchange for 2 church-issued indulgences. Stuffing the indulgences haphazardly into his sleeve, Father Baron nodded with satisfaction, exclaiming, "May the divine bless you, dear young Master Lin Chi. I happen to have some delightful news for you." Glancing around cautiously, Father Baron lowered his voice conspiratorially. "A new Jisei theater troupe has arrived outside the city, and the lead dancer is rather impressive. The esteemed Dean Grang has taken quite a liking to her. If you could introduce her to Mr. Grang, Mr. Lin Chi, your credits for this year will be secure." Lin Chi squinted with amusement, lightly patting Father Baron on the shoulder before striding through the university gates. Chapter 9. Yu Lian and the penniless. The campus lay blanketed in snow, with a cacophony of voices as some maintenance staff and eager students wielded shovels to clear the thick layers covering the pathways. A few young women, carrying large bamboo baskets, scattered salt onto the freshly cleared road, a technique purportedly learned from the northern islands, as salt aids in melting snow and preventing ice formation. The winter days grew dark early, and oil lamps flickered to life around the grounds. Lin Chi stifled a yawn as he ambled through the corridors of the campus, causing those who had just exited classrooms, clutching their books, to sidestep cautiously in his wake. The deep chimes from the clock tower resonated, signaling that dinner was ready in the cafeteria. A few Eurasian jays fluttered down from a leafless tree, busily foraging on the recently exposed, desiccated grass. Observing the diminutive birds, Lin Chi sighed softly, remarking to himself how the winter birds, much like his own empty pockets, shared a certain pitiful plight. With a glance at a towering circular stone tower in the distance, Lin Chi couldn't help but curl his lip, a glint of avarice flashing in his eyes. As an elite of the empire, students at the 5th University enjoyed splendid living conditions. The dormitory where Lin Chi resided was constructed from heavy gray marble, a 6-story edifice capable of housing 2,000 students. Each corner of the building was adorned with sharp square towers reaching 30 meters high, while a grand circular dome crowned the center, embellished with colorful translucent shells that dazzled the eye. Upon entering his dorm, Lin Chi found Yu Lian, a core member of the Iron Fist Brotherhood and one of Lin Chi's closest associates, lounging on Lin Chi's bed. He had propped his legs at the head of the bed, a letter in hand, and was smugly toying with his flamboyant little mustache, chuckling to himself. 2 years Lin Chi's senior, Yu Lian was a notorious dandy at the 5th University, hailing from a once noble family that had fallen on hard times. Tall and handsome, with impeccably styled golden hair, he exuded charm. His small mustache curled slightly, giving him an air of perpetual mirth. Yu Lian possessed a pair of sparkling azure eyes, lively and expressive, as if perpetually casting enchanting glances. With his tall, robust physique, striking looks, captivating gaze, and charming smile, coupled with his hereditary title of Baron, Yu Lian frequently found himself the object of many young women's daydreams within the university town. Seeing Yu Lian's lewd grin and the pink letter in his hand, Lin Chi sighed, "Oh heavens, which unfortunate woman has fallen under your spell this time? Dear Yu Lian, are you about to embark on yet another romantic escapade?" With a tender kiss upon the letter, Yu Lian meticulously folded it into the shape of a rose and carefully tucked it into the pocket of his shirt. He joyfully jiggled his leg and, with a beaming smile, extended a hand toward Lin Chi. "Boss, lend me a cheer, for I have secured a private and intimate rendezvous with the daughter of a small lord." Drawing a deep breath, Yu Lian passionately proclaimed in a melodious tone. "A splendid date, a bashful maiden, a pure body, a supple form. Moonlight, roses, serenades, fine wine, and tender veal steak. Oh, with but a single cheer, how wondrously delightful my night shall be." Lin Chi released a soft sigh as he retrieved 2 indulgences, purchased from Father Baron at the school gate, from his pocket. He solemnly placed the 2 rough, palm-sized indulgences into Yu Lian's outstretched palm. "May the divine save your soul, you scoundrel. I'm left with not a single copper. Listen well, Not a single copper. With a firm slap on Yu Lian's gleaming bald head, Lin Shi scoffed. A troop of Jijin vagabonds has arrived just outside the city. Yu Lian's eyes widened with a mischievous grin. Ah, indeed. A grand Jijin troop, over 300 strong, with 47 stunning young ladies among them. The lead dancer, Gina, has a figure to die for, truly remarkable. My hand can scarcely encompass her. You know, I've caressed the bosoms of at least 300 women. But none compare to her. By the gods. Lin Shi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Yu Lian had already entangled himself with the lead dancer within such a brief time of the troop's arrival. His talent for seducing women was undeniably exceptional. Waving his finger, Lin Shi replied curtly, Mr. Glon desires to dine with Gina, the lead dancer. You know what I mean. Set a price for her, and if she agrees, take her to meet Mr. Glon. As per our usual arrangement. Yu Lian leaped up, snapping his fingers in excitement, dancing lightly in place. I knew I would delay my date with that lovely creature. Oh, the daughter of a lord, a true lady of refinement. I yearn for the moment I can unfasten her bodice. With a passionate embrace for Lin Shi, Yu Lian glided out with an airy step. Fear not, boss. Your credits and my date expenses are secure. Mr. Glon is a generous gentleman, I assure you. Damn it. Lin Shi could only watch Yu Lian's retreating figure helplessly. Furrowing his brow, he opened his drawer, and indeed, the last 3 silver coins he had hidden away had vanished without a trace. In all of 5th University, only Yu Lian would dare to sneak into Lin Shi's dormitory and pilfer his last bit of private wealth. 3 precious silver coins had simply evaporated, and with dinner yet to be secured, Lin Shi felt a sharp pang in his heart. Oh no, I must find a way to earn some money. After pacing in his dorm in distress, Lin Shi lamented, Winter, how I loathe winter. When the season arrives, the merchants and travelers diminish by 90%. Each winter, I am beset by financial woes. Damn those patrolling dragoons, damn the police. Why are there so many copper hats in this university town? The mere thought of the secret police, clad in copper helmets, brought a bitter ache to Lin Shi's heart. I must procure some funds. With no money to his name, Lin Shi sighed, gazing helplessly through the window of his dorm at the towering cylindrical stone tower. I must find a way to earn some money, damn it. Chapter 10. A midnight visit to the priest in the stillness of the night. Lin Shi departed from the dormitory. The campus lay in silence, occasionally interrupted by the muffled chirps of birds, frozen and unable to endure the cold. Snowflakes descended softly, their muted thuds ringing out with a disconcerting sharpness. As Lin Shi traversed the snow-laden ground, he moved without making a sound. He cautiously made his way towards the faculty dormitory building, skillfully evading several patrolling guards. The cloak of darkness and the biting cold provided Lin Shi with the perfect cover, allowing him to infiltrate the shadowy depths of the teacher's quarters without alerting a soul. Navigating the smooth, pristine corridor with familiarity, he arrived at the door at the end of the passage. Casting a wary glance around, Lin Shi deftly picked the lock with a piece of wire, a skill he had acquired from Vic, who aspired to be a master thief. Vic possessed a unique talent for such clandestine techniques, and Lin Shi along with his companions had learned a few tricks from him for self-defense. Silently pushing the door open, Lin Shi was met with the sight of a bare bottom facing him. Father Baron sat naked on a round stool, busily counting copper coins from a pouch. A teaching priest should always be well-dressed and dignified. Should his superiors catch sight of Baron in such a state, he would surely find himself in the church's disciplinary institution. Beside Baron lay a large bottle of liquor and a modest cup. He chuckled softly, counting 10 copper coins into a small box before pouring himself a drink. Raising the cup, he whispered a blessing, "May the Lord protect me," and downed the wine in one gulp. Drinking was a grave sin within the church, yet Father Baron reveled in it. His plump, fair face bore a nose reddened by alcohol. As he counted his coins, he took a sip of his drink for every 10 coins, occasionally humming a cheerful tune and swaying his ample body, causing the flesh to jiggle. Praise the Lord. Finally, having deposited the few silver coins and a heap of copper into the box, Baron playfully wiggled his behind and let out a loud fart. With a sense of pride, he knelt on the floor, clasping his hands before him in a pious prayer. Oh, esteemed God, my Father, the deities in the heavens watch over me. Please bless the devout Baron. With a heartfelt sigh, he continued, Today, the devout Baron has sold 375 indulgences, contributing another sum to the church and strengthening its power, all thanks to the faithful Baron. Great God, O deities, may the Bishop of University Town ascend to serve you soon. Allowing the devout Baron to take his place, rubbing his flushed, alcohol-stained nose, Baron lamented, that avaricious and lascivious bishop. He does not deserve to be a servant of the deities. Let him descend to hell, along with the sycophants. The devout Baron is the best candidate for the bishop of University Town. Deeply kneeling, he reverently kissed the floor, and half-drunk, Baron concluded his evening prayer. Lin Shi quietly closed the door behind him and approached Baron, gently tapping his shoulder. Baron let out a shriek, flailing his ample body towards a corner of the room, where he retrieved a hefty battle axe from an unremarkable large porcelain jar. Angrily, Baron turned around and, without recognizing Lin Shi, swung the axe down upon him. No one shall take a single copper from me. This belongs to the church. Baroness, Eyes B. Chapter 11. The Master Tower clutching the talisman borrowed from Father Baron. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Lin Shi's forehead as he stood before the towering cylindrical edifice nestled deep within the campus. Constructed from massive blocks of black and gray stone, this tower represented the pinnacle of architecture in the entire empire. Some referred to it as the Master Tower, while others labeled it the Tower of Madness, within the 5th university where Lin Shi studied. It bore the official designation of the Laboratory of Distinguished Visiting Professors. Inside the tower resided a peculiar assemblage of individuals hailing from all corners, each possessing bizarre talents and equally eccentric temperaments. Among them were dark fairies and shadow elves who delved into the darker aspects of the human psyche, necromancers who reveled in the dissection of various creatures' innards, dwarves skilled in the manipulation of metals, and goblins renowned for their expertise in weapon crafting and research. The tower stood at a lofty height of 370 meters above ground, with an underground depth of 250 meters. Constructed using the unique techniques provided by dwarves and goblins, the base of the tower spanned a diameter of 58 meters, with ample space on each level to accommodate 2 or 3 reclusive masters as they pursued their various interests. Since the establishment of the university town, an array of peculiar documents had been emitted from this tower, some of which significantly enhanced the empire's capabilities. For instance, the 6 piercing swords Lin Shi sold to a cripple were forged using a special dipping steel technique provided by a dwarven master, endowing those swords with extraordinary piercing power. Well, I need a golden ohu, Lin Shi thought, pressing his right hand against his chest and silently praying to all the deities and divine beings he knew, hoping for safe passage in and out of this daunting place. In the eyes of many students at the 5th university, the tower before him was akin to hell. Each year, 30 to 50 students serving the distinguished visiting professors within the tower either perished or sustained severe injuries, and some mysteriously vanished, never to be heard from again. However, the immense risks were matched by equally substantial rewards. Despite the myriad dangers within, Lin Shi had discovered numerous opportunities for wealth, enabling him to establish the Iron Fist Brotherhood, with hundreds of peripheral members, in just 3 short years. For the sake of that delightful ohu, dear mentor, please do not go mad. Gripping the small talisman scroll tightly, Lin Shi recalled how Father Baron, a disreputable figure among the clergy, had assured him that this talisman was handcrafted by the bishop of the Seine River Valley Archdiocese, boasting superior defensive capabilities. Yet, Lin Shi was acutely aware of Baron's character. If he claimed it was crafted by the archbishop, the true creator was likely just an ordinary cleric. A talisman made by an ordinary cleric might only withstand 3 to 5 strikes from a common warrior. I hope it proves useful. As long as I am not slain by my own mentor at the outset, the risks should not be too daunting. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shi cautiously entered the tower. Before the entrance stood 2 bronze statues of hyenas, their eyes emanating a crimson glow, casting 4 beams of red light that circled around Lin Shi. He felt an intense heat enveloping his body, as if submerged in boiling water. Fortunately, a regular black iron plate at his waist flickered slightly, and an invisible wave enveloped him, causing the light from the hyena statues to gradually dim. Lin Shi stepped into the tower unscathed. The first level of the tower was eerily empty, with a standard 12-pointed star magic circle etched into the floor, illuminated by dozens of fist-sized red and blue gemstones. A few hooded figures stood in the corners of the hall, their armored forms faintly visible through their heavy cloaks. They eyed Lin Shi warily, and only upon recognizing his features did they relax their grips on their swords. Lowering his head and daring not to make a sound, Lin Shi carefully approached a circular iron plate in the corner. The men stationed in the hall were high-ranking knights dispatched by the imperial military. Any one of them could effortlessly eliminate Lin Shi. In their presence, he dared not exhibit even a hint of arrogance or negligence. Unlike the cripple, Lin Shi could openly express his malice towards him, yet in front of these battle-hardened knights, caution and humility were paramount for survival. The military represented the might of the imperial army, a formidable force that commanded respect across the continent. No one dared to act recklessly before them. Placing the iron plate from his waist onto a nearby iron slab, Lin Chi concentrated and infused his limited mental energy into the plate. A few faint characters slowly illuminated on the surface, and the iron plate beneath his feet quivered slightly, swiftly descending through a vertical metal tunnel. The distinguished Professor Lin Chi served was a peculiar being, residing alone in the deepest layer of the Master Tower. Years prior, a mishap during an experiment had released toxic gas, resulting in the demise of everyone else on that level, leaving him the sole survivor. Master Alchemist Kocha, hired by the Empire as a distinguished visiting professor 5 years ago, was known for his eccentric demeanor. He had secluded himself underground for 5 years, rarely venturing outside. Due to the frequent accidents resulting from his experiments, in recent years, apart from Lin Chi, no one dared approach his domain. As the iron plate gradually came to a halt, Lin Chi faced an arch portal. He carefully placed the iron plate against the door and cautiously opened it. The talisman in his hand activated silently, enveloping him in a faint white light. Lin Chi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Baron's talisman turned out to be the Dawn Talisman, drawing upon the powers of the God of Dawn's light, renowned as the most potent defensive talisman within the Church. The divine power of the God of Dawn not only provided exceptional defense, but also possessed remarkable restorative qualities, making it the finest among talismans. With a smile, Lin Chi pushed open the iron door, only to be met by a fist-sized crimson fireball that hurtled toward him with terrifying heat, striking him in an instant. The fireball was intensely concentrated, and its fearsome temperature caused the protective white light surrounding Lin Chi to shatter instantly. Indeed, it is a defective product. Baron, you son of a... Lin Chi screamed in terror. Chapter 12. The Master of Elixirs. A plume of green smoke billowed from Lin Chi's head, singeing his hair into ashes that danced into the air. Not only his hair, but also his eyebrows, eyelashes, and the faint stubble on his upper lip were reduced to cinders by the intense heat. His upper body felt as if it had been immersed in boiling water, causing him to wail in agony. Damn that old monster. Confronted with a fireball capable of obliterating him in a single strike, Lin Chi desperately drew a hefty single-edged blade from a hidden pocket in his trousers. With a fierce battle cry, he swung the blade at the side of the fireball, exerting every ounce of strength to deflect it away. The blade instantly glowed red-hot, and the flesh of his palm emitted a foul, burnt odor, forcing him to cry out and release the hilt. The fireball was merely nudged aside by less than half a foot, narrowly grazing Lin Chi's cheek before crashing heavily against the iron door behind him. The runes etched upon the door, resembling rose branches, flickered momentarily as the immense power contained within the fireball was silently absorbed by the rune array. Gasping for breath and drenched in sweat, Lin Chi's knees buckled, and he sank to the ground, muttering curses under his breath. The master of the laboratory, the esteemed guest professor of the Empire, and the master of elixirs, Kecha, approached Lin Chi without a sound. With his cold, dry hand, he seized Lin Chi and forcefully administered a vial of scarlet potion down his throat. The potion, reeking of a potent fishy odor, transformed into a searing wave of heat upon entering his mouth, rapidly replenishing the energy he had just expended and swiftly healing the burns on his face. Lin Chi expelled a heavy sigh, a sycophantic smile creeping onto his face as he bent low in deference to Kecha, greeting him with, "Esteemed Master Kecha, it has been several days since your last summons. Is there anything you require of me?" Kecha, shorter in stature than Lin Chi by a considerable margin, was enveloped in a tattered, oversized black robe, riddled with holes that clung to his gaunt frame. The robe was splattered with an array of peculiar stains, remnants from his handling of various alchemical ingredients. Lin Chi could not discern Kecha's true appearance, for his face was marred by a grotesque scar. It seemed that an accident during an elixir experiment had disfigured him entirely. The scar extended from his face down to his chest, rendering his visage exceedingly repulsive. His nose and ears had been destroyed by the caustic liquids, leaving only a few dark cavities exposed. The mottled scar, a blend of red, white, and black, subtly quivered with each breath he took, releasing a pungent aroma of medicinal substances. Casually tossing a crystal vial onto a nearby table, Kecha released Lin Chi and muttered in a low tone, "Is that so? It seems I haven't seen you in a few days. Well, I have some matters that require your immediate attention. My laboratory supplies have been exhausted. Quickly replenish them for me." As he spoke, a series of gurgles emanated from his stomach, and his facial skin twitched violently, indicating he had not eaten in several days. Lin Chi dared not utter a word, and quickly nodded in agreement. Kecha's eccentric and reclusive nature made him prohibitively strict, aside from Lin Chi. The designated servant of the academy, he forbade anyone from approaching his laboratory. Moreover, Ketch's erratic behavior often resulted in violent outbursts, posing a danger even to Lin Shi when entering the lab. Following the transformation of several cleaning staff into ashes by Ketch's magic, the laboratory had become the most perilous forbidden zone in the Master's Tower, with only Lin Shi daring to venture near. Thus, during Lin Shi's absence of several days, Ketch had exhausted his provisions without anyone to replenish them, forcing him to endure hunger. A twinge of guilt flickered within Lin Shi. He had been preoccupied with numerous tasks, particularly the 6 daggers that had consumed much of his time and energy. Additionally, with the Brotherhood's peripheral members captured by dragon riders, he was also preoccupied with raising funds for their release. Amidst all these concerns, he had inadvertently forgotten about the unfortunate and dangerous figure that was Ketch. The notion of the esteemed master of elixirs starving to death in his laboratory sent a shiver down Lin Shi's spine. Reaching into his sleeve, Lin Shi retrieved half a loaf of white bread, an item he had surreptitiously taken from the welcoming banquet at the Hammer, initially intended for a late-night snack, which now proved fortuitous. Upon seeing the morsel, Ketch's eyes transformed into a ghastly shade of green. He snatched the bread from Lin Shi's grasp and devoured it voraciously. His teeth, blackened and jagged like a mad dog's, scraping against each other in a cacophony reminiscent of a grinding wheel. The entire piece of bread disappeared within moments. And with a satisfied belch, Ketch grumbled, "If you take any longer, I'll have to resort to using potions to sustain myself. If it comes to that, I assure you, you will be reduced to a puddle of human oil." Ketch's bizarre laughter sent chills down Lin Shi's neck. No wonder he had been greeted by a fireball upon entering. It seemed Ketch had intentionally vented his frustrations on him. Fortuitously, Lin Shi had arrived just in time. Had he delayed further, he would have surely recalled Ketch's threat to transform him into oil, rather than a mere desiccated corpse. What did it matter to this eccentric old monster if he incinerated a few unfortunate servants? The damned copper hats would certainly not bother to account for such a trivial servant in their dealings with someone like Ketch. Having satiated his hunger and restored some vigor, Ketch twisted his contorted lips and began to scold Lin Shi in a harsh, rasping voice. Lin Shi lowered his head submissively, obediently listening to Ketch's admonishments. At present, Lin Shi was in dire need of funds, and Ketch was his most significant benefactor. Thus, even as Ketch cursed him, lamenting that only a pair of damned wild boars could produce a fool like Lin Shi, he remained compliant. After an extended tirade that lasted nearly half an hour, Ketch finally ceased his verbal onslaught, producing a piece of resilient parchment from his sleeve. "This is a list of the herbs and quantities I require urgently. Procure them for me at once." With a sullen glance cast at Lin Shi, Ketch rolled his eyes and snorted disdainfully. Inform the incompetent lot in logistics that the last batch of 5-leaf white crow grass they provided was substandard, and their preparation methods were erroneous. As a result, the potent energy elixir I intended to create morphed into a powerful aphrodisiac. Should they dare to make such a blunder again, I will ensure they are force-fed an aphrodisiac strong enough to cause a wild bull's explosion. Lin Shi shuddered at the thought. Yet elation surged within him as he clutched the parchment tightly, his heart brimming with joy. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Shi, whistling and brimming with pride, emerged from the Master's Tower carrying 12 vials of what Ketch deemed defective potent energy elixirs. Throughout his tenure, Lin Shi had always been the one to manage the failed potions concocted by Ketch. An aphrodisiac potent enough to cause a wild bull's explosion? Lin Shi's pupils glimmered with the unique luster of gold. Chapter 13. A timely assistance to the west of Fifth University lies a quaint grove, nestled within which are hundreds of villas, each with its own courtyard. This serene enclave serves as the residence for high-ranking university officials and esteemed professors, showcasing the most tranquil scenery on campus. At the heart of the grove, there exists a charming little lake. Heavy clouds obscure the sky, yet they cannot hinder the gentle invasion of morning light. As the eastern horizon brightens, Mr. Grang, the university's registrar, is already elegantly seated at the breakfast table, relishing a sumptuous meal. The crackling sound of applewood logs burning in the fireplace fills the air, their faint aroma invigorating his spirit. The room is warm and inviting, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows revealing the relentless snowfall outside, suggesting a bitter chill beyond, while inside, it remains as warm as spring. The stark contrast leads Mr. Grang to exhale a contented sigh, taking a hearty sip of fresh milk. The room is adorned opulently, with vibrant wallpaper gracing the walls, and gold and silver inlays embellishing the furniture and various ornaments. One wall is entirely devoted to exquisite porcelain from the east, and all seating and bedding are draped in silk, proclaiming the family's affluence. As the registrar of Fifth University, a lord of the empire, and the husband of a countess, Mr. Grang savors the moment with a satisfied belch, fondly patting his balding head, a smile of contentment gracing his round, rosy face. Last night, he had finally persuaded a charming young woman to share his bed, using a handful of gleaming gold coins as the price. With his wife away for a few days, all doors were conveniently opened for Mr. Grang. The young maid, with a playful huff, cast a flirtatious glance at him, eliciting an amused chuckle from Mr. Grang. Though he felt a stirring warmth within him, yet a tinge of concern crept into his mind. Despite his lascivious thoughts, his body, specifically a crucial part of it, remained unresponsive, as cold and limp as a hibernating serpent. Undoubtedly, in Mr. Grang's eyes, Lin Chi, such a student, was nothing short of a ruffian. He harbored no fondness for these unruly individuals wreaking havoc within the university town. However, he could not deny that even someone of his stature required the assistance of these wayward students. Reflecting on Gina, the lead dancer of the Gypsy Theater troupe, Mr. Grang's years of indulgence in the pleasures of life led him to believe she was still a pure maiden, unlike his countess wife and the decorous maid, who resembled delicate lapdogs. Gina embodied the spirit of a feral cat, wild and untamed, a sleek little leopard. Her youthful vigor, her powerful movements captivated Mr. Grang profoundly, igniting a desire to engage with this enchanting young woman. Imagining her youthful form writhing beneath him sent his heart racing, yet alas, the crucial part of him remained unresponsive. Cursing his plight, Mr. Grang began to regret his indulgence from the previous night. To forsake Gina for the sake of a mere maid? Such folly. Yet, he understood his body well enough. It would take days to regain his vigor, and the gypsy troupe would hardly linger in one place for more than 3 days. With a sullen expression, he rose from the table, no longer able to appreciate the delicious breakfast before him. With a heavy sigh, he donned a golden-trimmed triangular hat placed on the table, grasped an old vine cane, and trudged out of the house. As the cold wind bit at him, Mr. Grang shivered, his pent-up frustration boiling over into a furious roar. How dare these lazy servants, when the noble Lord Grang was set to depart, delay the preparation of his carriage? Lin Chi sauntered into Mr. Grang's courtyard, yawning and waving cheerfully at him, much to Mr. Grang's chagrin, akin to swallowing a fly first thing in the morning. While he acknowledged Lin Chi's usefulness as a rogue student, it did not grant the young man the liberty to wander freely into his domain. With a scowl, he brandished his cane, the air whooshing as he bellowed, "Lin Chi, you scoundrel, is this truly where you belong?" Regardless, this was the abode of a lord and a countess's daughter. How could a ruffian like Lin Chi dare intrude upon noble grounds? Lin Chi brandished a tiny crystal vial, no larger than his thumb, and with a gleeful smile, addressed Mr. Grang. "Dear Mr. Grang, I have brought you a splendid gift. You surely must need this precious potion, derived from mysterious herbs of the East." Casting a subtle glance at Mr. Grang's lower body, Lin Chi, well aware of the registrar's clandestine afflictions thanks to his connections with the Iron Fist Brotherhood, was determined to extort a handsome sum from Mr. Grang for this potent elixir. Chapter 14. The generous Garen. The perceptive Mr. Garen sensed Lin Chi's subtle gaze and, feigning nonchalance, straightened his posture, intentionally protruding his abdomen. With this discreet body language, Mr. Garen sought to convey to Lin Chi that the suspicions he harbored were unfounded. The esteemed Lord Garen remained a robust paragon of masculinity, undiminished by the passage of time. 10 years had passed since that fateful day when the king's liver was reduced to shreds, yet he stood resiliently, invigorated, and overseeing the affairs of the kingdom. With the polished silver-tipped cane, Mr. Garen casually rubbed his nose and offered a dismissive chuckle, remarking, "Master Kocha is a figure worthy of respect, Lin Chi. Surely you would not tarnish the master's reputation with counterfeit concoctions?" Lin Chi looked at Mr. Garen in surprise, shrugging with a wry smile. "Did I ever claim that this potion was crafted by Master Kocha?" Mr. Garen scoffed lightly, shaking his head. He believed he had seen through Lin Chi's petty ruse. The potion must undoubtedly be the product of Master Kocha. Given Lin Chi's dubious connections in Breleli City, what other source could he have for such a potion? The only place he could procure it would be from Kocha's laboratory. Lin Chi remained silent as he approached Mr. Garen, retrieving a small piece of black bread from his sleeve. He then opened the vial, allowing a drop of viscous, pale pink liquid to fall onto the bread. Once the potion had been thoroughly absorbed, Lin Chi whistled and tossed the black bread into the room, where it landed precisely before a golden dachshund that lay snoring in front of the fireplace. The dachshund, measuring over a foot in length, lazily opened its eyelids, sniffed the black bread cautiously, and after a brief hesitation, it opened its mouth and swallowed the morsel. Mr. Guerin dismissively waved his cane, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Black bread? His wife adored this little dachshund, which typically dined on oatmeal and white bread. When had it ever consumed such inferior fare? Ah. The rogue student remains true to form. Mr. Guerin grimaced slightly, eyeing Lin Chi with a mix of disdain and wariness. He was well aware that several of his endeavors had been facilitated by Lin Chi, including tracking his wife's carriage and uncovering the true identity of the influential individual she had been consorting with. Such matters had been orchestrated through Father Baron, with no direct contact between the two. This was Lin Chi's first face-to-face interaction with Mr. Guerin, who regarded him with a blend of contempt and caution. As Mr. Guerin furrowed his brow, lost in thought, the sleek-coated dachshund suddenly began to tremble violently. Its once violet-green eyes became bloodshot, transforming into a fierce crimson. It emitted a low growl, its golden fur bristling, and its slender form appeared surprisingly robust. Not only was the little dog's physique swelling, but a certain part of it was expanding at an astonishing rate. The canine leaped onto the chair, its mouth curling into a peculiar smile. As it clutched a cushion made of silk from the East and long staple cotton from the Middle East, its body heaving with fervor. Mr. Guerin's mouth gaped in disbelief. He had partaken in peculiar substances during moments of weakness, yet none had such remarkable effects. In mere moments, the little dachshund had transformed into a creature of vigor and vitality. Mr. Guerin's heart raced. A wave of heat surged through his abdomen as visions of the enchanting Miss Gina, the lead dancer of the Giselle Tramp troupe, flashed before his mind, her youthful, agile form reminiscent of a live leopard. "Oh, this miraculous potion!" Mr. Guerin exclaimed, clasping his hands behind his back and lowering his voice. "Pray tell, dear Lin Chi, what do you believe the worth of this vial to be?" A sudden pop resonated through the air as the little dachshund punctured the cushion, with white cotton fluff swirling about. Mr. Guerin's lips twitched, his intrigue in the potion intensifying. Such force, such potency, it evoked memories of his own youthful escapades. "A vial?" Lin Chi replied incredulously. "Are you jesting? A vial? No. This miraculous potion is complex to concoct, and its ingredients are exceedingly rare. In the mysterious East, only their kings and nobles are privileged enough to partake in its wonders. How could it be so readily available in vials?" With a sly grin, Lin Chi addressed the astonished Mr. Guerin. "One drop for a gold coin. Dear Mr. Guerin, this wondrous potion is sold drop by drop. Observe the living example before you. Your beloved little companion is now brimming with vitality." The unfortunate dachshund had already shredded the cushion, eagerly leaping onto a new one in the corner of the room, its movements vigorous and animated. Mr. Guerin gazed at the remnants of the destroyed cushion, thoughtfully stroking his chin with his cane. "One drop for a gold coin seems a fair and reasonable price. I must concede that this extraordinary potion is worth such an amount." With a puffed chest, Mr. Guerin proclaimed, "This vial would contain approximately 100 drops. If you, Lin Chi, are willing to part with it for 30 gold coins, then you and your associates shall receive exemplary evaluations across all subjects this academic year." Exemplary evaluations across all subjects? Lin Chi thought of the core members of the Iron Fist Brotherhood, whose grades hovered just above passing. He promptly thrust the vial into Mr. Guerin's hands, exclaiming, "The generous Mr. Guerin, it is yours." Chapter 15. The terrifying eastern man's snow continued to fall, accumulating into a thick layer on the rooftops and ground. The northern district of Burley City was a chaotic dock area, known for its disorder, brutality, and danger. In contrast, the southern district was the city's historic commercial hub, where one could find eastern silk and tea, overseas tobacco and jewels, dwarven weaponry, elven artifacts, and an array of peculiar items. Unlike the savage atmosphere of the dock area, the commercial district was rife with a shifty, cunning ambience. The dock was filled with brave souls willing to fight for their comrades, while the commercial area was inhabited by con artists, thieves, and various rogues. Early in the morning, the municipal workers and shopkeeper servants collaborated to clear the accumulated snow from the night before. Perched atop a tall building, cloaked in black, Vic concealed himself behind 3 large chimneys, squinting at a distant street. Following Lin Chi's instructions, Vic had recently gathered men to surveil the crippled man's shop, seeking to uncover the whereabouts of Jiang Yong and his entourage of Easterners. Just as Vic was having breakfast, news arrived that Jiang Yong had appeared alone in the commercial district, inquiring about the prices of various silks and satins at a silk store. From his vantage point, Vic had a clear view of the century-old silk establishment, the Camel's Store. This shop was enormous, 10 times the size of others nearby, filled with silks and precious fabrics from the East. The Camel's Store was as renowned as the crippled man's shop, representing two titans of the underworld in Burly City, each commanding thousands of thugs and rogues. They competed yet cooperated, dismantling each other's operations while uniting against external threats, forming a peculiar symbiotic relationship. For instance, the crippled man's shop would acquire stolen goods from pirates at a low price, while silks and teas would be sold through the Camel's Store. The Camel's Store adhered to the dark rules, never directly sourcing from pirates. They guarded their territories, ensuring their subordinates never encroached upon each other's domains, yet would quickly ally against any threats from the Watch or rival gangs. The crippled man and the camel, two legendary figures of Burly City's shadowy world, had persisted for centuries. Vic possessed enviable eyesight, naturally able to see in the dark, and during the day, his vision extended beyond that of ordinary men, covering nearly 180 degrees in front of him. These traits made him exceptionally suited to be a master thief and assassin. Despite being over 300 meters away from the Camel's Store, Vic could clearly observe everything occurring within, clad in a black cloak that concealed his entire body. Jiang Yong was inside the shop, examining various silks and satins. He occasionally stroked the smooth, precious fabrics, his face adorned with a peculiar, cold smile. Vic was perplexed by the presence of this strange Easterner in the Camel's Store, coming from the East, dressed in exquisite satin. What interest could he have in the silks of the Camel's Store? Was he conducting market research? Like Lin Chi, Vic was also a student of the Fifth University's accounting program. He could only describe Jiang Yong's actions as market research. Perhaps he was investigating the profit margins of transporting silk from east to west. Squinting at Jiang Yong, Vic's gaze drifted to two ragged, emaciated men loitering in front of the Camel's Store. These individuals were not affiliated with the Iron Fist Brotherhood, but were local thugs from the Southern Commercial District, capable of doing anything for a price. Since this was the Camel's territory, Vic was reluctant to deploy his own men to monitor Jiang Yong. Instead, he paid these two ruffians a mere 10 coppers to keep an eye on him. These thugs were of little use. Vic himself was the primary observer. The two ruffians served merely as bait, tools to provoke Jiang Yong's attention, allowing Vic to gauge his true strength through his reactions. Vic understood the nature of these thugs. Even without revealing his payment, they would not let go of a prime target like Jiang Yong. He eagerly anticipated what would transpire next. Was Jiang Yong a wolf in sheep's clothing or a genuine prize? Jiang Yong spent nearly an hour in the Camel's Store, while Vic, freezing on the rooftop, finally saw him exit the establishment, hands clasped behind his back as he strolled leisurely down a narrow alley. Vic wiped the frost from his nose, silently cursing Jiang Yong's mother, and stealthily followed along the rooftops. With his extraordinary eyesight, Vic monitored Jiang Yong's every move. The two thugs did not disappoint his expectations. Shivering from the cold, they trailed behind Jiang Yong, following him into an isolated alley. To Vic's delight, the thugs exchanged glances before drawing their daggers, stealthily closing in on Jiang Yong. From over 300 meters away, Vic wore a triumphant smile as he observed the thugs advancing on Jiang Yong, the secluded alley proving to be an ideal location for robbery and murder. If Jiang Yong's display of strength fell short, Vic would not hesitate to provide him with a crossbow bolt. With a sinister chuckle, Vic prepared to enter a stealthy state when suddenly he felt a chill run down his spine, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Goosebumps erupted all of Chapter 16, Captured by Misfortune, the Celestial Knight. Vic felt as though he were on the brink of madness. Both he and Lin Chi had mistakenly assumed that Jiang Yong was merely a high-ranking knight, never imagining that he possessed the strength of a celestial knight. Unlike an ordinary robust man, a fully grown adult, no matter how physically strong, cannot be bestowed with the title of knight without the awakening of potential and the mastery of qi. This notion has been passed down since the era of the ancient Dark Age and the Age of Destruction, well before the Revival era. In the West, this qi is referred to as battle qi or fighting qi. In the East, it is called inner qi or yuan qi, although the terminology differs. The essence remains the same, an immense power unleashed from within after pushing the physical body to its limits and extracting latent life potential. The 9 hues, white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and purple gold, represent the unique colors of battle qi possessed by knights of the 3 ranks, human, earth, and celestial. These colors correspond with the 9 layers observable in the atmospheric sky, known as the 9 colors of the 9 heavenly realms. Knights of the human rank wield white, red, and orange battle qi. Earth rank knights possess yellow, green, and cyan. while celestial knights are characterized by blue, purple, and purple-gold hues. The so-called high-ranking knights are merely those of the orange and yellow standards among the human or earth ranks, while a cyan earth high-ranking knight is exceedingly rare. Yet, Jiang Yong turned out to be a celestial knight with purple battle chi. Human rank knights can effortlessly defeat foes exceeding tenfold their number, while earth rank knights can contend with hundreds, even thousands, on the battlefield. As for celestial knights, unless faced with adversaries of the same rank or formidable capable ones, the numbers mean nothing in their presence. Vic had only recently broken through from pale pink to pure white. Attaining the pinnacle of human rank, and with another 2 years of effort, he might reach the mid-tier of human rank, equivalent to the red battle chi level. The strongest within the Iron Fist Brotherhood was merely Enzo, who possessed deep red battle chi, along with Lin Chi, the elusive leader of the Brotherhood. With such feeble strength, to devise a scheme against a celestial knight endowed with purple battle chi was tantamount to courting death. Moreover, Jiang Yong was not alone. He had a dozen companions by his side. If those companions were all of celestial strength, no, they need not all possess celestial might. Even if they were merely of high earth rank, they could effortlessly sweep through the dark underbelly of Balali. Aside from the imperial military, which harbored a multitude of elite knights, in the immensely powerful church, no faction on the western continent could contend with a celestial knight. Boss, what kind of devilry led you to choose such a cursed target? This is dire, truly dire. Vic remained in shock from the gruesome scene he had just witnessed, 2 living beings obliterated in an instant by Jiang Yong's strike. The Iron Fist Brotherhood had participated in numerous large-scale brawls, and Vic himself had dealt severe wounds and even claimed lives with crossbows. Yet, he had never witnessed such a bloody, brutal spectacle. 2 living souls reduced to countless icy fragments in a single blow. The cruelty of Jiang Yong's attack was chilling. How could one so mercilessly extinguish 2 lives without a moment's hesitation? The very thought of that bloody carnage made Vic tremble uncontrollably. Lost in contemplation of Jiang Yong's origins, Vic neglected the circumstances surrounding him. In the alley beneath the chimney, a dozen burly men were mercilessly beating a pallid youth. A flamboyant young man adorned in fine garments, with a sword at his waist, stood in the alley, grinning as he watched the youth being pummeled to a bloody pulp. Vic recognized the flamboyant youth, Rabbit Charlie. He was a student at the Imperial Military Academy, a year ahead of Lin Chi and Vic, currently in the 4th year. His nickname, Rabbit, stemmed from his cowardly nature. Whenever he found himself at a disadvantage in skirmishes against the Iron Fist Brotherhood, he would flee without a second thought, thus earning the moniker from Lin Chi. Rabbit Charlie was a staunch rival of the Iron Fist Brotherhood, a member of the Round Table Knights, an organization primarily composed of students from the military academy. Both factions comprised unruly students vying for control over the university town, competing over the affections of certain beautiful female students, and engaging in numerous brawls for a variety of peculiar reasons over the past 3 years. Although the Round Table Knights held an advantage in martial skills and individual strength, due to Lin Chi's leadership, they had suffered defeat in 9 out of 10 skirmishes. Now, seeing Vic isolated without a single ally, Rabbit Charlie was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. A pale halo enveloped Vic as he summoned every ounce of strength to dash toward the alley's exit. Yet, a faint pink aura emanated from Rabbit Charlie, who pursued him with a speed just a fraction faster. Vic had barely taken a few steps when Rabbit Charlie closed the distance behind him. A hefty wooden club swung in from the side, crashing down onto Vic's knee. With a pained cry, Vic was sent sprawling to the ground, and Rabbit Charlie immediately pounced upon him. "Hey, you bastard! Finally caught you!" Charlie exclaimed, delivering a punch to the back of Vic's head, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 17. Alarmed snowflakes danced down from the heavens as the morning classes concluded, and students of the 5th University spilled out of their classrooms. The air was infused with the tantalizing aroma of delicious meals, particularly the rich, mouth-watering scent of fried bacon that made one's stomach grumble in anticipation. The students formed an orderly line, traversing the freshly swept pathways towards the dining hall. Aside from a few military academies under the jurisdiction of the military, the academic institutions in Burley University Town adhered to a semi-militarized management style, resulting in most students behaving with utmost decorum in their daily lives. Thus, they marched to the dining hall with a notable military bearing. Lin Chi stood on the terrace of his dormitory, clutching a bottle of liquor as he gazed at the procession of students passing by. He let out a belch. In a world where rules are established, there are inevitably those who defy them. Without a doubt, Lin Chi was one such rule breaker. He raised the bottle and took a hearty swig of the strong liquor, mumbling incoherently about that scoundrel Baron, expressing his intent to settle the matter of the amulet with him. That fool nearly cost me my life. With satisfaction, he patted the bulging pouch at his waist and erupted into a hearty laugh. Despite the peril he had faced, he had emerged alive from the Master's tower. Not only that, but he had also amassed a substantial fortune of 30 gold coins, enough to indulge himself lavishly for the upcoming month-long winter break, especially with Mr. Grant's verbal assurance he need not worry about the year-end examinations. He and his band of brothers could all advance to the fourth and final year of their studies with exemplary grades. Such outstanding performance would serve them well. Whether they sought positions in the Empire's administrative sectors or as aides to noble families. The once tidy single dormitory was now in disarray, with dark rum bottles strewn across the floor. In the center stood a small square table, cluttered with remnants of delectable meats, smoked bacon, sausages, roast chicken, and steak, barely leaving a few scraps behind. Enzo lounged on Lin Chi's bed, his legs propped up on the bedside table, contentedly picking his teeth with a toothpick. Beside him rested a tin cup, filled with a sweetened cup of black tea. He squinted his eyes in bliss, humming a tune, after a hearty meal. Savoring a fine cup of tea, now that is the life of a noble. Similarly satiated, with a round belly and an oily complexion, Julian sat at the writing desk, inspecting himself in a palm-sized mirror, meticulously wiping away remnants of food from the corners of his mouth with a white silk scarf. Hearing Enzo's words, Julian shot him an incredulous glance. Enzo, even nobles do not indulge in such lavish feasts and exquisite teas every day. With a satisfied belch, Julian stared at a solitary smoked chicken wing left in the paper, contemplating whether to devour it as well. His stomach was already full to the brim. Yet the allure of that chicken wing was simply too tempting to resist. With a deep sigh, Julian shook his head. At least for 3 years before I met the boss, I hadn't touched a drop of tea in the university town. He glared at Enzo in irritation. It was true that he hailed from a fallen noble family, and how dare Enzo remind him of that? Had it not been for Enzo's superiority in physical prowess, Julian would have ensured that Enzo could never reclaim his manhood. Harboring bitter thoughts against Enzo, Julian mused that perhaps if Enzo lost that capability, he might abandon his ambitions of nobility? After all, having been companions for years, everyone knew why Enzo was so fixated on becoming a noble. His desire was perhaps the most peculiar in the world. Feeling the effects of the alcohol, Lin Chi stumbled over to the table and generously tossed a handful of gold coins onto its surface. Dear treasurer, please take good care of the brothers. For those struggling at home, see that they each receive a couple of warm garments. And for those with children, let us send sturdy breadsticks to help them through the winter. Aside from Enzo and Julian, the last occupant of the room was Gran, who continued to indulge in food and drink at the table. Gran, who was not particularly tall, weighed twice as much as Lin Chi, embodying the archetype of a fifth university accounting major's parasitic physique. His ample form occupied nearly half the small dormitory, with a pig's tail protruding from his mouth. Gran's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the coins Lin Chi had scattered. Swiftly, he grasped the coins in his hand, rubbing them against his face affectionately before struggling to swallow the pig's tail. Boss, rest assured, I shan't waste a single copper coin. Though Grant's combat prowess was non-existent, he was the most trusted treasurer of the Iron Fist Brotherhood. He was a remarkable character, indeed. Lin Chi had befriended him after witnessing Grant's defiance against 2 brutish military academy students who had attempted to extort him, only to find a mere 2 copper coins. Yet, at the moment those coins left his pouch, Grant had leaped up with the fury of a demon, shattering over 30 ribs of the 2 towering warriors. Such a feat left Lin Chi in awe of Grant's capabilities, and thus Grant became an indispensable member of the Iron Fist Brotherhood. With Grant's frugality in managing their finances, everyone felt secure, truly at ease. As Lin Chi watched the coins gradually disappear into Grant's pouch, his heart twisted painfully, nearly bringing him to tears. He murmured softly, "Oh, beloved coins, you are about to depart from me." Just as Lin Chi wallowed in his sorrow, the dormitory door was violently thrust open. The rotund Father Baron wedged himself through the doorway, wiping the sweat from his brow as he began to exclaim in disarray. "What a disaster! This has nothing to do with me. Lin Chi, your brother Vic has been captured by the Round Table Knights." Chapter 18. Terms of exchange almost simultaneously. Enzo and Julian seized Father Baron, each grabbing a shoulder and violently dragging him into the room, slamming him to the ground. A crisp sound of a weapon being unsheathed echoed as Lin Chi produced a gleaming, single-edged battle axe from an unseen location, furiously pressing it against Father Baron's neck. The terrified Father Bahrain opened his mouth to cry for help, but Grantham swiftly sat on his stomach. The crushing weight caused Father Bahrain's eyes to bulge. He exhaled. All air expelled from his chest, rendering him unable to utter a sound. Grantham grunted, shifting his weight, causing Father Bahrain's spine to emit a groan of protest. Yulian swiftly closed the door, while Lin Chi slowly bent down, his face inches from Father Bahrain's. The priest's face was turning purple under Grantham's weight, gasping for air like a fish out of water, yet Grantham's considerable weight restricted his breathing. Vic was captured by the Knights of the Round Table? Lin Chi inquired slowly. Father Bahrain looked at Lin Chi, a pathetic gurgling sound escaping his throat. He was merely an intermediary, connected to various student groups in the university, simply a messenger. Feeling the cold axe blade against his neck, Father Bahrain fervently prayed to the heavens, begging for divine retribution to strike down these villains. How could a model student, a future pillar of the empire, conceal such a barbaric weapon? If Father Bahrain was not mistaken, the axe Lin Chi wielded was typically used by butchers and slaughterhouses to deal with large livestock. One swing could cleave a person in two. This is a student dormitory. Why would such a tool exist here? Despite his experience, Father Bahrain's mind was baffled, especially with the axe pressed against his neck. His thoughts were frozen. Grantham munched on a boiled egg, scrutinizing Father Bahrain's complexion. When the priest's face was on the verge of turning black, he slowly stood up and carefully sat on a wooden stool. He had to be cautious, ever since he had collapsed Lin Chi's bed half a year ago, resulting in a severe beating. He had become more prudent. Thus, it was fortunate that he hadn't broken Father Bahrain's ribs. Father Bahrain gasped, emitting an odd whistling sound. He coughed violently before stammering, "It has nothing to do with me. You know, it has nothing to do with me. I have no dealings with those thugs from the military academy. Father Eisen is the chaplain there. I have nothing to do with those lowlifes." Lin Chi stared at Father Bahrain, ignoring his cries, and said coldly, "If we were to chop you into 18 pieces and dump you into the Seine at midnight, you would float hundreds of miles downstream by morning, and Father Bahrain would cease to exist." Father Bahrain paled, trembling as he said, That's murder." Lin Chi blinked and sneered, "Incorrect. It's not murder. It's accidental drowning." Father Bahrain almost wept, his voice a mixture of fear and anger as he hissed, "Chopped into 18 pieces? How is that not murder?" Lin Chi nodded as if enlightened, scraping the axe blade against Father Bahrain's oily neck, and said, "Indeed, you're right. Accidental drowning wouldn't result in 18 pieces. Then, we'll get you drunk, knock you out, and throw you into the river?" With a strange chuckle, Lin Chi said ominously, "Someone drunk and unconscious, would they be able to swim?" Tears streamed down Father Bahrain's face as he moaned, "But Mr. Lin Chi, we're friends. Lin Chi scoffed, shaking his head firmly, "No, we're not friends anymore. As of last night, we're not friends. So you'll accidentally fall into the water. And even if the constables find you, it'll be ruled as accidental drowning after a drunken stroll." Father Bahrain blinked, his tears ceasing as he looked at Lin Chi thoughtfully. After a moment, he nodded slowly, "That amulet. I apologize. I grabbed the wrong one. It wasn't the one personally made by the Archbishop. But believe me, I didn't intentionally deceive the esteemed Mr. Lin Chi. I grabbed the wrong one while drunk." With a profound sigh, Lin Chi nodded, "Indeed, you grabbed the wrong one. And I almost got incinerated by Master Coca's fireball." Father Bahrain raised 3 fingers, 300 indulgences, at cost price, you understand. Lin Chi glared at Father Bahrain, gritting his teeth, 300 indulgences, 3,000 coppers. After deducting costs, my profit is a mere 10 gold coins. Is my life worth so little? 2,000 indulgences. At cost price, you understand. Father Bahrain glared at Lin Chi, his voice low with anger. 2,000? The market will be flooded with fake indulgences not produced by the church. Do you know the trouble that will cost? 1,000 at most. Or you might as well kill me, and I want half the profit. Otherwise, just kill me. Lin Chi sheathed the axe, the heavy weapon vanishing as if by magic. Enzo and Yulian helped Father Bahrain up, their faces beaming. 1,000 indulgences not printed by the church was a decent profit, and Father Bahrain was now their benefactor. So they had to treat him with respect. Clapping his hands lightly, Lin Chi said coldly, "All right, now, dear Father Bahrain, please tell me, how did those vile, unscrupulous, degenerate scoundrels capture Vic? And what are their demands?" Father Bahrain wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, snatched a bottle of wine from the table, and gulped it down. Belching contentedly, Father Bahrain squinted. "I truly don't know the details of how they captured Vic, but their demands are not simple. Lin Chi, they want several leaders of your Iron Fist Brotherhood to meet them at midnight tonight in the alley behind the Sword and Beauty Tavern." Father Bahrain's expression turned grim. They want you to bring enough gold coins. Lin Chi's mouth twitched. The Sword and Beauty Tavern was a regular haunt for students from the military academy. Chapter 19. Gold Coins. My Fate in the Afternoon. Lin Chi unusually strode into the classroom with his backpack. The vast semicircular amphitheater was already populated with numerous students, with Graham and Yu Lian flanking Lin Chi, confidently settling into the central position of the front row. The other students in the front row cast a glance at them before swiftly relocating to the rear, leaving a 5-meter radius devoid of their presence. This was the result of the formidable aura that Lin Chi and his companions exuded. Professor Cohen, renowned at the Fifth University as a parasite among parasites and a vampire among vampires, had once wielded significant power as the chief minister of the logistics department of the imperial military. However, following allegations of embezzlement, he was expelled from the military and stripped of all titles by His Majesty Louis XIII. With a heavy heart, he sought refuge at the Fifth University, leveraging his financial expertise to secure a position as a professor in the accounting department. Moreover, should one discreetly offer Professor Cohen a few gleaming gold coins, his casual insights could yield substantial profits. Thus, come rain or shine, even amidst the fiercest storms, Lin Chi had never missed a single lecture of Professor Cohen. As the bell rang to signal the commencement of the first class of the afternoon, the slender and sharp-faced Professor Cohen, with his triangular eyes resembling those of a ravenous wolf, steadily entered the classroom with a deliberate gait, hands clasped behind his back, his stooped posture betraying his age. Upon his entrance, the hundreds of third-year accounting students, including Lin Chi, Graham, and Yu Lian, rose in unison, applauding vigorously to pay homage to this eminent figure in the realm of finance. Once holding the esteemed position of Chief Minister of the Logistics Department, overseeing the logistics and supply management for millions of imperial troops, Professor Cohen had, prior to his rise, been burdened with debts exceeding 1,000 gold coins. Yet, after 3 years in his role, upon his expulsion, he had amassed a staggering sum of 50,000 gold coins in a secret account at a bank, an enigma that remained concealed until a banker, a confidant of one of Cohen's political adversaries, betrayed him. No one was privy to the origins of his wealth or whether he maintained additional clandestine accounts with other bankers. Everything remained shrouded in mystery. Before his dismissal, the emperor had summoned 36 auditing accountants to scrutinize the logistics department's accounts from the past 3 years for 3 months. Finding no discrepancies whatsoever, every copper coin's expenditure was accounted for, reflecting Cohen's seemingly unblemished integrity. Yet, the existence of that 50,000 gold coins in his secret account raised questions. No one knew how Professor Cohen had acquired such wealth. Had it not been for the betrayal by the banker, Professor Cohen might still hold his prestigious position. Rumors had even circulated that the emperor intended to appoint him as the Minister of Finance. For Lin Chi, Graham, and Yu Lian, whose aspirations for wealth were insatiable, it was only natural for them to regard Professor Cohen with reverence. Professor Cohen stood confidently at the podium, surveying Lin Chi in the central front row with a satisfied nod. He lingered on Graham for a moment, particularly fond of his unyielding desire for wealth. Clearing his throat, he slowly raised his right hand. What is our purpose? Gold. 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 The students of the accounting department roared in unison, their eyes ablaze with fervor. What is our belief? Professor Cohen continued. Gold. 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 The students shouted again. What is our life's goal? Professor Cohen's voice rose an octave. Countless gold coins. More gold coins. As many gold coins as possible. The atmosphere in the classroom reached a fever pitch. With a soft sigh, Professor Cohen solemnly reminded all present. Choose a trustworthy banker. Slightly shaking his withered hand, he commenced his lecture for the afternoon, focusing on how to accurately calculate the safe limit of embezzlement in a noble family based on their title and assets. Lin Chi and his companions listened intently, every word infused with the promise of glittering gold. 2 hours swiftly passed, and as Professor Cohen exited the classroom with the same steady gait, Lin Chi hurried to catch up. Discreetly, he slipped a gold coin into the professor's pocket and presented him with a parchment from Master Kacha. The parchment detailed the rare and costly materials Kacha sought from the Fifth University's logistics department for his experiments. Professor Cohen glanced at the parchment, squinting thoughtfully for a moment before gently patting Lin Chi's shoulder. In 10 years, the moonflower can be blended with the moonlight grass, both in shape, scent, and other properties are nearly identical. A single moonflower is valued at 3 gold coins, while the moonlight grass is merely fodder for horses. We require 3,000 moonflowers, and once ground into powder, there will be no issues. Calculating in his mind, Professor Cohen nodded. 3,000 moonflowers mixed with 30 moonlight grasses poses absolutely no risk. Lin Chi's eyes gleamed with reverence as he bowed deeply to Professor Cohen. The professor smiled with satisfaction, lightly patting Lin Chi's shoulder. You are a promising student. Continue to strive diligently. Chapter 20. The Dizziness Potion. Upon the conclusion of Professor Cohen's lecture, Lin Chi immediately busied himself. His first destination was the logistics department, where he submitted the list of materials requested by Master Kocha. While the procurement of most materials posed little challenge, the collection of 3,000 10-year-old 10-leaf moonflower plants would require considerable time, anticipated to be completed in 2 months. After retrieving some existing materials from the logistics department, Lin Chi extorted a talisman from Father Baron and apprehensively stepped into the Master's tower. This time, Master Kocha appeared unusually composed. As Lin Chi entered the laboratory, he found the Master seated on a wooden stool in the corner, savoring a viscous, sickly green liquid bubbling ominously in a crystal beaker. Upon noticing Lin Chi's presence, Kocha placed the beaker on a black basalt workbench. In doing so, he exerted a bit too much force, causing the beaker to wobble slightly and splash a few drops of the noxious liquid onto the workbench, which began to hiss and emit a faintly acrid odor that rapidly filled the laboratory. Lin Chi shuddered. Surely, only a creature as peculiar as Kocha could indulge in such a terrifying concoction. The liquid seemed to possess potent corrosive properties. A mere sip would likely dissolve a normal person's innards. With an odd chuckle, Kocha muttered, I've been experiencing some digestive issues lately, so I concocted a digestive remedy to clear my bowels. Well then, have you brought everything I requested? Carefully placing the numerous wooden boxes he carried onto a materials table, Lin Chi bowed respectfully and replied, Esteemed Master Kocha, the 3,000 10-year-old 10-leaf moonflower plants will take approximately 2 months to gather. As for the other materials, such as the brain matter of the two-headed serpent, the warm blood of the white-maned winged tiger, and the teeth of the black-toothed poison bat among the 18 other components, those will also require 1 to 2 months to procure. Useless fool. Kocha narrowed his eyes, a flicker of green light dancing within them, leaving Lin Chi uncertain whether the insult was directed at him or the officials in the logistics department. After a moment of contemplation, the master slowly rose and murmured, I need to prepare a potion, and these materials are indispensable. Since it will take 2 months to obtain them, Lin Chi recalled his father's letter and quickly interjected. Esteemed Master Kocha, there is less than a month before the winter break, and the muscles in Kocha's face twitched as he coldly interrupted, but before that, prepare 2 months' worth of food for me. You wouldn't want me to starve to death here, would you, Lin Chi? Last time, I nearly had to rely on potions to stave off hunger. Lin Chi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he suddenly remembered that after delivering a large quantity of smoked meat and other provisions to the master yesterday, Kocha had likely overindulged, disregarding his digestive capacity. Poor Master Kocha, it was no wonder he was now resorting to that dreadful digestive remedy. Forcing a sheepish smile, Lin Chi bowed slightly and said, That was my oversight. I beg for your forgiveness. Observing that Kocha seemed to be in a relatively good mood today, Lin Chi cautiously added, Then, may I return tomorrow to replenish your supplies? I have some pressing matters to attend to this evening. Kocha regarded Lin Chi with surprise, tilting his head as he asked, Pressing matters? What pressing matters? Who dares to trouble you? Do they not understand that you serve me? Who is provoking you? And by extension, challenging my authority? After 3 years of servitude to Kocha, Lin Chi was witnessing this humanizing side of the master for the first time. Was he perhaps protective, or merely concerned about his own reputation? Regardless, it was a fortuitous development for Lin Chi. Clearing his throat, Lin Chi adopted a pitiful demeanor and spoke softly. As you know, I have diligently served you for 3 years. I have also been a model student at the academy, consistently ranking at the top of my accounting program. With a deep sigh, Lin Chi gazed imploringly at Kocha and continued, However, as you are aware, this world contains both good and evil. In Borelli University Town, there exists a group of rogues who thrive on extortion, using their violence to oppress us. The Round Table Knights, they're a band of scoundrels, Lin Chi exclaimed, shaking his fist in anger. They are a gang of ruffians from the military academy, plotting daily to exploit us poor students. Tears streamed down his face as Lin Chi gritted his teeth and confessed, My dearest friend, Vic, was captured by them today. They demand that I pay a ransom at a designated location tonight. They threaten that if I do not provide sufficient funds, they will break Vic's limbs. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chi lamented, You know we are all impoverished students. Otherwise, why would we seek to serve the esteemed masters in the tower? Kocha paused, a thoughtful look crossing his face as he nodded slightly. It seemed plausible, given the notorious reputation of the Master's Tower, which had seen dozens of servants perish each year, who but the destitute would risk their lives to serve the peculiar beings within. Lin Chi grasped tightly the potion bottles. 3 vessels of dark liquid crudely labeled powerful dizziness. Your generosity surpasses that of the gods, dear Master Kocha. Rest assured, I shall serve you wholeheartedly. Lin Chi bowed deeply to Kocha once more, his heart swelling with gratitude. Chapter 21. The Tavern in the Dead of Night. Snow fell in a swirling frenzy. The frigid winds from the Odin ice plains howled wildly, enveloping everything in their path, while snowflakes, as large as clenched fists, plummeted from the heavens, creating a cacophony as they struck the thick blanket of snow below. A dim red glow seeped through the edges of the heavy clouds above. Whenever this eerie luminescence appeared, the denizens of the western continent knew that the true winter was upon them, heralding the arrival of the 3 most arduous months of the year. It was said that this layer of crimson light in the sky was the blood and fire ignited by the malevolent deity worshipped in the Odin ice plains, clashing with the gods revered by the inhabitants of the continent, staining the heavens with its hue. In the northwest corner of the southern commercial district of Barely, less than 2 miles from Barely University Town, stood a modest tavern, aglow with light and alive with the sounds of merriment, its nightlife thriving. The tavern's entrance was small, barely accommodating 2 or 3 patrons side by side. Above the door hung a sign depicting a flamboyant beauty leaning against a massive, rusted battle sword. The black iron and wood sign swayed erratically in the biting wind, occasionally colliding with the wall, producing a dull thud. This was the Sword and Beauty Tavern, a favored haunt for the students of Barely Military Academy, seeking leisure and entertainment. Upon entering the tavern, one would traverse a narrow alley leading to a small square capable of housing a dozen or so double-raned carriages. A 2-story building rose in the north, with the upper floor serving as an inn and the ground floor hosting the tavern's operations. The tavern's proprietor, the formidable Big Sword Joe, was a middle-aged man whose left cheek bore the scar of a deep, sword-inflicted gash, rendering half his face nearly skeletal. A veteran who had survived the deadly grind of the Isle Wars 30 years prior, this tavern was his inheritance. After taking over from his father, he leveraged his military connections to transform the quaint establishment into a haven for the students of the military academy, leading to a prosperous business. Behind the modest bar, Big Sword Joe, once a fierce warrior wielding a heavy sword against orcs, now diligently polished a large goblet with a cloth. A handful of rather ordinary-looking yet strikingly voluptuous barmaids stood behind the counter, laughing heartily as they flirted with the disheveled students from the academy crowded at the bar. Though it was well past midnight, the students paid no heed to the academy's regulations, reveling in their drunken escapades. Many among them belonged to the Round Table Knights. Their leader, the boisterous Black Horse House, holding court at the tavern, rendering military discipline a matter of little concern. In a quiet corner of the tavern, the tall and robust Black Horse House sat boisterously at a round table, flanked by several prominent members of the Round Table Knights. The timid and cowardly Rabbit Charlie also occupied a seat at the table, yet his lowly status was evident. No one paid him any mind. Black Horse House gulped down fiery spirits, the alcohol igniting a fervor in his veins, causing his eyes to redden. Hailing from a distinguished family of valiant lords, with a father renowned within the military, Black Horse House was filled with bravado. Tonight he would crush the Iron Fist Brotherhood, who had opposed him for 3 long years. 3 years prior, the Round Table Knights had reigned supreme as the largest student organization in Barely University Town, casting a long shadow over all students. At that time, extorting money from timid, weak-born students had yielded Black Horse House nearly 100 gold coins a month. He had just taken over the leadership of the Round Table Knights from his elder brother upon entering the military academy. However, his prosperous days came to an abrupt halt with the sudden rise of the Iron Fist Brotherhood. Led by Lin Chi, the Brotherhood was devious and cunning, and within 3 short months, the once mighty Round Table Knights were brought to their knees. Other student factions seized the opportunity to emerge, and the former dominance of the Round Table Knights faded into obscurity. Unsurprisingly, Black Horse House's monthly income dwindled from 100 gold coins to a deficit. Fortunately, today they had captured Vic. As a core member of the Iron Fist Brotherhood, Lin Chi could not afford to disregard Vic's fate. Slamming his goblet onto the table, Black Horse House declared loudly, "Today, right here, I demand." Lin Chi kneels and begs for mercy. Nearly 100 members of the Round Table Knights raised their goblets in unison, erupting into laughter. They clamored to obliterate the Iron Fist Brotherhood. yearning for the return of the Round Table's glorious reign over Barely University Town, envisioning the students' gold, silver, and copper coins flowing into their coffers like a mighty river. Black Horse House indulged in a hearty burp, patting Rabbit Charlie on the shoulder with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Charlie, you've done splendidly this time, preserving our military academy's honor. Remember, we are the regular army. They are merely a band of ruffians. We shall triumph. We absolutely will." This was the pride of the Round Table Knights. All members were students of the military academy, self-proclaimed as the regular army. In contrast, Lin Chi's Iron Fist Brotherhood comprised dozens of core members from various universities. While the hundreds of thugs and errand boys were indeed the scoundrels Lin Chi had entangled with. In this regard, Black Horse House had not unjustly accused Lin Chi. Just as Black Horse House boasted of his intent to completely defeat Lin Chi and his cohorts, shadows flickered outside the tavern, as a group of unidentified individuals stealthily approached. Several muffled groans echoed as a few servants tending to the horses outside were struck from behind, rendered unconscious. Chapter 22. The invasion. In the dimly lit atmosphere of the Sword and Beauty Tavern, the Black Horse House and its band of brothers reveled in merriment. With over an hour remaining until their midnight rendezvous with Lin Chi, wherein he was to negotiate in the alley behind the tavern. Armed with a sufficient cache of gold coins, Lin Chi, accompanied by the Iron Fist Brotherhood, comprised of 10 elite warriors, arrived outside the tavern. Among them were Yu Lian, Enzo, and the 7 swordsmen led by Enzo, all of whom were renowned figures within the Army Academy, loyal companions of Enzo, and fervent warriors. In contrast to the Round Table Knights, whose members primarily hailed from the Army Academy, the Iron Fist Brotherhood was a diverse assembly. With its most formidable contingent being Enzo and his 7 comrades, known as the blood-clad 7 swordsmen. Clad in formidable attire, they donned thick, warm fur coats as they stealthily navigated the alley, keeping close to the walls to evade the patrolling dragon knights and the secret of constables clad in copper helmets. The howling wind and swirling snow rendered the presence of both the dragon knights and the constables negligible, their vigilance waning to a mere whisper, oblivious to Lin Chi and his party's movements. In a secluded corner of the alley beside the tavern, the towering Lin Chi crouched against the wall. The agile Enzo deftly leapt onto the wall, followed by the blood-clad 7 swordsmen, who quickly scaled the structure, with Enzo assisting Lin Chi in his ascent. Once inside the tavern, Yu Lian sauntered to the entrance, vigorously banging on the door's knocker, clenching a snow-laden cigar. He brushed the thin layer of frost from his temples, grumbling loudly. Within the tavern's courtyard, a few servants busied themselves with feeding the horses in the stable while struggling to pull thick curtains to shield them from the biting cold and snow. Abruptly, the sound of Yu Lian's banging echoed, momentarily startling the servants, who cautiously approached the tavern's entrance. Aware that the tavern had been requisitioned by the Round Table Knights for the evening, they speculated if perhaps the adversaries of the Round Table were upon them. One servant lingered behind, prepared to rush inside and alert the authorities at the first sign of trouble. As the servant's attention was captured by the door's incessant banging, Lin Chi and Enzo surged forward like frenzied bears. Lin Chi brandished a hefty ironwood club, striking the last servant at the back of the group squarely on the back of the head, rendering him unconscious. The howling winds and swirling snow masked the commotion, as Enzo, accompanied by the blood-clad 7 swordsmen, swiftly dispatched the remaining servants. Enzo flung open the door, and Yu Lian, cigar in mouth, nimbly slipped inside, slamming the door shut behind him. As Lin Chi and Enzo stealthily approached the tavern, Yu Lian moved hastily towards the stable, retrieving a clay jar from beneath his coat and pouring a potent, alcohol-laden liquid over the hay within. While Yu Lian completed his task, Lin Chi advanced toward the tavern, exchanging a knowing glance with Enzo. Together with the blood-clad 7 swordsmen, they donned ghostly white masks, then kicked open the tavern's door. Lin Chi hurled 3 vials of incapacitating potion into the establishment, the small glass containers shattering upon impact, releasing an odorless, colorless gas that swiftly permeated the air. The nearest chapter 23, the city in turmoil. With a spirited demeanor, Lin Chi stood atop a high building, leaning against a chimney, eagerly observing the tavern engulfed in flames. Yu Lian was an experienced arsonist, possessing a unique talent for igniting fire. As he himself boasted, he excelled at setting ablaze everything in existence, yet, as he also claimed, his greatest skill lay in kindling a roaring fire within the hearts of beautiful women. While the effectiveness of his charm may be questionable, the inferno before them was undeniably magnificent. Enzo, perched on a bronze gargoyle atop a downspout, chewed on a baco and betel nut, chuckling as he critiqued Yu Lian's boastful proclamations. Lin Chi, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, inhaled deeply and gradually released the smoke through his nostrils. The fire at the stable intensified, causing over 30 startled horses to emit sharp whinnies as they galloped frantically across the small square in front of the Sword and Beauty Tavern. One horse, in its panic, shattered the back door in the corner of the courtyard, allowing the throng of horses to escape in a whirlwind. With a mischievous laugh, Enzo nimbly leapt from the rooftop. The 6-story building provided him ample opportunity to descend gracefully, using the ledges to cushion his fall, and he landed effortlessly on the ground. He waved goodbye to Lin Chi, disappearing into the shadows alongside the bloodied 7 swordsmen, who wore expressions of delight. Lin Chi spread his arms wide, gazing into the distance at the flickering shadows on the streets, and silently chuckled. At least 3 squads of patrolling dragon knights had arrived on the scene, with nearly 100 mounted soldiers racing around the tavern, dispersing the curious onlookers drawn to the commotion. Dozens of secret police, clad in heavy overcoats and copper helmets, frantically sounded their whistles, desperately summoning the fire brigade responsible for extinguishing residential fires in the commercial district. The piercing sound of the sirens was heart-wrenching, and in the distance, several crimson lanterns swiftly approached. 100 shivering men, disheveled and frozen, pushed large water carts towards the chaos. These were the professional firefighters under the auspices of the Borelli City Hall, their lives and livelihoods hinging upon the outcome of this blaze. Successfully extinguishing the fire would reward them handsomely, while failure could lead to severe penalties, including imprisonment. Fortunately, to guard against the icy northern winds, the better buildings in Borelli were constructed from stone, and the Sword and Beauty Tavern was no exception, built with sturdy blue stone slabs boasting excellent fire resistance. Thanks to the firefighters' efforts, the conflagration was quelled within a quarter of an hour, resulting in minimal damage. Only the roof of a neighboring flour mill suffered from the blaze. Just as the flames were extinguished, the dragon knights dismounted their steeds, rushing into the tavern alongside the secret police. Inside, screams erupted from both men and women. The tavern's second floor housed approximately 50 weary travelers resting in their rooms. The arrogant dragon knights and the fearless secret police stormed in, some seeking out the tavern's patrons, while others violently barged into rooms, searching for suspicious individuals. After all, it had been nearly 30 years since the end of the century-long Land Island War, and the remnants of that brutal conflict were still fresh in the minds of the people. During that time, Borelli had witnessed numerous fires instigated by enemy sabotage. For 3 decades, the city had been free from nighttime infernos, but today's fire had undoubtedly roused some sensitive nerves. Doors to the guest rooms were smashed open, and travelers were roughly escorted outside. The howling wind chilled those in their nightclothes, causing them to shiver uncontrollably, with a few delicate young women fainting from a combination of fear and cold. Amidst the chaos, a louder commotion erupted from within the tavern. The wailing of sirens reached a deafening crescendo as a dragon knight stepped outside, snapping a small scroll and tossing it into the air. A fireball, the size of a human head, shot skyward with a piercing shriek, soaring over 300 meters before exploding in a tremendous roar, creating a brilliant white fireball with a diameter of several meters. The entire city of Borelli was thrown into disarray. This was an emergency signal reserved for situations where the patrolling dragon knights required immediate reinforcements or faced an insurmountable crisis necessitating the presence of their superiors. Lin Chi could hardly contain his laughter. Black Horse House had surely met its demise this time. Over 100 students from the Imperial Army Academy, intoxicated and violating military regulations, had spent the night in the tavern, inadvertently igniting the fire. Not only would the Round Table Knights suffer from this misfortune, but the Sword and Beauty Tavern would also bear the consequences. This incident would not only alarm the higher-ups at the Army Academy, but would also attract the attention of influential military figures. Given that Black Horse House hailed from a noble lineage, his deep-rooted connections would only exacerbate his predicament. The venerable Louis XIII would certainly not tolerate such disgrace within an institution he had painstakingly established. Reflecting on his own involvement in breaching the tavern, Lin Chi was confident he had left no traces behind. With a sigh of relief, he observed the dragon knights beginning to expand their search radius. Like a nimble cat, he descended the building and darted down the street towards the 5th University. Lin Chi possessed the perfect alibi, claiming to be diligently transcribing scriptures for the great deity during the incident, with Father Bearing as his witness. Even the Borelli secret police would not dare question him. With divine authority above all, who would dare to challenge Lin Chi, shielded by the radiance of the gods? Oh, great deity, I shall assist you in swiftly selling those 1,000 indulgences. Lin Chi prayed fervently as he sprinted through the night, Chapter 24. My territory. As dawn spread across the eastern horizon, the sky gradually brightened. The fierce cold wind continued to howl, yet the heavy snowfall had abruptly ceased. The residents of Bailey collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, many venturing outside to engage in various activities, resulting in a noticeable increase in the throngs populating the streets and alleys. Numerous individuals were animatedly discussing the events that transpired at the Sword and Beauty Tavern the previous night, a sudden conflagration. Over 100 inebriated and unconscious students from the military academy, the furious arrival of the Empire's Minister of Army, and the visibly agitated principal of the military academy, who nearly drew his sword on the scene. Rumors began to proliferate in the streets, with an array of bizarre accounts circulating among the populace. Some claimed the military academy students were gambling in groups. Others suggested they were engaged in illicit transactions, while whispers accused the Sword and Beauty Tavern of being a sordid establishment, where many of its female attendants were involved in indiscretions with the students. Various scandals spread like wildfire, and amidst the stark winter with scant entertainment news, these tales rapidly traveled across the empire and to Western nations via the post carriages. Mr. Grant, drowsy, alighted from his carriage at the entrance of the 5th University, where the biting wind made him shiver momentarily, jolting him into alertness. He straightened his posture, embodying the dignified spirit befitting a director of academic affairs, a lord, and a cultured individual of high society. With a rosy complexion, Mr. Grant was in high spirits. Having enjoyed a splendid night in a clean, comfortable, secluded, and undisturbed upscale inn, he had spent a passionate evening with Gina, the lead dancer of a gypsy theatrical troupe. The delightful little vixen was truly invigorating. Although Mr. Grant felt aches in his waist and legs, and his arms trembled, he felt as light as a feather, as if he could soar through the skies. Last night, he experienced a rejuvenation akin to a decayed tree sprouting new buds, a sensation akin to the exhilarating conquest of a stronghold, a joy that swept over him like a tempest. The vigor he felt was enough to make his adversaries beg for mercy. It was not merely a physical satisfaction. Psychologically, Mr. Grant was immensely gratified. Reflecting on how Gina lay in bed, languid and motionless until dawn, he instinctively reached into his pocket, carefully grasping the vial of elixir that Lin Chi had sold him. Astonishing, truly astonishing, the vitality coursing through him was driving him to madness. He resolved to procure several more vials from Lin Chi at any cost. Presently, he held the position of Director of Academic Affairs at the 5th University, and once the aging principal retired or unexpectedly passed away, he was likely to ascend to the role of principal himself. As a holder of the title of Lord, after the demise of his wife's father, he could potentially inherit at least an earldom from that affluent family. His status was exalted, and he enjoyed a stellar reputation, being well regarded in the upper echelons of Bailey society. After all, the empire had not engaged in war for 30 years, and intellectuals had supplanted warriors as the most respected figures in the empire. What more could he desire? Perhaps the only thing lacking was the irretrievable youth. However, the elixir sold to him by Lin Chi possessed the miraculous ability to restore his youth. Hence, at any cost, even at the price of 100 gold coins per vial, he was determined to acquire more. If Lin Chi was willing to sell him several additional vials, he could even recommend Lin Chi for further studies at Bailey's First University after graduation. Should Lin Chi manage to secure a diploma from Bailey's First University, the empire's oldest royal academy, his future would be sufficiently assured, granting him a position as a junior official in any administrative department. Thus, he could subtly suggest this to him. Mr. Grant's spirits soared, as long as Lin Chi was willing to sell him more of that elixir. A mere recommendation was insignificant. He possessed the authority to extend such a privilege. It was his responsibility. Yet today's inspection was abruptly interrupted, igniting Mr. Grant's ire. He glared at a haughty troop of dragoons and a dozen shadowy figures exuding a sinister aura as they stormed into the university, heading towards the largest male dormitory building. Fury surged within him. What was the meaning of this? When had these uncouth dragoons, these secret police entangled in conspiracies, gained the audacity to brazenly invade a noble university? This institution nurtured the empire's elite. Each student here was a paragon of talent. How dare these ruffians, who ought to mingle only with the dregs of society, venture here so audaciously? What was particularly intolerable was that they dared to trespass upon his territory. This was the 5th University, the esteemed domain of Lord Grant. And they had the audacity to storm in early in the morning? Clearing his throat heavily, Mr. Grant sought to admonish these audacious intruders. However, his cough was feeble against the howling wind, and the dragoons and shadowy figures failed to hear his warning, continuing their vigorous advance towards the dormitory. Barbarously colliding with a few students who had just descended the stairs, charging ahead with a synchronized, heavy gait like rabid dogs. Before long, the building echoed with the distinctive shouts of the dragoons and shadowy figures as they conducted their inquiry. In the name of the imperial crown, please open your doors. Within the span of a breath, a dull thud resounded. Evidently, the irate dragoons and shadowy figures had forcefully shattered a door, invading the room unceremoniously. Mr. Grant's eyes twitched violently. He trembled with indignation. This was utterly outrageous, simply intolerable. How could these brutish thugs disregard the noble lord? Enraged, Mr. Grant bellowed, pointing at the nearest attendant, "Go summon everyone. Bring every available person, all guards, all teachers and students from the disciplinary office." Wielding his cane in fury, Mr. Grant stormed towards the male dormitory, resolutely refusing to permit anyone to act so brazenly on his territory. He was the embodiment of the highest authority in this place. Chapter 25. In the name of the divine, a formidable squad of 15 dragon knights and 12 bronze-capped soldiers stormed into the dormitory building, making their way with precision to Lin Chi's single dormitory. One of the bronze-capped soldiers adjusted his imposing brass helmet, shaped like half an olive, and rapped sharply on the door. "In the name of the imperial royalty, please open your door." In less than a breath's time, when the brown door remained shut, the bronze-capped soldier stepped back 2 paces. 2 dragon knights seized a leaden battering ram and, with a fierce shout, brought it crashing down upon the door. In that instant, a faint crimson glow emanated from both dragon knights, a similar hue flashing upon the leaden ram. The oak door succumbed to the force, splintering as debris violently surged into the room. 7 or 8 dragon knights drew their swords and rushed inside, one of them savagely kicking a small table to smithereens. The table, which had held a jar of frozen water and a piece of black bread, shattered upon impact, scattering the contents across the floor. The single dormitory, already modest in size, felt utterly overwhelmed as the towering dragon knights filled the space. A gaunt, pallid bronze-capped soldier entered with an air of superiority, declaring, "Is Lin Chi a student of Class 1, Year 3 in the accounting program of Burleigh Fifth University, residing here?" The soldier raised his almost invisible eyebrows, sneering as he proclaimed, "In the name of the imperial royalty, you are under arrest. We possess ample evidence linking you to last night's assault and arson. Should the charges be substantiated, you will languish in prison for 20 years, poor child." The bronze-capped soldier glared at Lin Chi, slowly drawing a pure steel baton, poised to administer a lesson. In the name of the imperial royalty? Lin Chi stood calmly, carefully placing his rabbit fur brush, a gift from the east, onto the desk. He turned to face the dragon knights and the bronze-capped soldier, articulating each word with gravitas. "In the name of the divine, I implore you to vacate my room. Otherwise, your action shall constitute a sacrilege against the divine. Should the charges be substantiated, you will face the judgment of the ecclesiastical tribunal and be condemned to the stake." In the name of the divine? The once boastful dragon knights and bronze-capped soldiers fell silent, the slender soldier's baton mysteriously vanishing from his grasp. They exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to a peculiar pin holder on Lin Chi's desk featuring an iron cross bound by chains to a winged figure, the rabbit fur brush resting upon the figure's shoulder. Beside it lay a small bowl of golden ink, shimmering with a divine luminescence, swirling as if alive, exuding an aura of sanctity and spirituality. The dragon knights knew little of this, yet the leader among them gasped. "The pen of condemnation, the holy water of atonement," he murmured, recognizing the essential tools of ecclesiastical scribes. Lin Chi's choice of a rabbit fur brush, rather than the favored quills of the Western nobility, indicated a sacred purpose. It was only used to transcribe prayers during the New Year's ceremonies, as the old year faded and the new approached. The quill, delicate and dainty, lacked the grandeur capable of producing bold strokes like an Eastern brush, and thus, ecclesiastical figures prided themselves on mastering the brush's art. Those who could not would hire others to transcribe their prayers. During this sacred act, one must abstain from meat and wine, consuming only water and black bread, both present on Lin Chi's table, alongside the pen of condemnation and holy water of atonement, clearly indicating his divine task, transcribing a prayer for the deities. Cursed be this situation. All the dragon knights and bronze-capped soldiers furrowed their brows, recognizing the clash between the imperial royalty and the divine. Ordinarily, the former would falter in such a confrontation. "Oh, God, condemn these blasphemers who tarnish your glory. May they be burnt at the stake," along with their families and neighbors, even the midwife who delivered them. How could such sinners profane your honor? As the dragon knights and bronze-capped soldiers deliberated their predicament, the portly Father Baling rushed in, breathless and animated, unleashing a torrent of invective upon them. As the assistant priest of Burleigh Fifth University, he held a unique position, responsible for the spiritual guidance of all students within the institution. Though an assistant priest wielded less power than a deputy chief of security or a captain of dragon knights, Father Baling was undeniably a mid-tier priest, with a status that surpassed theirs. Faced with Father Baling's wrath, the dragon knights and bronze-capped soldiers lowered their heads in unison, their hearts knotted in anxiety. They had stirred a significant trouble. In the name of the divine, Father Baling bellowed, "Anyone who disrupts my transcription of the New Year's prayers deserves death. You all should be sent to the stake. No, the stake would be too merciful. You should be subjected to boiling oil, drenched in searing fat, and have molten lead poured down your throats before facing the stake to receive divine retribution." The faces of the dragon knights and bronze-capped soldiers paled as realization dawned upon them. They regretted provoking such a formidable trouble in their attempts to curry favor with Chapter 26. Atonement. Father Baron was vehemently berating the unfortunate dragon knights and the brass-hatted officers, while the irate Mr. Grand stormed towards the dormitory with a large entourage. As one of the Empire's foremost institutions of higher learning, the Fifth University boasted an expansive campus, fortified by nearly 100 guards. Additionally, the discipline office, responsible for maintaining order among the students, was staffed with a group of robust teachers and students on call. With a full 200 individuals following Mr. Grand, they effectively barricaded a corridor. What was even more astonishing was the presence of 10 half-orcs among the guards accompanying Mr. Grand. Their pronounced foreheads, dense black body hair, and elongated faces indicated their descent from the union of minotaurs and humans. The century-long War of the Lands had seen the northern islands and various nations embroiled in conflict, resulting in a considerable number of such hybrids. While some of the more savage and brutal half-breeds had been executed by the Empire and the Church, many others, like the Minotaurs, known for their steadfast and gentle nature, served loyally within the human empire. After all, Minotaurs are inherently trustworthy and, once tamed, become the most loyal subordinates. Their physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary humans, and their innate prowess commands respect. Even the half-breeds of Minotaurs are excellent candidates for warriors, as they tend to advance in martial training at a significantly greater pace than common folk. Moreover, these hybrids typically do not occupy high positions. They usually serve as laborers or ordinary guards, receiving lesser compensation than their equally ranked human counterparts. Thus, the presence of 10 Minotaur half-breeds among the guards of the Fifth University was not particularly unusual, yet for the dragon knights and brass-hatted officers, these powerful half-orc descendants represented a considerable threat. Mr. Grand, in a fit of rage, waved his staff as he approached the dumbfounded miscreants. His voice stern as he articulated each word with precision. "Who granted you authority? Who bestowed upon you the audacity to violently intrude upon the campus of the Fifth University?" Raising a finger, he declared ominously, "First, you have disrupted the normal educational order of this institution. I shall formally petition the Minister of Education to lodge a protest with the military and the Security Bureau." The dragon knights and brass-hatted officers quivered simultaneously, beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. Raising a second finger, Mr. Grant continued with a sardonic smile, "Second, you have violently destroyed the doors of our dormitory. As public servants of the Empire, you brazenly vandalize imperial property. I will bring this charge before the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Education." The dragon knights instinctively took a step back, inadvertently revealing two hapless individuals still grasping the battered door hammer. Mr. Grand dismissed the trembling dragon knights with a glance, raising a third finger as he seethed. "Third, this is a sacred campus, a place where the Empire nurtures its talent. How dare you brandish your swords and threaten a diligent university student? Who granted you this power? Do you remember the final stipulation of the Imperial Education Law?" The dragon knights stared blankly at Mr. Grand. As elite forces stationed in the capital city of Bolele, they were skilled in combat, but their knowledge of the Empire's legal statutes was lacking. However, the cold sweat on the brows of the brass-hatted officers betrayed their anxiety. As members of the secret police, an integral part of the Empire's law enforcement, they could not possibly be unfamiliar with the Imperial Education Law. The final stipulation of the Imperial Education Law states, "Any student of an imperial university who violates the law must appeal to the university administration before any enforcement actions can be taken against them." The Empire is vast, with a populous citizenry. Yet those who enter the Bolele University city especially those who gain admission to its most prestigious institutions, are distinguished individuals of exceptional intellect and character. Thus, the last provision of the imperial education law offers them a measure of leniency. Even the nearly omnipotent secret police must consult with the university administration before taking action against a student. Regardless, the Dragon Knights and brass-hatted officers had entered the dormitory without notifying the university administration, intending to apprehend Lin Qi. They had even resorted to violent means to breach his door and had drawn their weapons to threaten him. A thorough investigation would reveal that they had already violated imperial law. The expressions of the Dragon Knights softened slightly. Their unfamiliarity with legal texts suggested that the responsibility should not rest solely upon them. In stark contrast, the brass-hatted officers appeared utterly despondent, akin to having lost a loved one. The gaunt officer stammered, "Sir, please allow me to explain." Suddenly, Father Baron leaped up, striking the thin officer across the face with a resounding slap that nearly toppled him. With fury, Father Baron bellowed, "Explain what? What is there to explain? Take your explanations to the holy tribunal. You wretched sinners dared to interrupt Lin Qi's work. He was transcribing sacred prayers for me. You blasphemous heathens." Mr. Grand's gaze flickered with approval as he regarded Father Baron. The priest often served as a mediator between Mr. Grand and many others, facilitating numerous matters that were less than dignified. Thus, Mr. Grand knew Father Baron well. They were old friends with a long-standing rapport. As Father Baron took decisive action, Mr. Grand cleared his throat and, with a commanding voice, chastised, "Respected Father Baron, have they also interrupted the sacred transcription of prayers? Good heavens! The transcription of sacred texts must not be interrupted. These heathens, I shall join you in reporting them to the holy tribunal. They deserve the harshest punishment." Father Baron nodded gravely. And in that moment, the embodiment of secular authority, Mr. Grand, and the representation of divine power, Father Baron, formed a formidable alliance. They towered over the Dragon Knights and brass-hatted officers, instilling such dread that not a word could escape their lips. The gaunt brass-hatted officer, still reeling from the slap, was on the verge of tears. He stuttered, desperate to speak, yet under the formidable pressure of Mr. Grand and Father Baron, he could only lower his head in submission. Passively awaiting the judgment of fate, Lin Qi emerged from his room, his expression somber. He glanced at Father Baron before approaching Mr. Grand, respectfully bowing before him. "Your Excellency, the Director of Academic Affairs, and Your Excellency, Father," he addressed them, "they are indeed guilty beyond redemption, yet the great deity shows mercy. Their sins, though serious, are not irredeemable." Father Baron's eyes brightened suddenly as he produced a thick roll of indulgences from his sleeve. "Lost children, atone for your sins." Chapter 27. Deeper Sin Indulgences. That wondrous creation emerged post the Lu Island War, conceived by a sagacious figure within the church as a remedy for its plummeting financial resources. A mere scrap of paper, no larger than a hand and too coarse even for the most menial of uses, bore a few divine admonitions alongside cryptic symbols, transforming into the church's most formidable tool for wealth accumulation in the last 3 decades. The cost of an indulgence was negligible. Merely a single copper coin could yield a dozen. Yet the most basic indulgence was sold for 10 copper coins, resulting in profits that drove the entirety of the church to a state of frenzy. The ingenious architect of this indulgence had since ascended to one of the most prominent positions within the church, wielding substantial authority over its financial operations. A figure of immense power and influence. An indulgence could absolve one of certain sins, and with sufficient indulgences, one could ostensibly cleanse oneself entirely of all transgressions, ensuring that upon death, one would ascend to the heavenly realm instead of descending into hell, basking in eternal bliss under the divine protection of the gods. Yet, as humanity perpetually generates new sins, the church advocated that each citizen ought to procure 1 or 2, or even 3 to 5 indulgences daily to atone for their daily misdeeds. Just as Lin Qi sold 6 daggers that day, he spent his last 20 copper coins purchasing 2 indulgences from Father Baron. Lin Qi did not genuinely believe in the efficacy of the indulgences. He merely sought a semblance of peace of mind. However, the ordinary populace remained blissfully ignorant of this reality. They devoutly exchanged their hard-earned copper coins for various indulgences, their wealth flowing into the church's coffers, which rapidly established it as the wealthiest entity on the continent in the aftermath of the war. Father Baron, before the assembled dragoons and copper-hatted soldiers, produced a thick stack of indulgences. Under the overwhelming pressure of secular power and divine authority, the soldiers found themselves dazed. Stripped of their rational faculties, they obediently surrendered their entire wealth. each purchasing a substantial pile of indulgences. Father Balin nodded in satisfaction, tapping the dwindling stack of indulgences in his hand, declaring, "Now, your sins have been absolved for today. But remember, do not commit the same transgressions again. You have interrupted my sacred transcription of the prayer scrolls and wasted holy water for penance. I shall send a bill to the garrison and the dragoons' headquarters." Mr. Gran puffed out his chest, glancing at Lin Chi's shattered door before observing the pallid faces of the dragoons and copper hats, mindful not to overstep. Unlike Father Balin, who could disregard the formidable backing of the dragoons and copper hats, Mr. Gran preferred to tread lightly, for he was merely a man of the secular world. Clearing his throat, Mr. Gran prepared to offer some conciliatory words when Lin Chi stealthily approached him, lightly brushing against the ample folds of Mr. Gran's outer robe. Instantly, Mr. Gran sensed an unusual weight in the right pocket of his robe, reminiscent of the times when subordinates covertly slipped coins into his pocket to solicit favors. With a commanding gaze upon the ashen-faced dragoons and copper hats, Mr. Gran spoke coldly, "You must replace the door you have damaged, and pay a fine thrice its value as punishment. You disrupted the normal academic order by invading the school grounds. Each of you will be fined 1 gold coin as a reprimand. You frightened the students of this dormitory, thus, you must compensate each affected student with 10 silver coins for their distress." After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Gran nodded thoughtfully, "Considering you were merely following orders, you shall produce 50 gold coins, and we shall consider this matter resolved." A distinguished lord of the empire, the director of academic affairs at the 5th University, and a potential future president, he deemed it only fitting to receive some remuneration for standing against the dragoons and copper hats on behalf of a student. Otherwise, it would be an affront to his status. Lin Chi stood beside Mr. Gran with a humble smile, embodying the demeanor of a diligent and upright student. He widened his innocent eyes, feigning a mixture of trepidation and confusion as he regarded the colorless faces of the dragoons and copper hats, as if puzzled by why these representatives of state authority had come to confront him. The dragoons and copper hats, pale as corpses, recoiled at the thought of a 50 gold coin fine. They had toiled early that morning to capture Lin Chi, having only received a mere 10 gold coins as compensation for their efforts. They had just exhausted their savings on a pile of papers, deemed blasphemous for their mundane use. And now they were being levied an additional 50 gold coins in fines? Driven to desperation, the gaunt copper hat glared wide-eyed, summoning the courage to exclaim, "Sir, we were merely following orders." Mr. Gran, incensed, was taken aback that these transgressors of the empire's educational laws, who had interrupted the sacred transcription of prayer scrolls, dared to speak thus. He raised his staff, ready to assert his authority, when Lin Chi interjected nonchalantly, "Since you were merely following orders, the primary culpability does not rest with you." With a touch of compassionate sympathy, accompanied by an almost sanctified smile, Lin Chi addressed the gaunt copper hat. Then, "Esteemed officer, please enlighten me. Who commanded you to apprehend me? Who assured you of ample evidence to implicate me?" Lin Chi continued solemnly, "You are but instruments of command. Even if you have transgressed the laws of the empire, your sins have been absolved. Yet, the one who directed you to seize me is the true sinner. The deeper sin lies within him, and he must be held accountable." The dragoons and copper hats fell silent, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice broke the silence. "Indeed, I acknowledge my transgressions." Chapter 28. Family feud. Behind Mr. Glenn stood a formidable entourage of guards, while teachers and students parted ways, revealing a broad corridor. A robust young man, clad in a black short cloak, adorned with a heart-shaped breastplate on his left chest and a sword at his waist, strode in with an air of authority. His high-top riding boots bore 2 gleaming golden spurs at the heels, which clinked melodiously as they struck against one another. The youth's countenance could be deemed handsome, accentuated by his strikingly light golden hair. Alas, a deep scar marred his left eye, extending from his brow to his chin, utterly detracting from his appearance. It seemed his eye had been injured as well, for a black eye patch was firmly secured over it, concealing his left eye beneath its leather cover. Lin Chi's expression soured. Was he a member of the Black Horse House? He had heard whispers that the Round Table Knights were an inheritance from Black Horse House, passed down from his elder brother, who had graduated at the top of the Imperial Military Academy and was said to have earned considerable accolades in the army. Once, he had overheard Black Horse boasting, intoxicated, about how his elder brother had led a team of the Empire's finest knights on a daring expedition to the Northern 5 Islands, where they raided a werewolf tribe and returned in glory. The aura emanating from the young man suggested he was indeed a seasoned warrior. akin to the band of outlaws under Lin Chi's father's command. A squad of 6 lightly armored soldiers followed closely behind the youth, their chins held high at a 45-degree angle, their faces adorned with arrogance and pride. Such brazen warriors were a sight to behold, eliciting furrowed brows from Mr. Glenn and Father Baron alike. The young man approached Lin Chi, his solitary eye fixated upon him, and slowly extended his hand with a smile. Lin Chi, is it? I sincerely apologize for my earlier misjudgment. I should not have heeded House's drunken ramblings. He is yet to grasp the reality of the situation. Gazing at the hand extended before him, Lin Chi straightened his posture, resolutely clasping his hands behind his back. To shake hands with this youth, Lin Chi would not stoop to such folly. Clearly a battle-hardened elite, he had no desire to compete in strength with him. Though Lin Chi had trained under his father and a band of eccentric uncles from a young age, honing his physique since the age of 3, he saw no need to engage in a contest of power. What would victory yield? What of defeat? As a student of the 5th University majoring in accounting, he must embody the virtues of an exemplary scholar. He must always remember that he was a thinker, not a brawny warrior wielding weapons indiscriminately. After a brief pause, Howling calmly addressed, "However, I implore the esteemed Director of Academic Affairs and Father Baron to refrain from holding them accountable. They are devoted individuals deserving of respect. I trust you would not be so unforgiving over a minor error." Howling proudly presented his family lineage, the Pavel family, which had risen to prominence during the century-long Island Wars, with nearly all male members holding military positions. Although their title was modest, their latent influence was formidable. By invoking his family name, Howling implied that unless Mr. Glenn and Father Baron wished to sever ties with the Pavel family, they would have to let the matter rest. After all, Lin Chi had not suffered as the Dragon Knights, and the copper-hatted soldiers had already faced punishment. The aristocracy of the Empire had its own unspoken rules. Even though Father Baron was a servant of God, transcending worldly power, he dared not offend a family of substantial potential. Especially considering Lin Chi had nearly cleaved himself into 18 pieces with an axe just the day before. Father Baron could be deemed Lin Chi's companion, but not a brother forged in the crucible of adversity. Thus, Father Baron puffed out his rotund chest and solemnly declared, "Since they have atoned for their transgressions, it follows that God is merciful." After a brief blink, Father Baron assumed a stance that suggested the matter was of no concern to him. Howling bowed slightly. Offering a sincere apology, the Pavel family will bear all losses incurred. This was my fault. All damages will be the responsibility of the Pavel family. Moreover, I must extend my apologies to Mr. Lin Chi. He is innocent, and it was my inept brother who rambled while intoxicated. Howling's performance was commendable. Lin Chi had prepared irrefutable evidence. How could a diligent university student assisting Father Baron in transcribing prayers be linked to the tavern attack and arson? Therefore, Howling chose not to pursue the matter further. Even if the case reached the king, with a teaching assistant priest as a witness, Lin Chi would surely emerge unscathed. Father Baron and Mr. Glenn departed the dormitory contentedly, aware that Howling likely had private matters to discuss with Lin Chi. The disheveled Dragon Knights and copper-hatted soldiers cast a lingering glance at Lin Chi before hastily accepting a pouch of coins from Howling and exiting the scene. Leaning against the doorframe, Lin Chi smiled at the equally grinning Howling. "Do you have something to say to me, my lord?" Howling ordered the 6 soldiers behind him to disperse the onlooking students in the corridor, then stood before Lin Chi with his hands clasped behind him. He sighed lightly, shaking his head. "House is a fool. He cannot even best you. Born of a military noble family, he is incapable of outmaneuvering an ordinary student from a common background, and he will face severe repercussions from his family." Lin Chi nodded slowly, locking eyes with Howling's solitary one, and scoffed. "And then what?" Howling turned, leisurely making his way toward the stairs. As he walked, he coldly remarked, "The family remembers you. Lin Chi, you have successfully earned the animosity of the Pavel family. However, the family will not stoop to your level. We shall have House defeat you openly, vanquishing your entire lineage." Lin Chi chuckled, shaking his head lightly. "My family? Oh." Perish the thought. Chapter 29. Final examinations. The Pavel family. Would they recklessly wield their familial power against him due to the Black Horse House? Lin Chi doubted that the Pavel family would resort to such measures. As a military aristocracy, their family power was not something that could be easily mobilized. As for retaliation from the Black Horse House, if it were merely a personal vendetta, what reason did Lin Chi have to feel anxious? Thus, the incident involving the tavern fire, which had stirred the upper echelons of the empire, passed without further consequence. The core members of the Black Horse House and the Round Table Knights remained unharmed at the military academy, having only received stern warnings from certain authorities. Meanwhile, over 80 members of the Round Table Knights, who had been incapacitated by a staggering potion that night, faced severe repercussions. They were forced to leave the academy prematurely and join the Imperial North Sea Frontier Army, renowned for its harsh conditions and high mortality rate. The North Sea Frontier Army, primarily stationed at the Norman Fortress, the main battleground of the Land Island War, bore the responsibility of safeguarding against the assaults of orcs, giants, and other malevolent entities from the Five Great Isles. Originally students of the Imperial Military Academy, had these 80 individuals completed their studies, they would have at least joined the North Sea Frontier Army as junior officers. However, their premature departure relegated them to the status of ordinary soldiers, with their records marred by a significant blemish. The North Sea Frontier Army? A mere 10 gold coins could bribe certain intermediaries to ensure these scoundrels met their demise during an orc landing assault. There was no need to concern oneself with them. They would perish swiftly. This was Yulian's immediate reaction upon hearing the news, a sentiment echoed by Enzo. The North Sea Frontier Army's daily casualty rate of 40% was no laughing matter. And so, this matter concluded, with Lin Chi remaining vigilant against any potential retaliation from the Black Horse House, yet without genuine trepidation. As days turned into weeks, the final examinations at various universities in Borelli commenced 2 weeks later. The examinations at the military academy encompassed both strategic and practical components. Enzo, along with the blood-clothed 7 swordsmen, formed a small team under the supervision of a dedicated instructor, departing Borelli for a week-long wilderness survival exercise, a necessary component of their final assessment. Under the watchful eye of their instructor, they would survive in the wild for 7 days, hunting a minimum of 10 standard beasts and 1 exceptionally formidable magical creature amidst the icy wilderness. As a third-year student majoring in accounting at the 5th University, although Lin Chi had cultivated an excellent personal relationship with Mr. Gran, along with his circle of friends, they had been promised top grades. Nevertheless, there remained a formal procedure to be followed. Lying on his desk, Lin Chi stared blankly at the exquisitely printed examination paper before him. The quality of this final examination paper surpassed that of the indulgences sold by Father Baron by more than tenfold. Not only was the paper supple and glossy, but the printed text was also remarkably clear. Lin Chi grasped his quill pen, its nib delicately tapping the examination paper as he slowly sketched the head of a peculiar beast. This creature's head resembled that of a snake, yet was filled with sharp teeth, akin to those strange beasts Lin Chi had seen on the robes of Zhang Yong and others. A flicker of recognition crossed Lin Chi's mind. He seemed to recall having encountered this beast before, aware that it held a unique status in the East, symbolizing a certain special power or authority. Yet, what was this creature called? His classmates around him were scribbling diligently. The examination paper contained only 5 questions. Yet each was a life-threatening comprehensive essay. For instance, the first question inquired about the devastation wrought by the century-long Land Island War on the continental economy and the subsequent changes in imperial post-war tax laws. Faced with such exasperating questions, Lin Chi found himself questioning the sanity of the examiners. As accounting students, their focus should solely be on how to earn gold coins and maximize their profits, ensuring no one could siphon a single coin away from them. Why should accounting students concern themselves with the issues of the Land Island War? The war had ended 30 years ago, stretching over a century. Oh God, may a bolt of lightning strike the professor who set these questions. What did the devastation of the Land Island War have to do with Lin Chi? He only knew that during the century-long conflict, his family's wealth had grown 35-fold under the leadership of his grandfather, his great-grandfather, and even more ancient ancestors. Did the Land Island War truly devastate the continental economy? Lin Chi was utterly oblivious to such notions. Conversely, he vividly recalled his father's complaints during his childhood about the prosperity of the century-long war. What a splendid era it was for a man of merit to amass wealth. At the war's end, a loaf of black bread could be exchanged for 5 silver coins. Dear Lin Chi, a loaf of black bread could fetch 5 silver coins. There was no time more conducive to making a fortune than during the Land Island War. Merely selling black bread was profitable, let alone the human slaves sold through the family-controlled donkey port to the 5 Great Isles, along with the orc and giant slaves bought back from those islands. It was a time of fervent activity. Men of valor could easily prosper. But now, 30 years had passed since the war's conclusion, and Lin Chi's father was burdened with the problem of unsold wheat in their storerooms. The land-island war, what a marvelous phrase. Lin Chi sighed softly, pondering when the next century-long land-island war would erupt. Would he ever witness such a magnificent era belonging to true men of merit in his lifetime? Casting aside the sudden flood of reflections in his mind, Lin Chi gradually followed his recollection, sketching the long, serpentine creature he had seen on Jiang Yong's ropes. He furrowed his brow and sighed in exasperation. That damn Jiang Yong. He was indeed a celestial knight. What unfortunate luck it was that he was a celestial knight. Well, if Jiang Yong was a celestial knight, then those surrounding him must also be knighted individuals, rendering Lin Chi and his small Iron Fist Brotherhood utterly incapable of matching them. The strongest forces within the Iron Fist Brotherhood were Lin Chi, Yu Lian, and Enzo, complemented by the blood-clothed Seven Swordsmen. While the peripheral thugs might intimidate the common folk and ordinary students, facing celestial knights meant certain death. It seemed he would have to relinquish this plump prize. How disappointing it was to let go of such a succulent target. Amidst Lin Chi's continuous lamentations, the final examinations for the accounting program at the 5th University came to a close. Chapter 30. The Decision of the Nobility. Ha! Ha! The resounding shouts echoed continuously, accompanied by the jarring clash of sticks. Less than 10 miles from Borelli City, near the Imperial Royal Summer Hunting Lodge, on a snow-covered training ground, two figures were entangled in a fierce struggle. Dozens of muscular men, bare-chested and clad in tight leather pants, stood barefoot and bald, holding shields and short swords, observing the match with solemnity. Suddenly, a loud roar pierced the air. The long staff wielded by the Black Horse House was deftly knocked away by his opponent, who then lunged forward with a swift strike. The hard ironwood staff thrust forcefully into House's abdomen. With a painful cry, House fell to his knees, clutching his stomach and retching violently, even expelling bitter bile. The scion of the Pavel family had trained his body and honed his fighting spirit from a young age. Having become the lowest-ranked knight by the age of 13, his father had imparted various tactical skills to him since he was 7, using real battle examples from the island wars as his teaching material. Yet, he had been defeated by a rogue from a commoner background. Holding single, I twitched violently. If not for the fact that the one kneeling and vomiting was his own brother, he would have long since put him to death, as he had once executed a cowardly cousin in the army. You have brought shame upon your father. You have disgraced the entire family. Holing stated without reservation. This matter has escalated. Not only the military, but also the civil officials are aware of this disgrace. The youngest son of the Pavel family has been defeated by a gang of ruffians in a student brawl. This incident carries significant weight, and there are already those advising His Majesty questioning your father's leadership capabilities. House, filled with rage, lifted his head and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "This has nothing to do with my father." Holing, with a grim expression, sneered, "However, before our father and the military's political adversaries, this matter is indeed tied to him. The youngest son of the Pavel family, who has received formal military education since childhood, a future elite of the Imperial Army, has been bested by a group of ruffians. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It signifies the failure of our father, the downfall of the Pavel family, and even the disgrace of the entire military establishment." Taking a deep breath, Holing kicked Chapter 31. The family's decision following the unfrozen Seine River northward leads to the only ice-free port in the northern region of the Gaul Empire, Dunkirk. As the third largest port of the empire, it serves as the most significant trade hub connecting the northern nations of the western continent. Dunkirk boasts a thriving population and a flourishing economy, being one of the few commercial centers within the empire. A few miles south of Dunkirk lies an expansive forest of black pines, where the oldest trees have stood for over a millennium, due to legends of bandits roaming within. The law-abiding citizens seldom venture deep into the woods. The terrain within the black pine forest is uneven, and behind a small hill that offers a view of the Seine River stands a collection of wooden buildings constructed among the pines. These rustic structures are spacious and high, connected by enclosed walkways that shield against the howling winter winds. The wooden buildings show signs of age, their exteriors cloaked in thick layers of fallen leaves and moss, intertwined with countless strands of lichen. Even from a distance, one would hardly suspect the existence of such a settlement. The buildings are arranged in a harmonious manner, seemingly designed for mutual concealment and protection, with each structure falling within the range of archers from the others, providing impressive defense capabilities. As dusk approached, within the central wooden hall of one of these structures, nearly 100 burly men stood silently, their faces resolute and proud. The vice president of the Dunkirk Chamber of Commerce, the largest mill owner and the foremost supplier of flour in the region, known as Blackbeard, sat regally in the hall's only gilded chair, draped in a bear fur coat, a hefty cigar clutched between his fingers, surveying the imposing figures of the men before him with satisfaction. His strikingly prominent beard nearly covered half of his face, and like Lin Chi, he bore a sharply defined visage, with dark hair, dark eyes, and slightly yellowish skin, indicative of his pure Eastern descent, yet akin to Lin Chi. Blackbeard possessed an extraordinarily robust physique, towering over many Western men. Unlike Lin Chi's somewhat corpulent form, Blackbeard's stature was that of a mountain, devoid of any excess flesh. Composed entirely of sinewy muscle, seated in his grand chair, he resembled a statue of iron, exuding an overwhelming, wild, and almost suffocating aura of ferocity. Unfortunate news. Once he had extinguished his cigar and crushed it underfoot, Blackbeard growled in a low voice, "Truly unfortunate news. Over the past year, the Empire has enjoyed bountiful harvests, damn it. My 20 warehouses of wheat are on the verge of sprouting, yet I have sold not a single sack of flour." In unison, nearly 100 men sighed deeply, cursing the gods above, lamenting why the Empire has been graced with such favorable weather and bountiful crops in recent years. Their curses were as varied as they were profane, and a keen observer familiar with the local dialects would discern that these men hailed from at least 7 different nations and regions of the northern continent. However, there was good news. After the men vented their frustrations through a torrent of expletives, Blackbeard's countenance brightened as he proclaimed, "The good news is that our inn's business is thriving, and our maritime trade is flourishing as well. Particularly, my brothers have excelled. We have successfully seized 2 gold-laden ships from the Vias Commercial Federation. This profit will sufficiently offset our losses in the flour trade." Clapping his hands vigorously, dozens of men emerged from the back of the hall, carrying heavy bronze chests. These 2-foot square chests were set down with great care, and upon lifting the lids, they revealed a dazzling array of gold and silver coins. Thus, this year, my brothers shall continue to enjoy a prosperous life. But heed my warning. During the 3-month winter recess, you must fervently pray each day for a drought, a flood, or even a locust plague next year. Anything but this incessant bounty. The men erupted in applause, stomping their feet and laughing heartily. Gleaming gold coins and shining silver pieces, Blackbeard remained as generous as ever. Yet, it was also the result of their relentless efforts. Without their toil, those gold-laden ships would not have been seized, and such prosperity would be unattainable. Among the burly men, several figures bore faces that were anything but human. Ogres with fierce visages howled, "Old man, let us lead the brothers. We shall raid the noble estates, wiping out their entire households. Ha ha ha." Such deeds are commonplace. The men brandished their weapons with fervor, disregarding a mere viscount's family. Their essay saying, they believed, there is 1,000 days of thievery, but not 1,000 days of vigilance. These seasoned marauders had years of experience in pillaging and plundering. Yet, Blackbeard stood nonchalantly, a cold smirk playing on his lips. The Pavel family? The very family that boasts of being the pride of the Imperial Army, led by that General Hausen? Iron Hammer grunted, nodding gravely. Hausen is now a major general in the Empire, commanding a standing army of 10,000. It seems the young master has entangled himself with their kin, causing them considerable trouble. They may not take kindly to him. The men momentarily fell silent, then erupted into wild laughter. Blackbeard, the legendary Blackbeard, had dirt on an Imperial Major General. Truly remarkable. Chapter 32. The Magic Tiger Potion. The final examinations at all the schools in Berlelli University Town had concluded, and the students began preparing to return home for the New Year holidays. Moreover, the crippled man had informed Lin Chi that a large vessel would sail downstream at noon. Reaching Dunkerque by midday on the 3rd day, Lin Chi intended to board that favorable ship, but several hours remained before its departure. The sole advantage of taking this ship was its cost-effectiveness. Lin Chi had only a handful of copper coins left, barely enough for him and Enzo to nibble on stale bread during the journey. The ship's fare was waived, courtesy of the shipowner's goodwill towards the crippled man. Humming a nonsensical tune, Lin Chi and Enzo swayed into their dormitory. Under the authority of Mr. Grant, the efficiency of the school's logistics department was commendable. The door that had been shattered a few days prior was already repaired, and Lin Chi's room was tidy once more. As the two entered with laughter and unsteadiness, a sudden burst of flames ignited before them. Lin Chi was taken aback, instinctively suspecting that the Black Horse House had come to exact revenge. He groped behind the door, grasping a single-edged axe firmly in his hand. Enzo, quicker on the draw, swung his arm, thrusting a stiletto towards the source of the light with a piercing whoosh. What followed was a chilling scream. Enzo's stiletto instantly turned a fiery red, the leather wrapped around the chapter 34, the blasphemer diligent Lin Chi walked to the left, while the obsequious Enzo accompanied him on the right, both supporting Ketcha as they exited the boys' dormitory, proceeding along the freshly swept path toward the master tower. Ketcha, in a rare state of high spirits, engaged in a lively exchange with Lin Chi, conversing far more than usual. Lin Chi felt a wave of emotion as he listened to Ketcha. The esteemed master of alchemy had waited an entire night in the dormitory to present him with a potion of great benefit. For a fleeting moment, Lin Chi was struck by a twinge of guilt for the advantages he had appropriated from Master Ketcha. However, that insignificant sense of guilt quickly vanished from his heart. With the entire Empire's treasury backing him, what did it matter if he obtained a few benefits from Ketcha? It was rather Lin Chi who had served him for 3 years, sustaining severe injuries multiple times, living under the constant threat of fireballs. Thus, the potion of the magic tiger was rightfully a form of compensation owed to him. As Lin Chi and Master Ketcha exchanged pleasantries, Enzo stood by, showering praises. Typically strong and resilient, Enzo resembled an indomitable sword. Yet, under the potent allure of the magic tiger potion, he became even more sycophantic than Graham. Lavishing compliments upon Master Ketcha, extolling him as the greatest master of alchemy in the world. Ketcha nodded in agreement, chuckling in his gravelly voice. The greatest master of alchemy in this world? Perhaps it might be me. You possess some discernment. Should you gather the materials to concoct the magic tiger potion again? I shall remember you. Enzo beamed, nodding vigorously, nearly venerating Master Ketcha as if he were an ancestor. Upon reaching the master tower, Master Ketcha suddenly stiffened, leaving Lin Chi and Enzo equally frozen in place. The tower loomed high into the clouds, its northern face coated in a thick layer of frost due to the biting winds and snow, presenting a striking contrast of black and white. Surrounding the tower were verdant trees, with a sizable plaza before the singular entrance. Typically deserted, today the plaza was teeming with clergy clad in black robes, alongside a contingent of church knights in gleaming silver armor, and even a dozen or so judges from the ecclesiastical court, draped in red robes, instilling terror across the continent among nobility and commoners alike. In a hushed voice, Ketcha muttered, "Why are the church officials here?" Lin Chi and Enzo felt a pang of anxiety, recalling the 1,000 indulgences they had sold just days prior. These indulgences, indistinguishable from genuine church-issued ones, had been illicitly printed by underground workshops, with not a single coin benefiting the church. The clandestine sale of counterfeit indulgences was a capital offense, unforgivable by the church. Even genuine indulgences could not absolve the sin of selling fakes. Both prepared to flee at the slightest hint of trouble. Yet, upon reflection, they eased their minds. This was the Master Tower, not their student dormitory, and it seemed the church court was not targeting them. Standing silently at the plaza's edge, they were joined by nearly 100 staff from the 5th University, all cautiously maintaining their silence. Lin Chi even spotted the perspiring Mr. Graham and the university's chancellor, Marquis Brown, whom he had only encountered once upon enrollment. He also noticed 2 imperial ministers adorned in elaborate sashes, likely high-ranking civil officials of the empire. The banners of the church, emblazoned with the iron cross of fiery retribution, fluttered ominously, casting a crimson glow that was blinding. Tension hung in the air. No one dared to speak, each person holding their breath. The Iron Cross was the emblem of the ecclesiastical court, and anyone who offended this organization faced relentless pursuit. It was said that no one had ever escaped their grasp. After an extended silence, a shrill scream erupted from within the Master Tower. "I am innocent. I am innocent. What I speak is the truth. Your doctrines are mere void lies. I am innocent. I am innocent. The land we inhabit is not flat. The sun and the stars in the sky, The scream abruptly ceased. A group of armored church knights emerged, dragging a diminutive old man with an oversized head from the tower, his mouth gagged with a rag as he struggled futilely against their grip. "In the name of the divine, arrest this heretic who proclaims the doctrines of demons." A judgmental priest clad in crimson robes, adorned with an iron cross entwined with thorns, his presence suffocating, intoned gravely, "We request an explanation from the Gallic Empire regarding this matter. How has this heretic, this vile blasphemer, managed to hide within your territory for so long?" Marquis Brown, the chancellor of the 5th University, stammered, "Your Excellency, he is a metallurgical expert hired by our empire." The crimson-clad priest scoffed mockingly, gesturing for the clergy to escort the captured old man away. He ominously declared, "A metallurgical expert? Repent, you deluded mortals. If you cannot discern his true nature, you too shall face judgment. For those who cannot recognize the truth are surely tainted by the blasphemer." Marquis Brown trembled at the priest's words, lowering his gaze in fear, unable to utter another word. The two ministers, adorned with sashes, exchanged glances and bowed their heads in trepidation. Even as imperial dignitaries, they felt powerless before the divine authority. Akin to leaves in a tempest, lacking control over their destinies. A procession of clergy departed, with the highest-ranking priest in crimson robes trailing behind, his cold, unforgiving gaze sweeping over all present like a venomous serpent. His eyes lingered momentarily on Master Ketcha, who bowed slightly in respect. The priest paused before Ketcha, darkly intoning, "Any blasphemer shall be delivered to the pyre." Master Ketcha bent his waist, submitting to the priest's authority. Chapter 35. Homecoming. The church brazenly apprehended the esteemed imperial professor of the Tower of Masters, along with imperial ministers, marquises, and high-ranking officials, including the eccentric Master Ketcha. Before the judgment of the clergy, none dared to utter a word. The overwhelming authority and formidable presence of divine power left a profound impression on Lin Chi. If I could ascend to the upper echelons of the church, I would surely amass great wealth, Lin Chi thought instinctively, associating the church's authority with its riches. His observation was astute. The armor worn by the church knights was a luxurious triple-layer design. The innermost layer comprised pure steel chainmail. The middle layer was composed of flexible scale armor, and the outer layer was a robust plate armor. Each layer was adorned with rare metals and gemstones inscribed with numerous runes, effectively repelling both physical and magical assaults. Such a suit of armor must be worth thousands of gold coins. In stark contrast to the mere dozens of gold coins for a set of pure steel plate armor worn by the Imperial Dragon Knights. The Church Knights resembled living embodiments of gold. Indeed, their wealth stemmed from the sale of indulgences, leaving them exceedingly affluent. Even the leading blood-robed priest bore rings on all 5 fingers that could instantly unleash spells, each valued at over 10,000 gold coins. The priest's hand alone could rival Jiang Yang's entire right hand in terms of worth. These church enforcers, roaming the land to apprehend individuals, were extravagantly rich. As for the church's higher-ups, those wielding scepters, the archbishops, and other eminent figures, did they feast upon pearls and drink nectar of melted gold daily? The thought of plundering the church's treasury conjured visions of immense wealth. If Lin Chi could manage such a heist, perhaps his life's aspirations would materialize instantaneously, to dwell within a palace constructed of gold while alive, and to rest eternally in a golden tomb after death. The prospect was tantalizingly rich. Lin Chi smacked his lips, wiping away the drool that nearly escaped. Standing on the deck, Lin Chi was lost in thought while Enzo had mingled with the sailors, generously inviting them to share his blend of betel nut and tobacco, while also accepting their poorly rolled cigarettes. Enzo busied himself assisting the sailors in hoisting the sails and tidying the deck. As an accomplished swordsman, he possessed ample strength, making these tasks mere trifles. After all, Enzo did not share Lin Chi's audacity, having taken a favorable ship to Dunkar. He felt compelled to contribute something in return for the fare saved. What a spendthrift! Lin Chi glared at the industrious Enzo. You expend too much energy. You'll be ravenous later. Do you not realize we can only survive on dark bread for the next 2 days? Darn it. I've spent the last copper on black bread. He patted his seemingly clean purse and sighed deeply. Lin Chi grinned and waved enthusiastically at the cripple. Not far behind the cripple lay his shop, and on the highest terrace of the inn, Jiang Yong stood curiously observing them. The black poisonous lizard atop Jiang Yong's round hat shimmered faintly. Casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yong, Lin Chi inhaled sharply. Damn it. A celestial night, how am I to contend with that? The passenger vessel trembled slightly as it glided downstream, propelled by the current. The Seine River, the only non-freezing river in the northern continent, defied explanation. Even in the bitter cold of winter, a mere finger-thick layer of ice formed on its surface. Unlike other rivers which froze to great depths, with a layer of iron affixed to the bow, ordinary vessels could easily navigate the thin ice. Accompanied by the crackling of breaking ice, the passenger ship slowly entered the main channel, accelerating downstream. From this point, following the Seine River northward, one could reach Dunkar in no more than 2 days. It was Lin Chi's home, the ancestral territory nurtured over countless years. According to his family's records, the Lin family had resided in the Dunkar region since the time of the Great Cataclysm. The Lin family was renowned in the underworld of the Western continent. The Black Tiger family truly reigned like a fierce beast in the north. All clandestine enterprises in the northern regions were either directly controlled by the Black Tiger family or required them to receive a share of the profits. This family's influence was immense. Despite suffering significant losses during the century-long island wars, their power remained formidable. Moreover, While the wars weakened the bloodline of the Black Tiger family, they also facilitated the expansion of their wealth and influence. Now, the Black Tiger family was at its most vulnerable, yet paradoxically at its most powerful. Silence enveloped the journey as heavy snow blanketed both banks of the Seine River, rendering the landscape a monotonous white devoid of scenic allure. Passing through a quaint town named Le, Enzo momentarily drifted into reverie. It was his hometown. Sipping cold water and gnawing on dark bread, Linchi and Enzo endured 2 days like devoted clerics, until finally, a towering lighthouse, nearly 100 meters high, appeared ahead. Dunkar had arrived. The crew erupted in excited shouts as the vessel languidly approached the dock. Linchi and Enzo disembarked via the gangplank, gratefully waving at the ship's captain. With a gentle tug at the still-gazing Enzo, Linchi expertly led him into the bustling crowd at the dock. Chapter 36. Brothers walking along Oak Street from the bustling Dunkirk dock, passing 7 public gardens, which means traversing 7 intersections of major thoroughfares. One arrives at the verdant slopes of Beach Hill, the oldest residential area of Dunkirk. The streets here are spacious and tidy, although the pavement is damp. There is no trace of accumulated snow. Majestic old mansions occupy expansive plots, their grand entrances imposing and secure. The carriages gliding along the streets are adorned with traditional decorations, exuding a subtle air of ancient elegance, each drawn by magnificent steeds, all strikingly white and of considerable stature. Enzo's eyes reddened as he gazed at the horses pulling the carriages, each one a thoroughbred worth at least 1,000 gold coins, creatures that ought to gallop across battlefields. Yet here they were, harnessed to the carriages of the affluent. Lin Shi, noticing Enzo's peculiar gaze, smirked and quipped, "Well, during the island wars, these people had to resort to donkeys for transport. But nowadays, which household does not boast 7 or 8 thoroughbreds? To be without them is simply unthinkable." With a wistful sigh, Lin Shi shook his head. "All these wealthy folks, Enzo, this place is filled with the affluent. You know, when I was a child, I could stroll down these streets and extort pocket money from their little ones, always managing to collect a dozen gold coins." With a clean flick, he spat into the roadside gutter, gazing nostalgically at the sky as he lamented, "Ah, the fervent days of youth. Alas, such splendid times were fleeting. I was soon sent off to Berlelli." As Lin Shi reflected on his past, a delicately crafted white carriage, adorned with ivory, pulled up beside them. The sheer curtain of the window lifted, revealing a girl of considerable beauty, her face partially peeking out in astonishment. "Lin Shi? Is that you?" Enzo burst into hearty laughter, while Lin Shi scowled at the retreating carriage, muttering through clenched teeth, "I remember that woman. Well, it was merely because her brother refused to pay me protection money that I cracked his skull and pushed her into the gutter. But aside from that, what else did I do to her? Was it truly necessary for her to flee?" With a gleeful grin, Enzo crossed his arms and remarked, "Boss, if you were to shove her back into the gutter now, she would prefer death. You cannot comprehend how significant a girl's beauty is to her." This lovely lady would end Chapter 37. Drawing the sword once jovial, Arthur now glared at Lin Chi with a face ashen as storm clouds, his solitary eye shimmering with resentful malice. He remained silent, fists clenched tightly, as cracks began to spiderweb across the heavy stone beneath his feet. Among the men encircling Arthur, a disheveled middle-aged man, with hair unkempt and filthy as if he had not washed in months, strode forward with an imposing demeanor and barked, "Who dares speak to young Master Arthur in such a manner? Kneel and apologize, or else." This man was not merely dirty in appearance. His tattered clothing was adorned with cobwebs and moss, rendering him more grotesque than a corpse discarded in refuse. Even from several meters away, a nauseating stench emanated from him, leaving one to wonder how he had come to such a deplorable state. Lin Chi paid no heed to the man, striding purposefully toward Arthur instead. The last vestiges of the magic tiger potion coursed through his bones and muscles, releasing its final potency. Lin Chi silently channeled his ancestral breathing technique, his aura swirling like a river, mingling with the searing heat exuded by the potion, refining his entire being. As Lin Chi walked, a deep, resonant cracking sound echoed from within his bones, audible and powerful. He inhaled deeply, causing the snowflakes within a 3-foot radius to dance in response. His breath billowing forth like the fiery exhalation of a dragon, extending several meters ahead of him. Instinctively touching the eye patch over his left eye, Arthur trembled violently. His complexion darkened, a palpable aura of murderous intent cloaking him. Yet, this malevolence flickered out as Arthur suddenly blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to a flower in full bloom. With his crimson hair and violet eyes, Arthur's beauty shone forth, reminiscent of a legendary sun god descending to earth. Seeing Arthur's smile, The other aggressive men surrounding him relaxed their grips on their swords, bewildered by Lin Chi's audacity to address the heir of the Black Tiger family in such a manner. Only the filthy, ragged middle-aged man continued his advance, oblivious to Arthur's peculiar change in demeanor. He shrieked, "Young Master Arthur, today marks my first day under your command. Allow me to spill this brat's blood as a token of my loyalty." Casting a scornful glance at the aggressive man, Lin Chi retorted, "Even a stray dog is cleaner than he." The middle-aged man's fury reached its zenith as he bellowed and suddenly drew his sword, slashing toward Lin Chi's neck. Unlike Enzo's preferred thrusting sword, this man wielded a common medium-sized cavalry sword, its blade 2 fingers wide and approximately 3 feet long, with only the tip honed to a sharp edge. A faint glimmer of crimson seeped from its azure blade, indicating it had quenched its thirst on the blood of many. Upon the sword's ascent, a faint red glow enveloped the blade. This middle-aged man was unmistakably a knight. However, Enzo, who stood close behind Lin Chi, also drew his sword. His weapon, a 4-foot-long, sharply pointed, multifaceted blade, shimmered ominously with deep red energy. Enzo executed the swift, precise footwork taught at the military academy. Resembling a tempest as he darted to Lin Chi's side, unleashing 7 thrusts at the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. 7 arcs of blood-red light sliced through the air, tearing apart the cold wind, as dozens of snowflakes, each the size of a child's palm, disintegrated before the sword's tip. While noble swordsmen typically refrained from footwork, Enzo was no noble. He was a student of the military academy, where the principles of combat diverged from those of the aristocracy. The military swordsmanship aimed solely at dispatching foes with the utmost speed and efficiency. Blood splattered as the middle-aged man felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, letting out a pained howl that never escaped his lips, for Enzo's armored boot had already struck him fiercely in the abdomen. The resounding thud of the kick echoed as the man was propelled over a meter into the air, spitting blood as he was driven 2 meters backward. The cavalry sword clattered away, and the middle-aged man curled on the ground, writhing in agony, blood gushing from his mouth. Arthur regarded the middle-aged man's grievous state with disdain, as if the fallen swordsman were nothing more than refuse. Lin Chi approached Arthur, his expression dark, and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Arthur. Chapter 38. The broken sword. As the 5 long swords neared Lin Chi by less than 3 feet, Enzo drew his sword. And just as the trembling sword tips were about to make contact with the bodies of the men, the ornate metal door, adorned with intricate hollow patterns, suddenly swung open. A colossal figure, reminiscent of a great bear from the far northern tundra, leaped forth. The long swords of the 5 men shattered into fragments, as if a monstrous serpent had struck them with its iron chains, brutally sweeping across their midsections, leaving them grievously wounded and on the brink of spinal injury. The men howled in agony, spewing blood as they were flung far away, crashing heavily into the thick blanket of snow, unable to rise. The immense figure landed heavily behind Arthur. Taken aback, Arthur's expression shifted dramatically as he collided with the robust form behind him, akin to crashing into an immovable hill. Lin Chi, without hesitation, unleashed a powerful punch, seizing the fleeting moment when Arthur was rendered immobile. His fist struck Arthur's face, causing Arthur to grunt in pain, gritting his teeth as he was sent flying. At the instant Lin Chi's fist connected with Arthur's visage, a faint golden glow emanated from Arthur's body. This divine, majestic radiance, brimming with a sense of power, flickered momentarily, absorbing the immense force behind Lin Chi's punch, capable of shattering the skull of a bull, rendering Arthur unharmed. A few delicate ashes fell from between Arthur's fingers as Lin Chi retracted his fist, his face darkening as he coldly remarked, "A protective talisman? Oh, the talisman of the sun god, no less. And crafted by a high-ranking cleric, far superior to the inferior dawn talisman I used last time." The faint golden light intermittently shimmered beneath Arthur's skin, revealing that this talisman possessed considerable power, a true masterpiece produced by the church's elite clerics. In stark contrast to Lin Chi's previous substandard talisman, Lin Chi snorted disdainfully, while the hammer that had just rushed through the door, nearly killing Arthur's 5 subordinates, also let out a low huff. The hammer fixed a stern gaze on Arthur, speaking ominously, "Young Master Arthur, if I see your subordinates daring to harm the young master again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." The 5 men gazed at Arthur with a mix of terror and despair, while Arthur, equally pale, bowed slightly to the hammer with a forced smile, saying, "Uncle Hammer, you misunderstand. It was merely a minor incident. This matter is not as you perceive." The hammer, embodying a domineering presence, waved dismissively. His face darkened as he declared, "I require no explanations, and I never listened to them. In any case, young Master Arthur, You may strike me. But if your men dare to lay hands on the young master, I may spare them this time, but not next. The hammer's malice towards Arthur was unmistakable as he cast a sinister smile and made a throat-cutting gesture. Arthur's expression changed once more, bowing his head in dejection. The men, who had been sent sprawling by the iron chains, struggled to rise, finally managing to help the middle-aged man wounded by Enzo's sword. Another shadow darted from within the door. Unlike the massive figure of the hammer, this newcomer was small and emaciated, resembling a dried-up monkey, as the hammer radiated a fiery presence akin to molten lava. The moment this man appeared, a chilling wind swept through, causing everyone to shiver. Lin Chi exclaimed joyfully, "Uncle Butcher, it's been 3 years." With a cackling laugh, the butcher halted his dizzying movements. He was a diminutive, gaunt middle-aged man, standing barely 5 feet tall. His skin was relatively fair, yet his slanted eyes, drooping brows, and a mouthful of rotten yellow teeth rendered him a sight to behold. His head was adorned with patches of dry, yellowish hair, while his scalp bore the scars of severe burns. Lin Chi warmly embraced the butcher, lifting him effortlessly as though cradling a child. The butcher soon noticed the peculiar visual disparity due to their size difference, struggling out of Lin Chi's grasp before delivering a sharp kick to Lin Chi's backside, exclaiming, "It's been 3 years, young master. What have you been eating over at Barali? You're nearly the size of the old man now," with a few more cackles. The butcher's grim gaze suddenly fell upon Arthur. Arthur trembled slightly, hastily bowing to the butcher, not daring to utter a word. Quickly leading his 5 subordinates to assist the injured middle-aged man down the hill, the butcher smirked ominously, declaring, "Young Master Arthur, if I see your people disrespecting the young master again, the outcome will not be so easily resolved." Arthur, too intimidated to respond, bowed deeply to the butcher, his face a mask of forced cheerfulness as he swiftly exited along the path with his companions. Chapter 39, The Ancestral Home, Hammer and Butcher's Knife. Enzo trailed behind Lin Chi and his companions as they entered the ancestral home of Lin Chi's family. For 3 long years, Enzo had been consumed with curiosity about the kind of household that could cultivate an exceptional individual like Lin Chi. From that moment on, the 4 of them would no longer wield swords. They could barely manage ordinary tasks, yet the moment they attempted to use a sword, their injured wrists and elbows would inevitably disrupt their swordsmanship. Thus, the 4 military academy students, unable to draw their blades, became ineffectual after graduation. The ruthless decisiveness with which Lin Chi acted remained etched in Enzo's memory. Today, he finally stood within Lin Chi's home, eager to uncover the nature of the family and the parents who could raise someone of Lin Chi's caliber. At the tender age of 15, Lin Chi had established the Iron Fist Brotherhood within the collegiate town of Bolilai, a student gang that had flourished to include over 300 thugs and enforcers, an enterprise beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. How could children from a typical, law-abiding family engage in such endeavors? The ancestral home exuded an aura of profound depth and stability. Before it lay an expansive courtyard, nearly 4 to 5 dozen acres in size. If Enzo was not mistaken, the ground was laid with the remarkably durable black volcanic steel rock, formed from solidified volcanic lava containing over 70% metal. This formidable stone exhibited extraordinary hardness and formidable resistance to all forms of magic, save for lightning spells. Extracting this rock was perilous. Even the most intrepid laborers could only manage to extract 2 or 3 cubic meters in a year. The black volcanic steel rock, exceptionally tough and resilient, was crafted into heavy tiles measuring 1 cubic meter, seamlessly interconnected by intricately designed sockets, creating a cohesive surface throughout the courtyard. Even more astounding to Enzo were the glimmers of metallic sheen that peeked through the gaps between the tiles, revealing that a metallic solution had been poured between them to enhance the ground's strength. The cost of constructing such a courtyard was staggering, yet the surrounding walls were equally imposing. To the untrained eye, the walls of this estate might appear as mere ordinary stone walls, merely elevated by 3 additional meters compared to a typical dwelling. However, to Enzo, a distinguished student of the military academy, these walls, shrouded in dense ivy, resembled a miniature fortress. From the outside, the walls seemed unremarkable, yet their width could easily accommodate 4 individuals walking side by side. Arrow slits, lookout holes, and defensive parapets adorned the top, all concealed beneath the lush foliage of climbing ivy, rendering these formidable military structures seemingly innocuous. The walls, like the courtyard floor, were constructed of black volcanic steel rock, with the spaces between the bricks filled with a metallic solution, rendering them an impenetrable bastion. Unless besieged by an imperial army equipped with heavy siege engines, even a force of thousands would find it futile to breach this fortified perimeter. Turning his gaze to the two distant rows of auxiliary buildings for servants, Enzo noted their dark, shadowy appearance, constructed of the same resilient material as the walls and courtyard. These rows of buildings, crooked and uneven, resembled the work of builders who had not aligned the walls properly. Yet, in the event of an attack, these elongated structures, stretching nearly 100 meters, would serve as two thorny bastions. The narrow windows of these auxiliary buildings, reinforced with steel bars thick as a child's arm, were clearly designed as arrow ports for archers. Enzo was further astounded to see that nearby stood stables, granaries, a small mill, and various essential facilities for a large family, all constructed from black volcanic steel rock and adhering to the principles of military fortification. Within the courtyard, another circle of walls stood, encircling the main fortress of the Linchi family. A towering watchtower loomed nearly 100 meters high, surrounded by a dozen decorative spires, which could serve as arrow towers in times of war. This main fortress, expansive in scope, boasted 6 stories capable of housing 2,000 to 3,000 individuals, ensuring it could sustain a prolonged defense in times of unrest. Indeed, the preparations were extraordinary, for encircling the fortress were 24 deep wells. Enzo's fingers tingled with disbelief. Even the Imperial Army's regulations required only 3 wells for a frontline fortification. The foresight of Lin Chi's ancestors was remarkable, having dug a circle of 24 deep wells, an astounding 8-fold of the military standard. Involuntarily, Enzo glanced at Lin Chi, who was animatedly recounting his thrilling experiences over the past 3 years to hammer and butcher's knife. The two thugs listened with an almost innocent smile, their expressions radiating an unexpected warmth and affection. How could such brutes exude such tenderness and care? Enzo felt a shiver run down his spine. As they approached the main fortress, the number of people around them increased. However, these individuals were all brawny men, their arms as thick as ordinary people's thighs, their faces marred by scars of battle. Even the elderly tending to the horses bore faces etched with the grim marks of violence. The women emerging from the milking barn, clad only in short shirts despite the winter chill, exhibited muscular arms, clearly seasoned in the art of combat. Enzo suddenly understood. Such a family was indeed capable of nurturing an extraordinary individual like Lin Chi. Chapter 40. Lin Chi's wet nurse. Enzo, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts, followed Lin Chi to the main fortress, contemplating the formidable power exhibited by the Lin Chi family. Drawing upon the specialized knowledge acquired from the Imperial Military Academy, Enzo accurately assessed the family's capabilities. The mere presence of these defensive measures, without the intervention of powerful mages and high-ranking knights, would suffice to withstand an assault from legions exceeding 10,000 men. However, this evaluation was predicated solely on these inanimate defenses. Should formidable experts, akin to hammers and butcher knives, join the fray, alongside the ferocious servants he had encountered along the way, those robust maidservants effortlessly carrying heavy buckets of fresh milk, the estate, perched nearly atop a mountain, could withstand a siege of tens of thousands. Were there indeed other intriguing items within this ancestral home, such as standard military armor, crossbows, powerful longbows, and other prohibited goods? One could only speculate how many would be required to breach this stronghold. But were there truly no such forbidden military supplies here? Recalling the escapades he and Lin Chi had engaged in at Breleli, and Lin Chi's clandestine dealings of standard military weaponry to the crippled, it seemed implausible that the Lin Chi residence would lack such contraband. What a formidable family! Enzo curiously surveyed his surroundings. Conspicuously, not a single large tree was visible within the estate. This was evidently intentional. Without large trees, intruders and thieves would have no place to hide. In the absence of large trees, any enemy employing incendiary tactics would inflict minimal damage upon the estate. This was no benign family's abode, but rather a veritable den of danger, a military fortress aimed at large-scale warfare. Such a formidable family. Yet Enzo had never heard of their existence within the Empire. He couldn't help but touch his nose. The renowned noble families of the Empire were well known throughout the Western continent. Yet the depth of the Lin Chi family, as evidenced by this ancestral home, was not inferior to those illustrious clans and might even surpass them in martial prowess. Yet, Enzo had never once heard mention of such a grand family. What marvelous entities lay hidden across this vast continent? Enzo inhaled deeply. Suddenly, a piercing bellow of a bull erupted from a spacious stone house adjacent to the main fortress, followed by a robust bull, its glossy black coat shimmering like satin, bolting from within in a state of panic. Out of the stone house emerged a middle-aged woman, her stature rivaling that of a hammer, but with a waist even more formidable. Her face bore the marks of strength, and as she walked, her flesh undulated like waves. Wielding a chef's knife more than a meter long, she laughed heartily while pursuing the bull. In Enzo's astonished gaze, the woman swiftly overtook the rampaging bull in just 2 or 3 strides. With her powerful left hand, she wrapped around the bull's neck and, with a decisive twist, a resounding crack echoed as she effortlessly broke the bull's neck. Precision guided her blade as it pierced the bull's neck, and a spray of blood shot forth. Several servants rushed over with a large wooden basin, perfectly positioned to catch the blood, leaving not a single drop to waste. The bull convulsed weakly, its lifeblood rapidly draining. As the middle-aged woman, Lao Chapter 41, father and son with a blend of cautiousness and heightened curiosity, Enzo followed Lin Chi into the main castle. The castle's architecture was traditional, featuring a spacious entrance hall with 2 steep, narrow, arched staircases ascending to the 2nd floor on either side. To Enzo, the design of these staircases was significant. Their steepness and narrowness suggested that a few skilled swordsmen stationed above could easily thwart the advance of even hundreds of armored knights. Below the staircases, peculiar metal pegs and iron chains sparked Enzo's imagination. Was it possible that various traps lay concealed on the stairs? Upon closer inspection of the hall's floor beneath the staircases, it appeared somewhat unusual. If Enzo's intuition was correct, there might indeed be a deep pit filled with sharp metal spikes lurking below. Beyond the entrance hall lay an immense banquet hall, furnished with 6 long oak dining tables capable of accommodating 600 diners. Gleaming in the bright candlelight, these tables exuded a metallic luster reminiscent of black iron, undoubtedly boasting a history spanning several centuries. Unlike the tables of the refined aristocracy, Lin Chi's family dining tables were devoid of tablecloths, and the 600 accompanying chairs were not the elegantly designed high-back types favored by nobles, but rather heavy, solid chairs carved from large blocks of oak. The combination of the hefty tables, sturdy chairs, the black flooring, and the crimson wall hangings imparted a solemn atmosphere, steeped in an aura of iron and blood. Particularly striking were the towering suits of heavy armor standing in the 4 corners of the hall, alongside walls adorned with axes, great swords, and cleavers, all bearing the scars of battle, an ambience that could suffocate the faint-hearted. Upon entering the hall, Lin Chi's gaze was drawn to the dozens of magnificent candlesticks adorning the dining tables. In an instant, Enzo recognized the familiar glint in Lin Chi's eyes, a glimmer of greed typically reserved for the sight of abundant gold coins. Yet, here in his own home, was such avarice truly warranted? Nonetheless, the candlesticks were indeed impressive, prompting Enzo to swallow hard. Crafted from pure gold and exquisitely designed, each adorned with numerous rubies and sapphires. These candlesticks each likely weighed hundreds of pounds, with at least 30 such priceless pieces present. Illuminated by the glow of hundreds of large candles, they radiated an intoxicating brilliance. Surely, only nobles of ducal rank or higher would possess such exquisite candlesticks. Enzo found himself captivated by their allure, having spent 3 years under Lin Chi's influence. He had developed a discerning eye for everyday objects. The elegant design of these candlesticks, embellished with patterns favored by several royal families, suggested they were crafted by skilled artisans for nobility. Judging by their luster, they were likely antiques, leaving Enzo to ponder how they had ended up here. Perhaps a scion of a fallen noble family had sold their ancestral treasures, or it could be that Lin Chi's relatives had looted a disgraced royal lineage. Who could say? Enzo gazed thoughtfully at the candlesticks, recognizing the formidable financial and political power of the Lin Chi family. At the far end of the banquet hall stood a raised dais, upon which rested an enormous throne. Forged from an unknown black metal, the throne was shaped like a menacing black tiger poised to pounce on its prey, with a wide, concave seat nestled in the tiger's powerful abdomen. Seated upon the throne was a burly man in a black satin robe, towering over Lin Chi, exuding an aura of intimidation. He puffed on a specially made cigar, exhaling clouds of smoke. Upon noticing Lin Chi and Enzo's entrance, the man shot them a piercing glance, causing Enzo to feel as if arrows were aimed directly at him. Instinctively, he almost rolled away to evade the perceived threat. What an intimidating figure. Cold sweat trickled down Enzo's back. This man was unimaginably powerful, the strongest individual Enzo had ever encountered, without exception. In comparison, the likes of Iron Hammer and Butcher, as well as Aunt Lily and the burly man, seemed like ferocious wolves against a lion, their presence and aura not even on the same scale. Even the most formidable professors at the military academy lacked the sheer intimidating presence of this black-bearded patriarch. Taking a deep breath, Enzo managed to stand straight under the scrutiny of the imposing figure. The black-bearded man regarded Enzo with a measure of appreciation, retracting the menacing aura he had deliberately projected. Lin Chi, however, seemed unfazed by his father's intimidating presence. He strode boldly toward the black-bearded man and embraced him heartily. "Hey, you old geezer. It's been 3 years. You must have missed me, right? My deceased mother should have throttled you in your sleep. 3 whole years, and you haven't sent me a single coin." The black-bearded man's gaze softened momentarily before returning to its usual sternness. He rose and embraced Lin Chi tightly, nearly immobilizing him. As Lin Chi's fingers inched toward the man's coin pouch, he stiffened, exasperated, and stomped down hard on the black-bearded man's foot. The man let out a surprised grunt. Realizing that Lin Chi, despite being restrained, still had the audacity to retaliate, an unexpected display of strength that exceeded his expectations. Releasing Lin Chi, he stepped back, clutching his coin pouch, and laughed heartily. "Lin Chi, you little rascal, your strength surpasses what I anticipated. How amusing." Lin Chi, undeterred, lunged at the black-bearded man again. "Enough of this nonsense. Oh, my poor deceased mother, please strangle this bearded villain before me. For 3 years. All he gave me was 100 gold coins when I entered the academy, not a single copper cents." Lin Chi's eyes widened as he scoffed. "My fault? If you had let me gouge out that bastard's eyes and toss him into the sea to feed the fish, I would never have even gone to Borelli." The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned peculiar as Iron Hammer and Butcher exchanged uneasy glances. The black-bearded man remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. "That incident was Arthur's fault, but you share some blame too. Enough. After 3 years apart, must you bicker the moment you reunite? Tonight is your welcome banquet. Starting tomorrow, you'll accompany me to visit Chapter 42. The ambition of Blackbeard amid Lin Chi's boisterous laughter. Blackbeard's countenance darkened to match the hue of his beard. Clenching his fists, he fixed a fierce gaze on Lin Chi, who lay rolling on the ground, clutching his stomach in mirth. After a prolonged silence, he bellowed, "What is so amusing? Is it funny that I intend to run for mayor?" Drawing in a deep breath, Lin Chi erupted in laughter. "But you truly wish to contest for mayor? Ha ha. Have you looked at yourself? You bear no resemblance to a mayor." Suddenly, both Hammer and Butcher burst into laughter. Hammer laughed uproariously, saliva flying, as he exclaimed, "My lord, the young master speaks wisely. When you declared your intention to run for mayor last time, I found it utterly ludicrous. You may lead men to kill and burn, and your brothers would surely follow, but mayor? You are not cut from that cloth." Butcher's demeanor was more somber. He merely chuckled softly, covering his mouth. Unlike Hammer's exuberant display. "Furious," Blackbeard shouted, his eyes blazing as he swung a fist towards Hammer. Across a long table, capable of accommodating 100 diners. Blackbeard's punch unleashed a surge of energy, appearing a muted black on the surface with a deep purple core, akin to a black tiger, striking Hammer squarely in the abdomen. The force sent Hammer flying, crashing heavily into the wall behind him. Despite being launched away, Hammer continued to revel in laughter. The might of Blackbeard's punch was immense. Yet it was infused with a subtlety that merely displaced Hammer rather than delivering true impact. Gasping for breath, Hammer pointed at Blackbeard, chuckling, "My lord, see? The young master is right. You hardly seem fit to be a mayor." Enzo, however, found no humor in the situation. Blackbeard's strike was not merely unamusing, it was terrifying, rendering Enzo stiff with dread, his mind blank. In the Western continent, there exists a hierarchy of knights categorized into 3 tiers: celestial, terrestrial, and mortal. The color of a knight's fighting spirit defines their rank. Yet, aside from the commonly practiced methods, there exist numerous secretive techniques, some passed down through families, others inherited through bloodlines. Undoubtedly, Blackbeard's recent punch was a manifestation of a rare technique. The deep purple core of his fighting spirit confirmed his status as a genuine celestial knight. On the verge of a breakthrough into the realm of the most formidable celestial knights, characterized by a golden hue. However, the thick black energy surrounding his punch was an additional effect derived from his unique cultivation method. Some techniques ignite a fighting spirit as fiery as the sun, while others chill it to the bone, and some even imbue it with poison or corrosive properties. The nature of Blackbeard's black energy was uncertain, yet it undeniably indicated a formidable technique. Could it be that Lin Chi practiced a similar method? It was no wonder that, though younger than Enzo by several months, Lin Chi dedicated his days to managing the Iron Fist Brotherhood and amassing gold, yet his progress in cultivating fighting spirit outpaced Enzo significantly. Enzo was struck with profound astonishment. Lin Chi's father was, against all odds, a celestial knight of considerable prowess, and alarmingly, he practiced a legendary technique. The Iron Fist Brotherhood indeed boasted an extraordinary leader. No wonder Lin Chi dared to confront the Round Table Knights, with such familial heritage, a father of such stature, and the support of formidable allies like Hammer and Butcher. The Pavel family seemed to pose little challenge. The uproarious laughter of Lin Chi and Hammer only served to infuriate Blackbeard further. Yet, one was his only son, and the others were loyal brothers who had stood by him through thick and thin for decades. In his fury, Blackbeard found himself powerless to act against them. With a frustrated huff, Blackbeard inhaled sharply, causing the 1-foot-long cigar clenched in his mouth to ignite rapidly. In mere moments, the entire cigar was consumed, and he inhaled deeply, the acrid smoke filling his lungs. Exhaling, he unleashed twin plumes of smoke from his nostrils, a whirlwind dispersing around him, lifting Lin Chi off the ground. Finally stifling his laughter, Lin Chi regarded Blackbeard earnestly and inquired, "Father, are you truly serious?" Puffing out his chest, Blackbeard replied with equal gravity, "Of course, I am serious." Retreating a few steps, he settled into the Black Tiger throne, grunting heavily as he said, "My actions are for the benefit of the family. Over the years, our family has prospered, our ranks swelling, and our territory expanding. Yet, business has become increasingly difficult. For 30 consecutive years, the weather has been favorable, and not even a minor conflict has disturbed the continent. Money is hard to come by, Lin Chi, it truly is." Lin Chi recalled the arduous toil he endured in Burlays, laboring for every copper coin, and nodded vigorously, "Indeed, dear father, earning money is truly a challenge. Each copper is soaked in sweat." Blackbeard nodded emphatically, his voice deepening, "We cannot simply rest on our laurels. Not only must we avoid idleness, but we must also generate substantial surpluses each year to ensure our family's enduring strength. However, the traditional trades are faltering. The last raid on 2 Via's Commercial Federation gold transport ships yielded significant rewards, yet we suffered considerable losses among our ranks." Enzo felt a severe twitch in his calves at the mention of the Via's Commercial Federation's gold transport ships, a notorious incident that had shaken the continent 6 months prior. Gazing at Blackbeard with deep reverence, Enzo mused, "Truly, like father like son, a mouse's offspring will burrow." Lin Chi's father is indeed remarkable. This enterprise far surpasses Lin Chi's endeavors. With grand gestures, Blackbeard declared, "Thus, we must uncover new avenues of profit beyond the confines of traditional family businesses. We shall expand our family's operations and scope. What significance does a Dunurk mayor hold? I will vie for the position of provincial governor, and perhaps even secure a noble title." Lin Chi stared blankly at Blackbeard, but what could possibly constitute a new source of profit? Blackbeard glared at Lin Chi, exasperated. "Do you not realize that each year the Empire allocates substantial administrative funds to localities, and the local administrative expenses and tax revenues are dictated solely by the provincial governor? You fool." At this revelation, Lin Chi's eyes sparkled with understanding, bright as 2 gleaming coins. Chapter 43. The Family Feast. Blackbeard sat upon the throne, while Lin Chi casually perched his feet upon the raised tail of the Black Tiger's seat. Enzo, feeling exasperated, noticed that both the Hammer and the Butcher were rough men, and Blackbeard was hardly one to observe decorum. No one offered him a stool or the like. Thus, Enzo struggled to drag an oak chair from the side of the dining table up to the dais, where he could engage in conversation with Lin Chi and his father. As he moved the oak chair, Enzo realized the immense weight of the piece. Carved from a solid block of oak, the chair weighed several hundred pounds. To enhance its durability, Lin Chi's ancestors had even added a 1-inch thick iron plate beneath it to prevent excessive wear from the ground. Consequently, the chair's weight reached 700 to 800 pounds, and Enzo exerted considerable effort to shift it. Meanwhile, the Hammer and the Butcher, who possessed enough strength to move the chair with ease, merely laughed maliciously from the sidelines, while Blackbeard and Lin Chi chuckled so heartily that their eyes crinkled into slits. Enzo felt his face flush red, realizing he was a fool for coming here with Lin Chi. This family, he mused, was anything but ordinary. Blackbeard had aspirations to become the mayor of Dunurk City and eventually aimed to ascend as the provincial governor. His primary focus lay on the annual administrative budget and tax revenues. Indeed, a bandit remained a bandit. It was inconceivable how Blackbeard would govern a province within the Empire should he attain such a position. Perhaps the servants of the Black Tiger family would be transformed into a legitimate Imperial Legion? In that case, the streets would be overrun by dragon riders and their copper-hatted counterparts, all of whom were the very thugs of the Lin Chi household, proclaiming, "In the name of the Imperial royalty," as they broke in to plunder homes. The mere thought of such a terrifying scenario sent shivers down Enzo's spine. It was exhilarating and sensational. If Blackbeard were, by misfortune, to secure a noble title and establish himself in the court, it would indeed be most amusing. One could hardly fathom how the empire would transform under the influence of such a man if he were to become a high-ranking official. After all, with the long winter offering little in the way of entertainment, what else could one do but indulge in feasting at home? Lin Chi's evasive responses to his father's inquiries about his financial struggles, claiming to be impoverished, destitute, and lacking funds, only served to deepen Blackbeard's displeasure. Turning his face a shade of purple, he ached to slap Lin Chi to the ground and deliver a few solid kicks. Amidst their unproductive banter, preparations for the feast were nearing completion. The entire roasted lamb, a delicacy that could fetch 200 gold coins at Borelli's upscale tavern, was not merely valuable for the lamb itself, but also for the spices lavishly sprinkled upon it. These spices, hailing from the east and having traversed thousands of miles across the sea to reach the western continent, each held a worth of several gold coins. In addition to the roasted lamb, there were generous cuts of succulent steak, roast goose, and roast chicken, all arranged neatly upon pure silver platters. A whole roast pig, adorably propped up with silver forks, was aligned in a row, resembling a parade of sorts. Furthermore, there was an assortment of rare fowl. The nobility of the empire had a particular fondness for exotic waterfowl, such as black swans, white swans, mallards, and larks. At Lin Chi's feast, at least 40 varieties of waterfowl graced the dining table, their rich aroma wafting through the air, creating a visible haze of fragrance. Several hundred burly, intimidating men attended the banquet, all elders of the Lin Chi family, deemed worthy of appearing in the banquet hall. In other areas, around a dozen smaller banquet halls accommodated the remaining guests, including servants and maids, who reveled in their own celebrations. This single feast boasted over 3,000 participants, rivaling the grand banquets held by the emperor in the Victory Palace. Furthermore, this did not account for the hundreds of stout men stationed at various guard posts outside the ancestral home. The description of Lin Chi's ancestral residence as a dragon's lair or tiger's den was indeed fitting. After Blackbeard ostentatiously recited a prayer to the kitchen god, he raised a massive golden goblet and declared the commencement of the feast. Among the assembled warriors, several dozen pure-blooded orc brutes stood out prominently. While orcs faced relentless persecution elsewhere in the western continent, within Lin Chi's abode, they mingled freely with humans, joyfully toasting one another. United in a camaraderie that felt akin to family, Lin Chi and Enzo, each carrying a barrel of wine, moved about the gathering, toasting to the elders of the Lin Chi family, Uncle so-and-so, Aunt so-and-so, Grandpa so-and-so, and Grandma so-and-so. Each elder bore the marks of battle, their faces etched with scars. Yet upon seeing Lin Chi, they all broke into warm smiles. They allowed Lin Chi to sip only a small amount, whereas they poured generous bowls of wine for Enzo without hesitation. Thus, within a mere quarter of an hour into the feast, Enzo succumbed to intoxication and collapsed. An hour later, Lin Chi too was rendered senseless by the revelry. Blackbeard shook his head, hoisting Lin Chi from the banquet hall. Chapter 44. Blackbeard's investment. When Lin Chi awoke from his languor, the world outside was shrouded in darkness. Illuminated only by the crackling flames of applewood burning brightly in the fireplace, casting a warm glow. 2 silver-wrapped candles stood tall in their candlesticks, with only one flickering to life, its light sufficient to illuminate the vast expanse of the enormous bedroom. Indeed, it was immense, being 50 times the size of Lin Chi's dormitory at the 5th University. The grand bed, adorned with fine silks, was even larger than his dormitory. Surrounding him were heavy drapes, intricately embroidered with exquisite rose patterns. This chamber had once belonged to Lin Chi's mother, who had succumbed to illness a few years after his birth due to her frail health. Since then, Lin Chi had claimed the room as his own, with all the furnishings untouched since his mother's time. Amongst these familiar arrangements, Lin Chi could still find a semblance of warmth and solace that he could never glean from Blackbeard, nestled under a thick down comforter. Lin Chi lingered in a daze before mustering the strength to sit up. On the nightstand rested a small heater, above which lay a bowl of sobering broth. Frowning, he drank it down in one go, feeling the heat coursing through him, dispelling the lingering scent of alcohol. Drawing a deep breath, he felt invigorated, his body brimming with vitality. Dressed in an elegant black robe that lay by the bed, Lin Chi stepped onto the plush carpet and hastily made his way to the corner of the room. He knocked swiftly on the wall nearly 100 times before revealing a hidden door. Passing through a narrow corridor of no more than 3 meters, he entered a vast study. It was astonishing to discover such a library within the very heart of the Black Tiger family's stronghold. One might expect granaries, oil depots, or armories, but a study seemed utterly incongruous. Yet, it existed, and its size was staggering. The circular dome soared nearly 20 meters high, with a diameter exceeding 50 meters, and lined with towering shelves overflowing with dusty tomes. Some were crafted from stone or lead, while others, exceedingly rare, were encased in crystal, safeguarding ancient clay tablets of great antiquity. The volumes within this study were not the popular texts found on the streets. Instead, they were ancient manuscripts, preserving nearly unfathomable heretical doctrines from a bygone era. Scattered among them were fragments of clay tablets, allegedly from the legendary period of destruction, detailing the tales of deities unleashing calamities upon the world. If these tablets were to be carelessly disseminated, the church would swiftly mobilize its forces to obliterate the entire Black Tiger family. Thus, these tablets remained discreetly hidden within the study, protected by a multitude of traps and mechanisms. Cautiously avoiding the shelves housing the clay tablets, Lin Shi navigated around several bookcases to reach the center of the room. There, the floor was inscribed with a bizarre magical array, distinctly different from the popular Western star-shaped formations, exuding an aura of ancient and esoteric charm. Stepping onto the array, Lin Shi murmured an incantation, and a brilliant light erupted, causing his form to vanish without a trace. Deep within the fortress, nearly 100 meters underground, a spacious secret chamber housed Blackbeard, who sat beside a crystal coffin. Gazing intently at the frail figure within, the woman appeared delicate, akin to a withered petal. With dark hair and yellow skin, she was unmistakably of pure Eastern descent. Though life had departed from her body, she retained an astonishing radiance. Not overtly beautiful, yet exuding warmth and kindness, she inspired an involuntary sense of closeness. This woman was Lin Shi's mother, a gentle soul whose very essence radiated compassion, akin to a soothing cup of warm water that evoked no malice in others. Lin Shi emerged from the magical array beside the coffin. He gazed quietly at his mother, her serene visage unchanged since his memories. A stark contrast to Blackbeard's grotesque and hairy countenance, reminiscent of an angel juxtaposed against a beast. How blind my mother must have been to have married you. Lost in contemplation of his mother's lifeless form, Lin Shi could no longer refrain from mocking his father. Before his mother's coffin, he chose to speak in the Eastern tongue rather than the common tongue of the Western continent. Blackbeard rolled his eyes and snorted, "What is wrong with me? I am wealthy, virtuous, and valiant. Where else can you find such a righteous man?" With a squint, Blackbeard continued in fluent Eastern. "It was your maternal grandfather who brought a small trading caravan to the west. They encountered pirates at sea. Had it not been for your father, who bravely intervened, you wouldn't exist." Lin Shi, unrelenting, pointed out the flaw in Blackbeard's defense. "But the pirates who raided my grandfather's caravan were indeed your family's subordinates, weren't they?" Striking a nerve, Blackbeard glared at Lin Shi, choosing wisely to evade this topic. The incident in question was indeed a blemish on their family's history. Blackbeard had merely chanced upon Lin Shi's mother while traversing with his companions after a lucrative deal, and in a moment of impulsive heroism, he had rushed to her aid. Such old scandals were hardly suitable for discussion with his son. Rubbing his thick beard, Blackbeard awkwardly remarked, "Still pondering your matters with Arthur?" Lin Shi took 3 pale yellow incense sticks from the offering table by the crystal coffin, lit them, and placed them respectfully in the censer. He then bowed deeply 3 times to his mother before walking over to Blackbeard, coldly declaring, "One day, I shall see him dead." Blackbeard, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, scratched his nose and chuckled. "After all, he is the sole heir of my steadfast ally, red-haired ghost." Unfortunately, the old ghost met his demise at the hands of the berserker fleet of the 5 Islands. As his old comrade, I must naturally take in his son. With a sigh, Blackbeard spoke somberly, "After a while, I will send him off to inherit his father's territory. What do you think?" Lin Shi rubbed his nose, still ominously asserting, "Then let us pray that the gods do not allow him to cross my path again. Otherwise, I will surely kill him." Recognizing Lin Shi's unwavering resolve to trouble Arthur, Blackbeard had no choice but to shift the conversation. "Ah, your iron fist brother seems promising, but if you wish to expand, you must be in need of funds, am I correct?" Lin Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement, gleaming like gold coins. "Father, are you offering me operational funds?" Raising an eyebrow, Blackbeard chuckled, "But it is not a gift. I wish to invest." He produced a banknote and handed it to Lin Shi. Chapter 45, A Father and Son. Clear accounts upon receiving the gold note handed to him by Blackbeard. Lin Chi scrutinized it meticulously under the dim light. He did not focus on the amount inscribed on the note, but rather began by examining the quality of the paper. The exceptionally resilient and firm material resisted his attempts to tear it, confirming it was indeed the Empire's specially crafted paper designated for the issuance of gold notes by various banks. The watermark was also clearly visible in the light, 3 silver elephants interlinked, traversing beneath a towering water cedar tree. This was the emblem of the Silver Cedar Elephant Bank, the largest, oldest, and most reputable institution among the Empire's family banks. The distinctive marks on the silver elephants and the leaves of the water cedar were evident, affirming the authenticity of the note issued by the bank. Next, Lin Chi examined the inscription on the note, which was clear and devoid of any signs of alteration. More importantly, there were no bloodstains or suspicious marks, indicating that this was indeed a legitimate gold note obtained through proper channels, not ill-gotten gains from theft or robbery. Once he confirmed the note was trustworthy, Lin Chi finally turned his gaze to the most crucial section, the amount. 100,000 gold coins. The sudden influx of happiness caused his blood to surge from his heart to his brain, leaving him momentarily dizzy. 100,000 gold coins represented several years of pure income for certain middle-class noble families in Barely. Yet, Blackbeard had generously offered him this substantial sum as an investment in the gang formed by his only son. Blackbeard, nonchalantly pulling a slender bronze wine bottle from his sleeve, uncorked it and took a swig. Grinning broadly, he exclaimed to Lin Chi, "Nonsense. I care deeply for my only son. By investing a resplendent 100,000 gold coins into the gang established by my son, I am demonstrating a father's love. I will accept this money." "But an investment is out of the question," Lin Chi retorted, fastening the 3 buttons on his dark pouch. Leaning against his mother's coffin, he gently caressed the cold, smooth surface of the crystal casket and coldly declared, "This behavior is utterly shameless. Merely 100,000 gold coins, and you wish to encroach upon my domain? Absolutely not. My mother would never forgive you. Here, at her tomb, you dare to extort her only child? How disgraceful." Blackbeard's face flushed with anger as he bared his teeth, gesticulating wildly while roaring. "Not a single gold coin fell from the heavens. Every single penny was earned through your father's hard work. I merely see potential in your Iron Fist Brotherhood, and our Black Tiger family needs our own eyes and ears and barely, hence the investment in your modest gang." Raising the bottle, he downed half a pound of potent liquor in one go, howling, "Otherwise, with your gang of ruffians, 300 third-rate thugs, would I be offering 100,000 gold coins?" Throwing the bottle to the ground, Blackbeard raised his massive hands, slowly curling his fingers down as he counted. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 100,000. Mark my words, it is 100,000 gold coins. Not 10, nor 100, but 100,000. With a forceful slap on Lin Chi's head, Blackbeard thundered, "I am encroaching upon your territory? Nonsense. All my assets will be handed over to you. Damn it, you scoundrel. Is this how a son should speak? You wound me deeply." Lin Chi rolled his eyes and scoffed. "You will hand over all your assets to me? Then shall I proceed to eliminate Arthur?" Blackbeard shook his head vigorously, smirking. How could he ever have such an opportunity? "Stop your nonsense." Firmly gesturing to dismiss the topic, Blackbeard asserted, "Let us not discuss Arthur any further. You have bullied him enough. You even gouged out one of his eyes with your own hands. What more do you want? This matter shall not be mentioned again. 100,000 gold coins, along with a cadre of skilled family members sent to Barely to follow your commands. I want the Iron Fist Brotherhood to grow tenfold within 2 years." Clenching his fist, Blackbeard pondered for a moment before stating, "As for the Iron Fist Brotherhood, you shall hold 60%, while your father retains 40%. You are indeed getting a great deal." With an invest Chapter 46, the weight of gifts and bribes at the break of dawn the next day, the invigorated and spirited Lin Chi dashed into Enzo's chamber, surreptitiously stuffing a large handful of snow into Enzo's bed. Startled from his hangover, Enzo emitted a piercing wail and clumsily leapt from his warm cocoon. This unexpected jolt from Lin Chi instantly revitalized Enzo, who hastily washed up and donned a fresh outfit. Once attired, he savored a hearty and substantial breakfast, relishing the blend of betel nut and tobacco while contentedly burping. Following closely behind Lin Chi and his father, Enzo, flanked by a dozen guards, set forth in a grand procession towards the beach-covered slopes of Black Mountain. The prominent families of Dunurk resided near the hills of Black Mountain, with the exception of Mayor Baron Moreau's family, who occupied a residence adjacent to the town hall. As the supreme authority of Dunurk Port, Baron Moreau was an unequivocal outsider, lacking roots in Dunurk itself. Despite having served as mayor for a decade, he had refrained from acquiring any real estate in the town. Within the spacious confines of an opulent carriage, a bearded man puffing on a grand cigar began to elucidate Baron Moreau's character to Lin Chi. The absence of property ownership in Dunurk did not signify Moreau's incorruptibility. Rather, he was an exceptionally greedy individual. Yet, he consciously crafted an image of integrity, residing in the mayoral mansion provided by the empire at no cost. However, according to the intelligence held by the bearded man, Baron Moreau had amassed a significant amount of land in his hometown, a small town known as Blackstone, located less than 300 miles from Dunurk. Over the past decade, he had acquired 7 fertile estates and nearly 100 mates. At 70, this old fellow ought to consider retirement, the bearded man proclaimed, gesturing with his cigar as he exhaled clouds of smoke. Honestly, if he doesn't step down soon, either he or one of his family members might suffer a mishap due to a frenzied horse, he remarked, narrowing his eyes. He has reaped enough benefits over these years. It is time for him to retire. At his age, what can he contribute to Dunurk? Conversely, if I were to become mayor, Dunurk would witness tremendous growth, and the economy would flourish, benefiting everyone. Lin Chi promptly interjected, of course, the prerequisite is that our family must profit first. The bearded man nodded in agreement, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Well said. It is indeed a prerequisite. If our family does not profit, no one in Dunurk will. With a vigorous bite into his cigar, he continued, currently, I am merely the president of the mill and in association, but once I assume the mayoral office, I shall become the chairman of the Dunurk Chamber of Commerce. Just wait and see. As father and son engaged in lively discussions about their future fortunes as mayor and chamber president, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Dunurk town hall. 2 guards in pale blue military uniforms stood lethargically at the entrance, but upon sighting the carriage and its entourage, they promptly raised their pikes to halt the vehicle. Furious, the bearded man drew back the curtain, his bearded visage peering out the window as he snorted disdainfully at the guards. Instantly, their demeanor transformed. They greeted the carriage with deep bows, stepping aside with alacrity. In Dunurk, who did not recognize the bearded man, he was a formidable candidate for the next mayor. With little competition within the town, Dunurk, a port city and the empire's 3rd largest port, stood as the sole winter-freezing harbor in the northern realms of the empire and a vital hub for commerce in the northern continent. The bearded man's reputation among sailors and crew members was unparalleled. He was regarded as the undisputed king among them. With a mere command, he could dictate the employment status of all laborers in the port, thus rendering any competitor for the mayoral position foolish. The only pressing concern was whether this old vampire, Moreau, would include his name in the recommendations. The bearded man furrowed his brow, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, and sighed with frustration. Our family lacks advocates in the imperial capital, which is quite troublesome. If only I could secure Moreau's endorsement, the outcome would be nearly guaranteed. The carriage halted before the mayor's residence, where 2 impeccably dressed attendants, sporting grayish-white wigs and exuding an air of self-importance, ambled forward to open the door with exaggerated decorum. The bearded man, exhaling a plume of smoke, descended the carriage with a robust stride. Lin Chi patted Enzo on the shoulder, and they both alighted in succession. Meanwhile, a figure known as Butcher leapt off his steed, directing others to open the rear compartment of the carriage, revealing an array of goods. Among the tightly wrapped spices and teas from the east, which were undoubtedly valuable, there lay exquisite silks, with a single piece of jacquard silk fetching thousands of gold coins in the imperial capital. Most captivating, however, was the set of 240 pieces of exquisite porcelain, including soup bowls, rice bowls, plates, and spoons, a stunning blue with delicate, raindrop-like speckles adorning the surface. Such a porcelain set was highly sought after in the imperial capital, worthy of a trade for 100 acres of prime vineyard. The value of this artistic treasure from the East could not be quantified in gold coins. To do so would be a gross insult. The 2 attendants recognized the worth of the spices, teas, and silks, their eyes widening at the sight. But the porcelain set left them breathless, their demeanor shifting to one of utmost reverence, treating the bearded man and Lin Chi as if they were royalty. A jovial laughter echoed from a distance as a modestly dressed elder in a plain black robe, devoid of any ornamentation, approached with a stooped gait. His gaze swiftly scanned the gifts, and a charming flush crept onto his gaunt, sallow face. Esteemed Mr. Tiger, you are exceedingly generous. May the gods bless you. Surely your wishes shall be fulfilled. The frail Baron Moreau exclaimed with delight. The bearded man chuckled heartily, muttering under his breath, if my wishes remain unfulfilled, your entire family shall feed the sharks. With that, He opened his arms wide, laughing heartily as he advanced toward Baron Moreau. Chapter 47. Arthur's guest. Before the grand entrance of the Dunlock City Hall lies the largest municipal square of Dunlock, typically a playground for children and a respite for idlers. It now lies under the relentless grip of a blizzard, thick snow blanketing the square, apart from a narrow path laboriously cleared by the municipal workers. The area is buried under several feet of snow. The rectangular municipal square is encircled by ancient edifices of gray granite, belonging to the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in Dunlockport. The Grand Merchant Guild, elite salons, luxurious hotels and restaurants, along with some opulent apartments, dominate this space. Access is reserved for the affluent, leaving ordinary citizens to observe from the periphery. Directly opposite the City Hall stands the illustrious Emerald Rose Hotel, renowned for its opulence. The establishment is backed by the United Merchants of Dunlock, whose headquarters occupy the ground floor of the hotel. At this moment, within the most lavish suite of the Emerald Rose Hotel, Arthur reclines languidly on a sofa, his singular eye fixated on a shimmering orb of water, where the figures of Blackbeard and Lin Chi are vividly displayed. The fireplace crackles with the sound of burning pine, enveloping the room in a warmth reminiscent of spring. Besides Arthur, several others occupy the space. Behind him stands a towering figure, a man of ebony complexion clad in form-fitting leather trousers, his upper body exposed. This man, bald and draped in darkness, possesses only 2 white patches within his fierce gaze. He hails from the distant Black Spirit continent, separated by 2,000 miles of ocean. His muscles ripple like those of a lion, scanning the room with an unwavering vigilance, embodying the role of a devoted bodyguard. A massive curved dagger, its handle crafted from ivory and stretching 6 feet long, hangs at his side, a weapon of formidable lethality. Opposite Arthur, in a single chair, sits a remarkably striking young man. His beauty eclipses even that of Arthur, making the latter appear as a mere pebble in comparison to a gem. With golden hair, golden eyes, and skin as fair as milk, his exquisitely handsome visage exudes a breathtaking, ethereal allure. Dressed in a simple black robe, he seems to radiate an aura akin to that of imperial regalia. A thick tome bound in black sheepskin rests upon his knees as he observes the movements of Blackbeard and Lin Chi with keen interest. On either side of this young man are 3 young men and 2 young women seated upright. 2 of the men don warrior attire, while the third is cloaked in black. The 2 girls, evidently identical twins, are adorned in red robes, a mark of high-ranking clergy within the church. Those permitted to wear such garments hold a status equivalent to that of a bishop in their respective dioceses. Arthur's gaze occasionally drifts toward the twins, a subtle twitch at the corners of his mouth betraying a wistful admiration for the 2 exquisite beauties. Lamenting their roles as high-ranking clergy in the church, a tragic squandering of their gifts. With a quiet sigh of resignation, Arthur straightens himself and points to Lin Chi within the orb, speaking coldly. Esteemed Lord Elam, this is Lin Chi, the only son of my adoptive father, a veritable scoundrel, a thorough little tyrant. The dignified youth in black, who seems to emanate light and exude an aura of solemn authority, nods slowly, responding in a low voice. Your adoptive father is quite intriguing. He is a knight of celestial rank. His guards are all pinnacle knights. I find myself increasingly intrigued by your proposed terms of cooperation. Tilting his head thoughtfully, Elam smiles gently. Is your adoptive father plotting for the position of mayor of Dunlock? Arthur scoffs. In the future, he may also aspire to the role of provincial governor, essentially aiming to become a viceroy of the empire. Given his amassed wealth and influence, he is quite likely to succeed. Elam's interest visibly peaks, and he remarks with a smile. Oh, that sounds rather promising. If your adoptive father becomes a provincial governor and remains in that position for a few years, then suddenly meets with an untimely accident, and you, his nominal brother, Lin Chi, mysteriously vanishes, you would inherit his estate and power, wouldn't you? Furrowing his brow, Arthur shakes his head. Lin Chi may disappear, but I must acknowledge that my adoptive father has treated me well, so I do not wish for any misfortune to befall him. One thing must be separated from another. I yearn for the immense wealth he wields, yet I do not wish to harm him. Elam lets out a gentle sigh, casting a sympathetic glance at Arthur. Shaking his head lightly, such sentiments are the most tedious afflictions of you sinners. However, I respect your choice. Since we are partners in this venture, I shall utilize my power to assist you in achieving your desires. Arthur responds earnestly. Lord Elam, this collaboration benefits both of us immensely, does it not? You assist me in acquiring what I seek, and once I obtain it, I shall naturally become your most devoted follower. I believe my strength could be of value to you. With a modest smile, Elam nods. Indeed. I am tasked by His Majesty to expand the Church's influence within the Gaul Empire, and I truly require assistance from someone like you. So, let it be settled. Lin Chi shall soon vanish, in accordance with your wishes. As for your adoptive father, let him become the mayor of Dunelk and the provincial governor of Yazan. Arthur, brimming with excitement, rubs his hands together and lifts a bottle of sparkling wine. Smiling as he asks Elam, shall we toast? Elam shrugs nonchalantly. In ancient doctrine, alcohol, a substance that can lead to the loss of control over one's faculties, is considered a sin. For those old-timers, drinking is an unforgivable crime. However, we are different. Times have changed, and we must adapt. With a subtle smile, Elam nods. Let us have a drink. I have a fondness for wines of a gentle flavor. A soft clink resonates as several glasses meet, and Elam's voice, calm yet commanding, instructs, Ya, Ling, go and probe Lin Chi. Chapter 48. A curious misunderstanding. Baron Moreau was a repugnant figure, embodying the quintessential visage of an aged politician. With his shifty black beard and cunning demeanor, the two men, appearing as if they were close brothers, embraced each other with smiles that radiated brilliance. Perhaps due to the absence of the lady of the house, the refreshments prepared by Baron Moreau's servants were somewhat lacking. The tea was of a mediocre hue, and the pastries were evidently not freshly made. They had likely been prepared days in advance and merely reheated before serving. From a standpoint of social etiquette, Baron Moreau was undoubtedly remiss. However, could one be overly critical of a 70-year-old man when the mistress of the house was not present? Moreover, one was in a position of seeking favors. Lin Chi held a cup of red tea, nibbling on a rather toothsome muffin, and shook his head in mild dissatisfaction. Truly, the upright mayor's hospitality left much to be desired. The reception room itself was quite austere. The expansive room felt cold and desolate, with a few pieces of kindling languidly burning in the small fireplace. The meager warmth provided by such wood was insufficient to stave off the chill. As for the decor of the reception area, it was far from the grandeur one would expect of the mayor's residence in Dunki. Even a modest landlord's parlor in the countryside of the empire would exhibit greater opulence. The darkened wallpaper was peeling in numerous places, hanging limply like a ghost upon the walls, deepening Lin Chi's impression of Baron Moreau's integrity. The group settled around a round table in the reception room, and Baron Moreau, with a genial demeanor, sipped his somewhat lukewarm tea, squinting at Lin Chi. Teg, this must be your child who went to study in Burley, yes? Indeed, a paragon of the empire. Lin Chi set down his teacup, forcing the dry muffin down his throat, and stood to bow to Baron Moreau. Your Excellency, I am Lin Chi, a student of accounting at the 5th University of Burley. Baron Moreau squinted with a smile. Ah, the accounting program at the 5th University? A rather esteemed choice, I must say. He exchanged a knowing glance with the bearded man. Teg, you have found a commendable discipline from Mr. Lin Chi. If you were to join the Imperial Ministry of Finance in the future, your family would indeed have a bright prospect ahead. Truly limitless. The bearded man chuckled heartily, stroking his beard with prideful nods. After praising Lin Chi, Baron Moreau turned his curious gaze to Enzo. And who might this be? Enzo stood tall like a lance, declaring, Esteemed Mayor, I am Lin Chi's friend, Enzo, a student of the Joint Infantry Command Program at the Imperial Army Academy, holding the rank of Reserve Lieutenant. Baron Moreau regarded Enzo with surprise. While it was not unusual for students of the Army Academy to be reserve officers, the notion of a current student holding the rank of lieutenant signified exceptional merit and prowess. The Baron's mind raced with possibilities. The bearded man's son was a student of the 5th University's accounting program, known to yield graduates in high demand across various administrative sectors of the empire, particularly among the nobility who prided themselves on hiring such graduates as financial supervisors. If Lin Chi graduated successfully, he would secure a promising position in the capital. As for Enzo, a distinguished student of the Imperial Army Academy, with his rank of Reserve Lieutenant, he would likely attain at least a warrant officer or even a second lieutenant position upon graduation. If the bearded man leveraged his family's considerable wealth to facilitate Enzo's entry into the military bureaucracy instead of combat units, it was conceivable that within a few years, Enzo could rise to the rank of a district commander. Baron Moreau's imagination spiraled, envisioning Enzo as a military figurehead carefully cultivated by the bearded man in the capital. He envisioned Lin Chi graduating and aligning himself with a prominent noble family, providing the bearded man with a formidable ally in the capital. With Enzo gaining experience and later being assigned to oversee Dunki or Yazan province, the bearded man's influence would swell. With this train of thought, The traces of reticence vanished from Baron Moreau's face. He suddenly slammed his teacup down on the table, exclaiming, "What are you all doing? Do you not realize that Mr. Teg is my esteemed guest? How can you serve such inferior refreshments? You lazy fools, hurry and replace these." In mere moments, exquisite silver tea sets were presented, filled with aromatic, high-quality tea. An abundance of new delicacies followed, both savory and sweet, totaling over 20 meticulously crafted items. Baron Moreau's smile brightened further as he grasped the bearded man's hand warmly. "Dear Teg, we are friends, are we not?" The bearded man, with a knowing smile, nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, we are friends." Baron Moreau glanced at Enzo, sitting upright on the sofa, and remarked, "I will recommend you to the province to succeed my position. If you can persuade the leaders of the various guilds in Dunki, you shall be the new mayor. Of course, I have a small request." Simultaneously, the bearded man and Lin Chi turned their gazes toward Enzo, both realizing the implications. Lin Chi nodded with a smile, while the bearded man boldly asserted, "Since we are friends, what is there to discuss? Speak freely, and whatever it is, provided it does not contravene imperial law or divine doctrine, I shall see it through." Baron Moreau, with a twinkle in his eye, continued, "My youngest son, Aaron, is only 18 this year and will graduate from the military academy in Yazan province in 2 years. He looked at the bearded man knowingly, suggesting that he might grasp the underlying meaning. The bearded man's eyes widened, and he firmly grasped Baron Moreau's hand. "Then it is settled. The mayor's position is mine, and I shall take good care of your Aaron." Baron Moreau smiled with satisfaction, shaking the bearded man's hand vigorously. Chapter 49. Lin Chi's old acquaintances. The atmosphere was one of joy as Baron Moreau personally escorted Blackbeard and his companions to the grand entrance of the mansion in Dunnerk. It was a rare honor for anyone to compel Baron Moreau to take the trouble of walking to the door to bid farewell. Had it not been for the misunderstanding regarding Blackbeard's intentions, and had Blackbeard not presented a gift of considerable value, Baron Moreau would have likely only escorted them to the hall's threshold. After parting with the exuberant Baron Moreau, Blackbeard took Lin Chi on a visit to several prominent figures in Dunnerk, including the chairman of the Dunnerk Bank, several directors of the Dunnerk Chamber of Commerce, and the leaders of the Dunnerk Ocean Shipping Association. He introduced Lin Chi with great formality, and the peculiar pairing of Lin Chi and Enzo sparked the imaginations of these astute gentlemen. Anyone with even a modicum of intellect mistakenly presumed Enzo's identity, believing him to be a military representative fostered by the Black Tiger family. Given Blackbeard's immense wealth and the prowess of the two remarkable young men, the prosperity of the Black Tiger family seemed inevitable. Recognizing this, these shrewd merchants were naturally inclined to align themselves with the emerging power, eager to reap the benefits. Thus, Blackbeard subtly broached the subject of his potential candidacy for mayor, and like Baron Moreau, these individuals offered him unequivocal assurances. Should Blackbeard decide to run for mayor, all those he had visited would become his staunch allies, leveraging their utmost capabilities to secure his ascension. As Lin Chi and Enzo traversed the bustling docks of Dunnerk, the sound of crunching snow beneath their feet accompanied them. To their left lay the ocean, where colossal fishing vessels were docking. Numerous fishmongers clamored aboard these ships, selecting their coveted catches. A particularly fortunate vessel had captured an enormous tuna, weighing at least 2,000 pounds, instantly igniting a frenzy among the dockside traders, each vying for ownership of the prized fish. "What a magnificent fish!" Enzo exclaimed in awe, his first encounter with the sea and such a scene overwhelming his senses. "Is this what you call a big fish?" Lin Chi, with hands tucked into his pockets, leaned against a lamppost and scoffed. "This may be large for a tuna, but you've yet to witness a true giant." He recounted a tale from when he was 11, of a captured sperm whale, emphasizing its true enormity. With a hint of pride, he continued, "My father had the bones of that whale made into a display, which he donated to the town hall. It's still displayed prominently today. The meat was quite delectable, tender as veal. I even discovered a sizable pearl oyster within its belly, yielding 7 pearls the size of my thumb." "Pearls?" Enzo raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Thumb-sized pearls? Those must be quite valuable." Lin Chi spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. "When my personal maid Maria married, I gifted her those 7 pearls as her dowry." "You have a personal maid?" Enzo marveled. "Goodness, you truly are the scion of a wealthy family." Lin Chi shrugged, letting out a sharp whistle before sighing. "Maria and I share a bond of pure innocence. She began caring for me when I was just 5, being 7 years my senior. She was my mother's adopted servant, and our relationship is entirely virtuous." Suddenly, Lin Chi turned to Enzo with a cold smirk. "Do you know why I gouged out Arthur's eyes?" Because he dared to lay a hand on Maria. He had the audacity to entertain such thoughts about my mother's maid, and thus, I took action. Unfortunately, my father arrived too swiftly, and I couldn't finish what I started before he intervened. With a sinister chuckle, Lin Chi muttered, his violet eyes were quite beautiful. I recall preserving one in a solution, though I later lost track of it. Such a pity, it was a truly stunning violet eye. Enzo felt a shiver run down his spine as he regarded Lin Chi. Unable to fathom how a boy of merely a few years could so callously resort to such violence over a slight against his maid. I am genuinely curious, Chief. What kind of person were you in your youth? At your age, I could never have done such a thing. Lin Chi smirked, laughing heartily. Well, that's precisely why I'm taking you to experience it all. To meet some acquaintances and perhaps earn a bit of pocket money. So you'll understand what I was like back then. As fishmongers busily unloaded the ocean's bounty from the fishing vessels, the air grew thick with the pungent scent of fish. Lin Chi inhaled deeply, reveling in the unique ambience of the harbor, and with a hearty laugh, he led Enzo into a narrow alleyway. This little alley was winding and secluded, yet remarkably clean. Salt was sprinkled across the ground, meticulously carved into a non-slip pattern, making each step quite comfortable. Along the walls, translucent lamps made from polished shells dimly illuminated the path ahead. After meandering through the alley for a while, they unexpectedly arrived at a golden portal, intricately adorned with rose patterns, shimmering brilliantly in the light. Enzo's eyes widened in astonishment as he instinctively reached out to touch the door, confirming it was indeed crafted from pure gold. With excitement, Lin Chi rubbed his hands together and, with a triumphant kick, proclaimed, Hey, open the door. Lin Chi has come for his pocket money. Oh, after 3 years. You must have missed me dearly. After a full minute, the door creaked open hesitantly, revealing 2 young men with grim expressions peering through the gap. Upon spotting Lin Chi, they simultaneously erupted in exclamations of disbelief. My God, it's really Lin Chi. What a nightmare. Chapter 50. The Prodigals of Dunurk. Jean was in a foul mood. To be precise, his spirits had been low for the past 3 days, as both his left and right eyelids had begun to twitch incessantly. The Jean family, being the foremost bankers of Dunurk, possessed a rather peculiar ancestral ability. Whenever impending misfortune loomed, their eyelids would twitch uncontrollably. The more dire the situation, the more vigorous the twitching and the longer it lasted. A decade ago, when Jin's father made a catastrophic investment error that nearly triggered a bank run, his eyelids twitched for a full day and night. Now, Jin's eyelids had been in constant motion for 3 whole days. Was it possible that a malevolent force had set its sights on him? In a state of unease, Jean had been unable to sleep well for several days, transforming from a handsome young man into a haggard visage. His eyes were shadowed by heavy bags. His prominent aquiline nose stood out starkly against his pallid complexion. Gazing into the mirror, he felt as though he had morphed into a cursed dark fairy, or perhaps a vampire whose heart was meant to be pierced by a silver stake. After 2 days of relative calm, Jean finally mustered the energy to take his personal servant to his family's establishment, the Golden Rose Lounge. Though termed a lounge, the Golden Rose was, in fact, a notorious den of iniquity in Dunurk, boasting a casino, an arena for beast fights, gladiatorial contests, and slave auctions, alongside various exotic treasures for sale. More importantly, it offered an array of enchanting beauties, fine wines, and delectable cuisine from across the continents, making it a favored haunt for the young scions of noble families and affluent gentlemen. While the common folk struggled through the harsh winter, the young nobles could not venture outside in the blizzards for entertainment. During the protracted winter months, they resorted to indoor activities for amusement. The Golden Rose served as a splendid venue where all could find enjoyment, provided one possessed sufficient gold coins. Due to his incessantly twitching eyelids, Jean had neglected the management of the Golden Rose for 2 days. Upon his arrival that evening, he was greeted by the unmistakable voice of the renowned beauty, Angel. In the lounge's resting area. It truly is him. I cannot be mistaken. That scoundrel, the one who robbed my brother and left him bloodied, and who pushed me into that dreadful place. A thief who had robbed Angel's brother and pushed her into some wretched location? This narrative struck a familiar chord. Jin's weary mind, still reeling from sleepless nights, began to sift through his memories. After a considerable pause, a name surfaced that had haunted his dreams. Lin Chi. The very name that had once instilled dread in the hearts of all the noble youths and maidens of Dunurk. The one who had brought humiliation to the pretentious young men and tears to the finely dressed young ladies. A malevolent specter that had loomed over Dunurk for years until his abrupt disappearance 3 years prior. Jean felt a chill coursing through him, causing an involuntary shudder. Every part of him that Lin Shi had once assaulted throbbed with pain. Angel continued her lamentations. I saw him just yesterday. Oh, it was a nightmare. The moment I laid eyes on him, darkness enveloped me, and I nearly fainted. At last night's ball, I shared this with Amlin and the others, but they refused to believe me. In the resting hall, dozens of young men and women sat silently on the plush sofas, their expressions grim. They were the scions of Dunurk's elite families, their ancestors either local aristocrats possessing vast estates or wealthy merchants commanding the marketplace. Regardless of whether they were mere youths of 15 or nearly 30, they all vividly recalled that name and the terror it evoked. Lin Shi was a brute who had, from a young age, wielded his strength to leave the noble youths of Dunurk battered and penniless. He had also tormented the young ladies of Dunurk, subjecting them to humiliation that forced them into unspeakable situations. 3 years prior, his father had sent him away to study in the imperial capital, which had brought immense relief to the young nobles. 3 blissful years devoid of his presence felt like divine favor, allowing the noble youths and maidens to revel in a life of luxury and leisure. Jin's facial muscles twitched violently, mirroring the rhythm of his eyelid spasms. The recollection of Lin Shi treating the golden rose as his personal treasury sent a wave of weakness through Jin's calves. Everyone was fixated on Angel. Her words resonated with their sentiments. Could it be that the scoundrel had met his end in the imperial capital? After all, that was a place teeming with powerful officials and aristocrats, where Lin Shi could not brazenly wreak havoc as he had in Dunurk. Just as Jin finished speaking, the famed door of the Golden Rose, crafted from pure gold, was suddenly kicked open with a violent crash. Lin Shi's voice penetrated the lounge, reverberating through the resting hall. The faces of Dunurk's young elite turned ashen, all eyes fixed on Jin with a mixture of dread and disbelief. Chapter 51. The astonishing entrance of Lin Shi adjusting his bow tie. Lin Shi slightly parted his lips, revealing a perfect set of 8 pearly white teeth, forming an exceptionally standard smile. However, under the dim glow of the streetlights, his exceptionally white teeth emitted a chilling gleam. Jin, standing behind him, suddenly turned pale, instinctively gripping the door in an attempt to close it. Yet, Lin Shi's right elbow pressed firmly against the door, and one of his legs had already crossed the threshold. No matter how hard Jin exerted himself, he could not budge the door an inch. Compared to Lin Shi, who had honed his monstrous strength under the relentless guidance of hammers and blades since childhood, Jin was but a tender sprout in a warm greenhouse. While Lin Shi resembled the most formidable man-eating shark lurking in the depths of the northern sea. My dear Jin, how I have missed you. Lin Shi smiled gently at Jin, gradually applying pressure with his right arm, and the heavy golden door began to creak open. Jin's hands, straining against the door, revealed bulging veins, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Goodness, could it be that the Golden Rose would refuse a sincere customer? Lin Shi observed Jin's futile struggle with a bemused expression. He continued to smile as he pushed the door open inch by inch, then reached into his breast pocket to retrieve the golden ticket given to him by Blackbeard, leisurely waving it in front of Jin. Look, I am genuinely here for some enjoyment at the Golden Rose. 100,000 gold coins, dear Jin. 100,000 gold coins, not 100, not 1,000. But a staggering 100,000. 100,000 gleaming, delightful coins. Lin Shi squinted his eyes, grinning with delight, fully aware of Jin and his family's Achilles heel. Hailing from a family of bankers, Jin caught a fleeting glimpse of the golden ticket under the dim light, and he clearly recognized the numbers and all the hidden marks on it. 100,000 gold coins, issued by the renowned Insong Bank in the imperial capital, could be exchanged for cash anywhere on the continent. Jin, whose face had just turned as pale as a sheet, released his grip on the door, and a rush of warmth flooded to his cheeks, leaving him with an astonishing blush. He eagerly grasped Lin Shi's hand, pulling him deeper into the lounge. With uncontainable excitement, he exclaimed, "Oh, dear Lin Shi, it has been 3 years since you last visited the Golden Rose. The past 3 years without you have dimmed even Dunurk. How I have longed for you. I have missed you dearly." Lin Shi bellowed with laughter, warmly embracing Jin's shoulders as if he were holding a statue made of solid gold. Grinning widely as they entered the lounge, Enzo followed behind, amused, wondering if someone could finally match Lin Shi's fervor for gold coins. This unfortunate fellow named Jin, who had just regarded Lin Shi with fear, was now the one eagerly ushering him into the Golden Rose. Gold coins, delightful gold coins, indeed possess a potent magic that can overshadow even the divine. Feeling his own meager purse, Enzo couldn't help but sigh. The only puzzling aspect was where Lin Shi had procured this golden ticket worth 100,000 coins. 100,000 coins. Enzo secretly counted on his fingers for quite some time, still unable to ascertain the true value of those coins. Tilting his head, Jin's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Lin Chi, beloved Lin Chi, the charming Lin Chi, who brings with him a glittering ticket for 100,000 gold coins. He intends to make quite the splash, does he not? My dear Lin Chi, what would you like to indulge in tonight?" The people in the lounge suddenly understood, followed by an overwhelming sense of astonishment. They realized why Jin's demeanor had shifted so drastically for Jin and his family. The mere sight of a pile of gleaming gold coins could embolden them to confront even the Lord of Hell himself. Compared to the devil, what was Lin Chi? This rogue? Jin hailed from the Golden Lettuce family, notorious in Dunurk for their infamous creed. As long as there is sufficient profit, they would betray even their own parents and kin. With enough incentive, they would even sell their very souls. Thus, Lin Chi's arrival with 100,000 gold coins rendered Jin's transformation entirely unsurprising. What left everyone astounded was that this rogue Lin Chi had come to the Golden Rose with his own funds. Was this truly the same Lin Chi who had invoked fear 3 years prior? Hadn't he always arrived at the Golden Rose empty-handed, seeking a no-risk venture to earn some pocket money? Although he left with a full purse, when had he ever entered the Golden Rose with a single coin? Now, he astonishingly appeared with 100,000 gold coins, as if the gods had smiled upon him. The lounge fell into an eerie silence, with no one daring to speak. All eyes fixed on Lin Chi's innocent grin. After a brief pause, Lin Chi elegantly bowed to the assembled guests, stating, "Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, do you not recognize me? I am Lin Chi, your most cherished Lin Chi. Ah, should we not be seeking enjoyment at this moment? Why does everyone sit here in silence? Is it not the time for merriment?" The guests exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether this genteel and gracious individual truly was the Lin Chi they remembered. Could it be that the imperial capital possessed such extraordinary magic, transforming Lin Chi from a rogue into a gentleman, though not a true noble? His every movement was devoid of flaw, presenting himself entirely like one of the aristocracy. Jin clapped his hands, laughing heartily. "Indeed, why are we all sitting here? Let us embrace joy." With a booming voice, Jin declared, "Thus, the first event of the evening shall be the thrilling beast battle finals. The two beasts entering the arena tonight are a green-striped golden-eyed python from the Black Spirit continent and an ice-armored white bear from the frigid Odin tundra." Jubilantly patting Lin Chi on the shoulder, Jin beamed, "The minimum bid is 500 gold coins. Ladies and gentlemen, the minimum bid is 500 gold coins." Lin Chi raised an eyebrow, smiling. "May I first see the two beasts? Who would like to wager against me?" Jin's smile grew even brighter. Chapter 52. The Bed in the Black Spirit Continent. The Black Jungle stands as the most fearsome domain among all forests in the world. It serves as the lair of dark elves and black fairies, the stronghold of magical beasts, and the territory ruled by demons. The green-striped golden-eyed python is renowned as the most notorious predator within this ominous jungle. Meanwhile, the ice-armored white bear from the Odin Ice Plains is another formidable creature of great repute. This behemoth, which is 3 to 5 times the size of an ordinary black bear, was a favored companion among the orcs and berserkers during the century-long Land Island War. A fully grown ice-armored white bear possesses strength rivaling that of a peak knight. When it rampages into a battalion of infantry, it resembles a meat grinder, inevitably unleashing a storm of blood and carnage. The Golden Rose Tavern rightfully earns its title as the grandest den of iniquity in Dunkok. The procurement of these two magical beasts for a gladiatorial bet is indeed a substantial gamble. The so-called minimum wager of 500 gold coins merely serves as a baseline. However, among the gathered young nobles, who would only place a single bet, the most reckless of these dandy gentlemen often wager tens of bets at once to impress the delicate ladies present. Elated, Jin led Lin Chi and his companions to the depths of the tavern, where the beast arena awaited. This arena, partially concealed underground, boasts tiered seating capable of accommodating 300 to 500 spectators. At its center lies a deep, circular pit nearly 100 meters in diameter, spacious enough for colossal magical beasts to engage in fierce combat. The difference in height between the arena floor and the seating area reaches nearly 30 meters, rendering it impossible for even the mightiest of beasts to leap to the spectators' level. Furthermore, the arena's walls, columns, and floors shimmer with enchantments crafted by powerful mages using various crystalline powders and gemstones, ensuring that no flying creature could escape from this confined space. Observing the beasts in combat here is utterly safe. Presently, the arena is divided by a black curtain, with 2 massive iron cages positioned on either side. One cage houses a python exceeding 30 meters in length, adorned with green striped patterns, while the other contains a robust white bear standing over 10 meters tall, its fur bristling like iron needles. The python coils in a Ser Chapter 53, the high stakes undoubtedly. Angel, who had once been pushed into the gutter by Lin Chi, was an exquisite beauty. Her long, reddish-brown hair cascaded down her back like magnificent waves, while her delicate and fair face bore a youthful radiance. Her crimson lips resembled cherries, and her lively, pale green eyes sparkled like fine emeralds, deep and enchanting. Thus, although Angel's family may not rival the wealth of nations, they were nonetheless ranked among the most prestigious families in the province. Coupled with Angel's beauty, winning her affection would be akin to acquiring both wealth and allure. Consequently, Angel possessed a formidable allure within the circles of young nobles. Any shift in her demeanor would instantly attract a throng of admirers. A maid standing beside Angel carefully extracted a small leather pouch from her waist, revealing 30 banknotes, each worth 1,000 gold coins. With an air of superiority, Angel raised her chin, gazing at Lin Chi like a proud peacock. "Mr. Lin Chi, I challenge you to a wager of 30,000 gold coins. Since you have taken a liking to that hideous, grotesque, and venomous reptile, I shall stake this amiable, valiant, majestic, and adorable white bear." Lin Chi, seemingly indifferent, weighed the banknotes in his hand, casting a provocative glance towards the young nobleman behind Angel. Look. Angel is wagering 30,000 gold coins against me. Good heavens. The ice-armored white bear possesses an innate advantage over all cold-blooded reptiles. My wager of 100,000 gold coins against 150,000 is entirely reasonable. Is there truly no one willing to raise the stakes? Lin Chi's smile was radiant, yet to those young nobles and ladies whom he had previously bullied, it appeared utterly detestable. A few elegantly dressed young ladies let out soft scoffs, exchanging knowing glances with their personal maids. One by one, the maids produced their purses, contributing amounts ranging from a few thousand to 10,000 gold coins. These young ladies' families could not compare to Angel's, and their financial resources were considerably less robust. A few thousand gold coins, or even 10,000, represented all their hard-earned pocket money. With the contributions from these wealthy young ladies, Lin Chi now faced a total wager of 80,000 gold coins. Letting out a satisfied whistle, Lin Chi winked at Enzo and excitedly exclaimed, "Aha! The ladies of Dunurk possess far more courage than their male counterparts. TSK, 80,000 gold coins? Not nearly enough. I have 100,000 gold coins. 100,000. A thick stack of banknotes was tossed into the pot, and a haughty youth, resembling a proud rooster, cast a furtive glance at Angel while sneering. Lin Chi, this time you shall undoubtedly suffer a humiliating defeat, for Miss Angel's choice is infallible. I shall wager 50,000 gold coins alongside you." Seeing this youth take the lead, the other young nobles eagerly opened their purses, scraping together their last coins to place their bets. Banknotes, gold coins, silver coins, and even gem-studded cufflinks and buttons were tossed into the pot. The Golden Rose had professional appraisers, and with beaming faces, they quickly summoned them to assess the value of the jeweled accessories. Ultimately, Lin Chi faced a total wager amounting to 357,780 gold coins, along with 15 silver coins and 17 copper coins. According to the 1-to-1.5 betting ratio, Lin Chi would need to produce an additional 130,000 gold coins to match the total wager. Dear Lin Chi, Gold rubbed his hands together eagerly, his eyes gleaming. The total wager exceeded 500,000, and Golden Rose would profit significantly, pocketing over 50,000 gold coins just from their cut. Subtracting the cost of acquiring the two magical beasts, Golden Rose's profits would exceed 100%. It was a rare opportunity for profit. However, Lin Chi's wager fell short. Gold hesitated, rubbing his hands nervously as he sighed at Lin Chi. "My dear Lin Chi, you see, your wager is insufficient." Lin Chi furrowed his brow, tightly gripping the 100,000 gold coin note. He glanced at the restless green-patterned golden-eyed python twisting in its cage. It seemed Lin Chi's earlier approach had startled the fearsome creature, which now hissed, exhaling faint wisps of pale green venom. The surrounding magical array had activated automatically, forming a thin protective barrier that confined the venom within the arena. The white bear, sensing the disturbance from the snake, grew agitated. Rising on its hind legs and clawing desperately at the cage, its claws clashing against the metal bars, sending sparks flying. Everyone could discern Lin Chi's hesitation and unease. Angel raised her eyebrows in triumph and casually removed a dazzling ruby necklace from her neck, tossing it into the pot with nonchalance. "Lin Chi, this necklace is crafted by a master gnome, valued at 40,000 gold coins. Do you dare accept this new wager?" Several young ladies simultaneously flashed coy smiles, unfastening their own necklaces, rings, and other adornments to contribute to the bet, causing the total wager to soar above 470,000. Lin Shi's face instantly turned a sickly shade of green. Noticing Lin Shi's distress, a young nobleman threw down his jeweled sword heavily. The appraiser from Golden Rose quickly assessed its value. While the sword itself was worth little, the jewels adorned upon it were valued at over 30,000 gold coins. Lin Shi's expression grew increasingly grim. As the other young nobles observed his growing discomfort, their confidence swelled. They too began to produce their swords or other valuable trinkets for betting, swiftly increasing the total wager to 780,000 gold coins. With dozens of young nobles and ladies from Dunurk's aristocracy gathered, they united against Lin Shi. And the escalating wager of 780,000 gold coins rendered Lin Shi's expression increasingly bleak. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Shi looked helplessly at Gold. Gold, do you offer loans here? I believe borrowing a few 100,000 gold coins would suffice. Chapter 54. The twin sisters. A tempestuous wind lashed at the waves, crashing against the breakwater of Dunker Port. In the distance, a towering iceberg, standing 100 meters tall, was propelled by the gale, hurtling towards the breakwater amidst the tumultuous sea. Yet, figures flitted upon the breakwater as two massive fireballs roared forth, causing the iceberg to tremble violently amidst the waves, shattering chunks of ice that soared into the air, landing harmlessly in the water below. Two scruffy stray dogs, with fur as long as their bodies, scurried along the roadside, their green eyes gleaming in the night as they searched for sustenance. A row of sleek black stray cats sat neatly on the dock, tilting their heads to observe a fishing boat still aglow with lights. Before long, a burly fisherman emerged from the vessel, cursing under his breath as he carelessly dumped a large basin of fish entrails onto the dock. For jet-black steeds, akin to nocturnal specters, silently trotted past the street bordering the dock, pulling a four-wheeled cart. Beneath their glossy coats lay peculiar iron-blue markings, a testament to their lineage as hybrids of the magical beast known as the Qingyun beast and thoroughbred horses, boasting strength and speed that far surpassed their purebred counterparts. Such hybrids held immense value. Not even the most esteemed nobles could easily procure these so-called black steeds, let alone harness them. Inside the cart, two young ladies clad in scarlet gowns sat side by side on a plush seat, each cradling a thick tome as they silently recited the articles of punishment from the god of flame's retribution. Their pace of reading matched perfectly, the cadence of their page-turning synchronized, creating an illusion of singularity in their movements. They were the twin sisters, Ya and Ling, tasked by Elam to probe into Lin Shi's true nature. As their lips moved in silent incantation, a flickering flame seemed to dance between their brows, and an oppressive heat began to fill the spacious carriage. This formidable pressure, capable of reducing an ordinary person to mere ashes, was meticulously contained within the confines of the carriage, not a hint escaping into the outside world. Gradually, a subtle glow enveloped them, the flames entwining and merging, transforming into a radiant, divine platinum hue as they drew closer to their peak. Just as their energies reached a crescendo, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. The driver, a burly man, murmured, "Ladies, the Golden Rose is just at the end of this alley." Instantly, the flames dissipated into their bodies, and in perfect unison, Ya and Ling closed their tomes. With a delicate gesture, the hefty volumes vanished without a trace. Exchanging glances, they elegantly opened the carriage door and stepped out with the poised grace befitting daughters of a noble lineage. Following closely behind their carriage, a portly young man, adorned in jewels and appearing as rotund as a ball, struggled to extricate himself from the vehicle, though he stood only at the sisters' shoulders. His weight was several times that of both combined. Breathing heavily, he approached the two ladies, bowing deeply with a servile demeanor. "Esteemed Miss Aya, Miss Ailing, this is the most intriguing Golden Rose of Dunker." Ya and Ling cast a cool glance at the corpulent LaFontaine, offering a slight nod. He continued to bow fervently, wiping the sweat from his brow as he wheezed, and led them into the narrow alley, with LaFontaine, renowned for his extensive connections among Dunker's brokers, guiding them. Ya and Ling effortlessly entered the Golden Rose Lounge. LaFontaine inquired about the whereabouts of Jean and the other gentlemen and ladies, leading the two sisters to the arena. Lin Shi was vociferously demanding Jean to lend him several 100,000 gold coins, claiming that with an additional 100,000 of his own, he would have ample capital to gamble against the elite. However, Jin's expression betrayed his hesitation. Lin Shi's reputation among Dunker's raucous elite was infamous, having always engaged in ventures devoid of capital. though he had astonishingly produced 100,000 gold coins this time. Who could predict the outcome if Jean were to lend him the money? If Lin Chi won, it would be well, but if he lost? Jean had no doubts that old Blackbeard could easily cover the loan, yet he was apprehensive about Lin Chi's reliability. Hey, Jean, we are old friends, Lin Chi remarked nonchalantly, a cigar dangling from his lips, hands casually tucked into his pockets. We've been through a lot, despite that misunderstanding where I may have, shall we say, given you a few knocks. But we're still friends, right? Surely, a mere few 100,000 gold coins wouldn't be too much for you to lend me? I could even offer you an extra 3% interest. I'm certain I will win. You don't doubt me, do you? Jean hesitated, glancing at the green-striped golden-eyed python and the ice-armored white bear in the cage. The python, a cold-blooded reptile, was the bane of the ice bear, which wielded the power of ice and snow. It was uncertain who would triumph in their confrontation. He could unhesitatingly borrow from the other young lords and ladies present, but Lin Chi filled him with trepidation. At that moment, La Fontaine entered the arena with Ye and Ling in tow, exclaiming, Jean, I present to you two esteemed guests, Miss Aya and Miss Ailing. They are core members of the prestigious Vias Commercial Federation, merely passing through Dunkirk. Ye and Ling, akin to two night-blooming Sirius flowers, captivated the gaze of every male present. The renowned beauty angel, visibly irked, furrowed her brow. Ye and Ling's beauty was of a celestial nature, making her seem like an artificial glass bead compared to a natural diamond, entirely incomparable. Jean smiled warmly, poised to welcome the noble guests, yet before he could speak, Ye and Ling inquired simultaneously, what are you all doing? It appears quite intriguing. Their eyes fell upon the towering pile of wagers. Chapter 55, a solemn request for recommendations and support. Once again, it is Monday, and I implore all of you to extend your unwavering support just as you did last week. The foundation of a fruitful day is laid in the morning, and the success of a week is determined on its first day. I earnestly ask each of you to continue to cast your votes for me. My fervent dedication to writing is sustained by your generous encouragement. Furthermore, my new book has been featured in the Sanjiang recommendations. Each day, you possess a vote to cast. Please navigate to the Sanjiang section on the homepage and lend your support by voting for me. Every single vote you bestow signifies your anticipation and affection, and I shall reciprocate with tenfold enthusiasm for my dear friends and supporters. Chapter 56, the terrifying stakes as the two distinguished guests displayed interest in the gambling match. Jean was overwhelmed with excitement, his legs trembling with anticipation as he hurriedly explained the situation to the two ladies. Two monstrous beasts were locked in a fierce battle. Lin Chi had placed his bet solely on the green-striped golden-eyed python, while the other noble youths and maidens from Dunkirk had collectively wagered on the armored white bear. The dilemma lay in the sheer magnitude of their stakes, which far surpassed Lin Chi's limited resources. How intriguing! The two ladies exchanged glances before simultaneously directing their attention to the green-striped golden-eyed python and the armored white bear confined within their iron cage. After a moment, they spoke in unison. We are aware that snakes hibernate during winter, rendering their combat prowess significantly diminished. Even if the green-striped golden-eyed python possesses superior strength, its chances of victory against the ice-controlling white bear are considerably slim. With a gentle smile, both ladies reached into their pockets, producing a pair of lightweight golden tickets, which they leisurely placed among the wagers. Each ticket bore a face value of 500,000 gold coins, making their combined worth a staggering 1 million. The atmosphere within the beast arena suddenly grew tense. La Fontaine, who had escorted the ladies, stood agape, drooling uncontrollably. A wager of such magnitude promised La Fontaine an enormous commission, enough to allow him a lavish lifestyle for several years. Overcome with exhilaration, La Fontaine trembled with excitement, recognizing the generosity of the daughters from the prestigious Vias Commercial Federation. The two ladies nonchalantly remarked, just a little pocket money, Mr. Lin Chi. We too are betting on the armored white bear, but it seems you lack sufficient stakes. Lin Chi's gaze flickered as he fixed his eyes on the two ladies. He sensed an unsettling aura emanating from their beautiful forms. Though their smiles were charming and radiant, a deeper, more ominous visage seemed to lurk beneath. Especially when they smiled, their eyes remained unchanged, cold, merciless, akin to deities overlooking mere mortals. Having been nurtured amidst the company of extraordinary individuals by the side of Blackbeard since childhood, Lin Chi had developed a keen ability to read people. He could perceive the unassailable dignity and authority exude. Chapter 57, deep-seated hatred once again. In the lavish suite of the Green Rose Hotel, the opulence was palpable. In the brilliantly lit dining room, an oak table was adorned with a pristine white tablecloth, while pure silver cutlery glimmered under the lights. Several grand candles, crafted from expensive whale oil, not only cast a bright flame but also continuously released a warm, inviting fragrance, enveloping the room in a hazy atmosphere. Arthur and Ellum sat opposite each other at the dining table, indulging in a sumptuous dinner. Arthur was wholeheartedly tackling a thick, medium-rare steak, the tender pink meat occasionally using a faint trickle of blood under the pressure of his knife. In contrast, Ellum casually sampled a dish of aloe mixed with lily bulb, delicately drizzled with white truffle, clearly favoring a lighter palate than Arthur. A spherical orb, roughly a foot in diameter, hovered above the dining table, displaying events unfolding in the Golden Rose Lounge. Arthur paused momentarily, then speared a piece of meat and chewed thoughtfully before swallowing. He raised his glass to sip the tequila from across the sea, relishing the fiery liquid as it slid down his throat, and remarked darkly, "I have explained this to you before. First, Blackbeard and his loyal followers are not so easily dealt with. Second, if I eliminate them, how could I possibly seize control of the family power?" Ellum speared a slice of fragrant white truffle with his fork, inhaling its aroma before slowly licking it into his mouth with his crimson tongue. After savoring it for a moment, he raised a glass of potent liquor smuggled from the 5 Great Islands, brewed by fierce orcs from the bloodgrass plant, and took a hearty gulp. The crimson liquid contained almost no water, making it a drink only the most formidable orc warriors dared to enjoy. Akin to poison for an ordinary person. Yet, Ellum downed the so-called blood of the war god without a trace of discomfort, his body evidently strong enough to withstand such a potent brew. Now, I ask you one last time. Tell me the real reason why I should not take action against Blackbeard and his men. Ellum's gaze flickered across Arthur's face as he spoke in a low tone. What is the true reason for not eliminating Blackbeard? Is it that you cannot usurp his power? Or do you harbor other intentions? The atmosphere in the dining room grew particularly heavy as Arthur continued to consume his steak, finally nodding slowly after a long silence. He poured himself a small measure of the war god's blood, and then filled a large goblet with pale beer, shaking it vigorously until a frothy white foam erupted. He drained the entire goblet and, fixing his gaze on Ellum, spoke solemnly, "Very well, I confess, I do not wish to create misunderstandings between us on this matter." After a moment's contemplation, Arthur shook his head and continued, "My father was once a staunch ally of Blackbeard. He was the notorious pirate lord of the northern seas, the red-haired demon, a figure so fearsome that he could make children weep at night. He set sail with 10 pirate ships to raid, only to encounter a fleet of 50 warships from the 5 Great Islands. To make matters worse, that fleet was accompanied by 7 Frost Titans, 500 Odin Berserkers, and 500 frenzied orc warriors." Ellum raised an eyebrow. "So, your father met with complete destruction?" With a sigh, Arthur solemnly replied, "He treated me like his own son. I could sense that he treated both Lin Chi and me with complete fairness. What Lin Chi possessed, I had too, and often better." Ellum chuckled in surprise. "Oh? You regarded him as your true father?" Arthur nodded emphatically. "Thus, I cannot harm him. I will not engage in any actions that might jeopardize his interests. For as long as Lin Chi exists, his interests are mine. Once Lin Chi disappears from this world, everything belonging to Blackbeard will be mine." "And what of Lin Chi?" Ellum mocked with a smirk. "The only son of the man you regard as your true father?" Arthur's face contorted in disgust as he gritted his teeth. "That scoundrel. That wretched fiend, that demon-possessed bastard. I admit, I am not a good person. I wish to find some amusement with his devoted maid. But he had the audacity to inflict such cruelty upon me," smiling brightly as he slowly gouged out my left eye over the span of a quarter of an hour. His bronze goblet crumpled in his grip as Arthur snarled, "Can you imagine?" A cold finger. Chapter 58. The frenzied giant serpent Jean received a resounding slap from Lin Chi, yet he dared not utter a sound. Lin Chi's face contorted in a grotesque grimace, as if he were poised to take a life. From the depths of Lin Chi's eyes, Jean perceived an aura of madness and bloodlust, rendering him utterly speechless. Undoubtedly, Lin Chi was a small-time rogue, but the dark figure lurking behind him, the Black Tiger clan, was far more terrifying. Although Jean was oblivious to the intricacies of the Black Tiger family, every descendant of Dunurk had been warned by their elders to avoid provoking those residing in the grand mansion atop the beach hill. That figure commanded immense power in Dunurk, instilling trepidation in all the noble families. Jean clapped his hands forcefully, summoning the arena guards to unlock the iron cage. The sting of Lin Chi's slap faded swiftly from his memory. He considered himself a mere businessman, and the threat of being fed to fish by Lin Chi felt all too plausible, thus he chose to forget the incident. The young gentlemen and ladies present remained silent, fully aware that this confrontation had escalated into a rivalry between two outsiders and Lin Chi. The daughters of the foremost families of the Via's commercial federation were pitted against the brazen rogue of Dunurk. This was a battle beyond their involvement. Yet Lin Chi, despite his infamous reputation and enmity with everyone in this locale, was still a native of Dunurk. In contrast, the two beautiful young women were outsiders, prompting the local elite to at least maintain a neutral silence. Lin Chi turned, his twisted visage emanating an ominous glare, as if ready to unleash fire. He fixed his gaze on Ya and Ling, speaking coldly, "Should a single strand of hair be harmed on my friend, you shall certainly lose something in return. I doubt you will leave Dunurk unscathed." Ya and Ling exchanged disdainful smiles and shook their heads, scoffing. "Are you implying that you, a mere country bumpkin, wish to threaten us?" Lin Chi remained silent, pressing his lips together. The Via's Commercial Federation, a bastion of prosperity and cultural richness on the Western continent, regarded all foreigners with derision, and the elite families cultivated an air of haughty superiority akin to that of Ya and Ling. Lin Chi deemed further discourse unnecessary. If they indeed harmed Enzo, he would ensure they remained in Dunurk forever. Not only would they face personal repercussions, but their families would endure the Black Tiger clan's most ruthless vengeance. Their caravans would be besieged by countless bandits, their ships would attract the ire of all pirates, and their family members would become targets for every assassin and killer in the dark underworld. The employees of their families, including their relatives, would also face merciless murder and abduction. Clenching his fists, Lin Chi harbored boundless malice towards the two women who had so brazenly intruded upon his territory. Dunurk was his homeland, his domain, and these women dared to act so defiantly before him. What significance did the daughters of the Via's Commercial Federation truly possess? Ya and Ling squinted, scrutinizing Lin Chi. Was this the adversary Arthur was to contend with? As allies of Elam, they bore a grave responsibility to spread the light of the divine throughout the Gallic Empire, ensuring that divine authority superseded royal power. To herald the brilliance of the divine, they required formidable allies. Arthur had been chosen for this role, and they recognized the immense potential behind him, thus opting to collaborate with him. However, in order to cooperate with Arthur, Lin Chi had to be eliminated. Naturally, such actions could not transpire within Dunurk. That would be unwise. Yet, once Lin Chi departed from Dunurk, stripped of his family's protection, he would be akin to a rootless weed, vulnerable to the tempest. Today served merely as an opportunity to gauge the nature of this man. Ya and Ling, indifferent, approached the railing to survey the arena below. They had no concern for Lin Chi's wrath, for aside from belonging to a powerful family and having a domineering father, what else did a rogue like Lin Chi have to boast about? Country bumpkin. Ya and Ling curled their lips in disdain, simultaneously issuing a derisive huff. Lin Chi's cold laugh echoed as he glanced at the unconscious Enzo on the ground, then at the middle-aged man responsible for Enzo's plight, slowly nodding. He resolved to make certain individuals understand. This was Dunurk, not their Via's Commercial Federation. Within the vast arena, several robust guards were operating a massive winch in the shadowy confines of the protective walls, the grinding of colossal metal gears resonating with a dull thud. Dozens of iron chains were taut, and as they were pulled, the mechanisms securing the cages holding the magical beasts were released, allowing the cages to rise slowly and be stored within the protective walls. The curtain of the arena was similarly drawn back, revealing the two magical beasts for the first time. The frost-armored white bear let out a thunderous roar, its adorably clumsy paws striking the ground with force, sending a layer of frost spiraling upward. Encased in a thick frost-armored shell, it exuded a chilling aura, causing the ground around it to be coated in a thin layer of ice. However, before the frost-armored white bear could prepare for battle, the green-striped golden-eyed python let out a frenzied hiss and surged forth like a whirlwind. Its golden eyes transformed into a blinding crimson hue. The giant serpent disregarding the white bear's frigid armor, wrapping itself tightly around the bear. The massive serpent writhed violently, its gaping maw lunging toward the white bear's head. What was happening? Jean was stunned. This was utterly abnormal. Typically, reptilian magical beasts would be intimidated by the white bear's icy armor, and would not recklessly engage in such a life-or-death struggle unless cornered by the bear. The serpent's cavernous mouth revealed fangs as thick as a child's wrist, releasing a torrent of venom that shimmered ominously. The fangs collided violently with the white bear's icy armor, producing a deafening crash. Two of the serpent's fangs shattered, while the white bear's icy armor was likewise obliterated. One fang pierced the white bear's shoulder, injecting a deluge of venom into its bloodstream. The onlookers collectively paled. The giant serpent had truly gone mad. A Mag Chapter 59. Ferocity. Lin Chi stood with his hands behind his back, a serene smile gracing his face. Two beasts clashed violently, their blood, saliva, and venom spraying in all directions as their massive bodies struck the ground with a thunderous roar. Lin Chi's smile was met with grim expressions from everyone except Jean, particularly from Ya and Ling, whose lovely faces turned ashen. Such uncontrollable events had never occurred before. The church possessed secret divine arts, and the moment Ya and Ling entered the arena, they used their divine skills to assess the condition of the two beasts. In terms of innate attributes and the beast's inherent strength, the ice-armored white bear held an undeniable advantage. Yet, at this moment, it was the green-striped golden-eyed python that dominated the fight. With shattered fangs, the serpent was in a frenzy. Heedless of the blood pouring from its maw as it savagely tore at the flesh beneath the white bear's fractured icy armor. The venomous fangs sank deep into the bear's body, injecting copious amounts of poison into its system. The serpent even sacrificed its own essence, channeling the core's primal power, transforming its life force into a pitch-black venom that it expelled. This venom was over 10 times more toxic than what it typically stored. Even a slight contact would lead to grotesque decay and death. As the python coiled tightly around the bear, its muscles convulsed with an inexplicable efficiency, even causing fractures in its own bones. Yet, the serpent remained oblivious to the pain coursing through it, fixated solely on constricting the bear with all its might. The magic core burned intensely, emanating a faint glow that shone through its skin, resembling a dark, demonic eye embedded within its form. The serpent had gone berserk. Ya and Ling exchanged concerned glances at Lin Chi. Such a rare occurrence of a beast frenzy had unfolded before them. The white bear struggled violently, its towering 10-meter frame writhing in a desperate attempt to escape. However, no matter how it thrashed, it could not break free from the serpent's grip. Thick ice armor covered its massive paws, and sharp ice crystals glinted as they struck the python, tearing its scales and exposing its colorful innards and stark bones. Yet, the python continued to bite and constrict, indifferent to its own suffering. As time passed, the once white bear became enveloped in darkness. Poison infiltrated its body, and blood flowed from its orifices as it Chapter 60. Midnight murderous intent. Stepping out of the golden rose, Lin Chi felt the piercing cold wind whip against his face, the stinging chill momentarily clearing the haze from his heated mind. It was evident that Yo and Ling were approaching him. There was no doubt that these two women were intent on confronting him. The nouveau riche of Vias, while affluent, lacked a formidable backing. In contrast, the Pavel family possessed legions of soldiers willing to fight and die for them, yet they were devoid of wealth. The potential union of these two powerful families could yield extraordinary developments. Another possibility loomed. These two haughty women could have been summoned by the dandy sons and daughters of Dunurk to specifically torment Lin Chi. However, based on Lin Chi's understanding of Dunurk's debauched elite, they hardly seemed capable of orchestrating such a scheme. The young scions of Dunurk were extravagant, superficial, vain, and hypocritical. Compared to their ancestors, these pampered youths, born into opulence, had long since lost any fighting spirit, which was the primary reason Lin Chi could exploit them for pocket money during his youth. They had been humiliated by the young Lin Chi. Yet out of fear for their reputations, none dared to publicize the incident. This silence allowed Lin Chi to continue his exploitation year after year, month after month. Was it likely that these accustomed to oppression young elites would deliberately seek out two women to confront him? Such a possibility seemed slim and can be dismissed. So, who else might possess this potential? As Lin Chi sifted through myriad figures in his mind, he locked onto a striking man with resplendent purple eyes and hair ablaze like fire, his exceptionally handsome visage marred only by a single eye. Arthur, you, the pampered playboy, never ceased to astonish me. Too affluent. Beautiful women of noble birth casually sought out an agent in the dock area, a place notorious for its lawlessness, to guide them to a similarly unfamiliar tavern for amusement. Upon entering, they fixated on Lin Chi, intent on engaging him in a wager, brazenly involving Enzo's life in the process. Was this the conduct one would expect from proper heiresses? The typical heiress, like Angel, would shriek at the sight of a mouse and faint onto the ground, awaiting a gallant young lord to rush over and awaken her with a kiss. Where would such audacious heiresses find the courage to wager millions on the lives of others? Charming Arthur, you insufferable one-eyed wretch, you truly seem to be courting danger. A low, resonant voice, akin to the roar of a tiger, reverberated through the air, deep yet possessing an unusual clarity. Carried by the howling wind, this peculiar roar rapidly spread, reaching the ears of nearly half the dock area in an instant. Shadows began to appear on numerous vessels in the harbor, their occupants casting glances toward Lin Chi. Lin Chi concentrated, whistling with precision, modulating the frequency and pitch to convey his intentions. A colossal whaling ship, exceeding 100 meters in length, defied port regulations and slipped away from its mooring into the impenetrable darkness of night. Guided by an experienced pilot, the whaling ship navigated deftly among the thousands of vessels in the harbor, gradually approaching the breakwater where Lin Chi stood. This specialized whaling ship, equipped with a formidable harpoon powered by magical forces, was designed for hunting the North Sea's prized high-level magical beast, the unicorn whales. Yet, under certain special circumstances, this extraordinarily powerful harpoon could also be employed to hunt other targets, including humans. In the distance, shadows began to emerge silently from the alley. Lin Chi's keen eyes discerned a tall, slender figure at the forefront, a man with a peculiar scythe slung over his back, a close confidant of the black-bearded leader, responsible for all the nefarious activities in the dock area, a figure whose strength rivaled that of the hammer and the cleaver, the Grim Reaper's right hand, Ball. Among the throng behind Ball, some brazenly brandished military crossbows strictly regulated by the Empire. Chapter 61. Frantic Assassination with an Expressionless Demeanor. Ya and Ling emerged from the magnificent golden gates of the Rose of Gold. A middle-aged man, clutching Enzo by the collar, followed closely behind them. The gates slammed shut with a heavy thud, followed by the sound of several bolts being secured. Subsequently, delicate patterns of light shimmered across the rose petals adorning the gates, signaling the activation of a protective magic formation. Ya and Ling simultaneously let out a cold snort, their hearts brimming with indignation. This was the first time they had been so rudely expelled. The proprietor of the Rose of Gold, Jean, had shamelessly declared them unwelcome guests and forcibly ejected them. What further infuriated them was that their agent, La Fontaine, had chosen to remain at the Rose of Gold, pleading with Jean in a most degrading manner, completely disregarding his employers. Despite Yu and Ling's vocal reprimands directed at La Fontaine, he seemed determined to stay, forsaking even his commission to explain himself to Jean. Their fury reached new heights when Lin Chi had the audacity to hurl a vile insult at them upon his departure, leaving Ya and Ling momentarily stunned. Born into nobility and possessing formidable connections within the church, Ya and Ling were accustomed to wielding power that could sway the fates of small nations. Yet, here they were, subjected to such base and vulgar abuse. It felt akin to two immaculate blooms being sullied by a deluge of sewage, overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions. Ya and Ling gripped the corners of their sleeves, destroying the tracking formation within to prevent Alum from witnessing their humiliation. Having grown up alongside Alum and now sharing the burdens of their trials, they were too ashamed to allow him to see their disgrace. With the tracking formation obliterated, Alum would be unable to utilize his divine abilities to locate them, rendering the water mirror technique ineffective. Finally free from Alum's gaze, they exhaled in relief. How could they bear to be seen in such a state? That wretched sinner, Lin Chi, must face the most severe retribution. Their eyes blazed with fury, their bodies trembling with rage. The flames at their foreheads ignited, radiating a palpable heat that caused the frigid air around them to simmer, evaporating the snowflakes within a 10-meter radius. The middle-aged man, still gripping Enzo, inquired softly, "How shall we handle this scoundrel?" His fingers tightened around Enzo's throat, poised to crush his neck with a mere twitch. After a moment of silence, Yin nonchalantly waved her hand. "He is of no worth. Discard him and let him fend for himself." In her eyes, Enzo, hailing from a humble background with the mere strength of a knight, was a trivial figure unworthy of their attention, akin to refuse discarded by the roadside. The middle-aged man nodded and unceremoniously cast Enzo aside, snowflakes accumulating upon him in an instant. He beckoned the servants to prepare the carriage, attending to Ya and Ling with utmost respect as they boarded. With a sharp command, for ebony steeds whinnied and pounded the ground, sending sparks flying. The carriage rattled away, soon exiting the narrow alley. However, as they emerged, the middle-aged man's expression shifted. The coastal boulevard lay in darkness. All the streetlights along the extensive road had been extinguished. A faint scent of lamp oil permeated the air, indicating that the lights had been deliberately sabotaged, their glass shades shattered. Dropping his whip, the man loosened the reins, murmuring, "Something feels amiss, my ladies." Lin Chi stood atop a fishing vessel's lookout, gazing intently in their direction. The low growl of a tiger echoed in the distance, and with a shift in tone, Lin Chi understood. The target had been located, and all was well. Let the outsiders know this is Dunurk, the territory of the Black Tiger clan. Those who dare provoke me here must pay in blood. With a menacing gesture, Lin Chi declared, "Uncle Ball, that man can be reduced to fish feed. As for the two women in the carriage, you may decide their fate, but I desire half of their gold and jewels. Cloaked in black, the reaper-like Baal, with a 9-foot scythe resting on his back, chuckled ominously, whistling sharply before coldly stating, "Are they two lovely maidens? Perhaps twins?" The beasts of the 5 great islands would surely take a liking to them. Human beauties are highly prized among their royalty. A trio of resounding blasts pierced the night, and 3 dark harpoons, designed for hunting the colossal unicorn whales, soared through the air. Each harpoon, over 2 meters long, was crafted from a special alloy and inscribed with destructive runes. Within a range of 300 paces, they could penetrate a foot-thick steel plate, their explosive force capable of demolishing a small dwelling. At less than 100 paces from the carriage, the harpoons were unleashed, targeting with formidable precision. Although the middle-aged man had anticipated an attack, the speed and ferocity of the onslaught took him by surprise. He raised his arms, enveloped them in a shroud of dark energy, a vibrant azure hue flickering at the edges. A peak knight, on the precipice of transcending to the celestial realm, faced down the 3 harpoons meant for slaying high-tier magical beasts. His hands met 2 of the harpoons, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated his arms into a gruesome pulp. Chapter 62. Blood-soaked escaped the middle-aged man, a knight at the pinnacle of his status. Despite a gaping wound in his chest, and arms shattered to the shoulder, clung to life. Lying on the ground in a pitiful state, he managed to raise his head, spitting blood as he hoarsely cried out, "My lord, flee." With such a massive gash in his chest and his lungs severely damaged, the last remnants of breath from the middle-aged man were tinged with pink froth, his voice growing weaker with each passing moment. Within just a few breaths, his head fell heavily to the ground, devoid of any breath. Dozens of towering figures wielding cleavers and axes swiftly advanced toward the carriage. Lights flickered on in several nearby houses along the coastal road, yet their windows were quickly shattered by stones, extinguishing nearly half the illumination within. The sounds of barking dogs erupted, soon melding into a cacophony, while within some homes, the unmistakable sound of swords being drawn echoed. Burly men shouted loudly, seemingly eager to join the fray and witness the unfolding chaos. Dunkirk, situated near the Northern Sea, had frequently faced incursions from the various tribes during the century-long land and island wars, fostering an exceptionally fierce local culture. The region's inhabitants, towering and robust like the wild beasts native to the north, were imbued with a vigor unmatched by those from other areas. Thus, despite the warnings from the thugs summoned by Lin Chi, some undaunted souls within the houses rallied their servants to arm themselves with the knives, swords, and bows that every household in Dunkirk kept on hand, brandishing torches and unleashing their fierce hunting dogs as they ventured forth to uncover the truth. The group of shadowy figures ignored the nearby commotion, swiftly closing in on the carriage, now less than 10 meters away. Lin Chi stood atop the lookout of a fishing boat, sneering at Baal. "Uncle Baal, the merchants from Vias are indeed wealthy. Each of the young ladies has a knight of the highest caliber guarding them, and one of them is on the brink of ascending to the celestial realm. Just imagine the salary you must command." Even within the Empire, celestial knights typically hold ranks equivalent to the commanders of the royal guard. And while they may lack actual military authority, their titles are undeniably formidable. Any celestial knight in the Empire is bestowed with the honorary title of Count, and upon rendering services to the Empire, that title can swiftly become hereditary. This speaks volumes about the rarity of celestial knights. The presence of such a formidable protector for the 2 ladies from Vias was indeed surprising to Baal. After contemplating for a moment, he transformed into a shadow, darting down from the lookout tower like a specter, swiftly maneuvering through the vessels towards the toppled carriage. Given the caliber of their protector, the identities of these 2 women were undoubtedly significant. After all, even a less favored princess of the Empire would not have such a guardian. They had to perish, swiftly and completely, to eliminate any trace that might connect Lin Chi to the incident. The Black Tiger clan, while not averse to trouble, certainly had no desire to invite it, especially with their leader, Blackbeard, in the midst of a crucial mayoral campaign. Surely, one could not expect the prospective mayor of Dunkirk to be out on the streets wielding a sword against foes. Lin Chi, recognizing the intricate web of causality at play, furrowed his brow and retrieved a conch-shaped whistle, blowing into it once more. He activated the family's secondary alert signal while simultaneously requesting assistance from powerful allies at the ancestral home. Regardless of the outcome, it was imperative to keep Ya and Ling safe here. Baal should be sufficient to handle those 2 women, and Lin Chi summoned additional reinforcements as a precaution against any disruptions, particularly from that brother of his, whom he wished to avoid encountering at this moment. Soaring through the air, Ball swiftly made his way along the breakwater to the coastal road. He commanded, "Leave no survivors, kill them." With that order, the group of shadows surrounding the carriage swiftly retreated, discarding their weapons to draw forth palm-sized, double-edged battle axes from their belts. A fierce shout rang out, and dozens of 10-pound, pure steel axes whistled through the air, conjuring swirling winds as they hurtled toward the overturned carriage. This was a technique learned by the Black Tiger clan from the Beastmen of the Five Islands, who could effortlessly slay heavily armored soldiers from 100 paces away with such double-edged axes. Although the thugs of the Black Tiger clan could not match the Beastmen's raw strength, they still possessed a fearsome lethality within 30 paces. As the axes neared the carriage, two sweet, harmonious voices suddenly reverberated. God decrees that all evil shall be vanquished. The glory of God reigns over all. A chilling inferno erupted from within the carriage, instantly engulfing it in flames, turning it to vapor. Ya and Ling stood shoulder to shoulder, suspended 3 feet above the ground, their eyes blazing with a fierce wrath. A peculiar flame flickered at their foreheads, where golden runes occasionally shimmered into view. As the axes rushed toward them, their speed began to wane. And when they were merely a meter away, an invisible force nullified their momentum, causing them to helplessly fall to the ground. The pure steel axes, glowing red from the heat, clattered against the cobblestones of the coastal road. "You sinners, how dare you attempt to slay the servants of God? Your sins shall invoke divine retribution." Ya and Ling raised their right hands simultaneously, swiftly inscribing strange runes in the air. In the blink of an eye, 2 crimson runes, each the size of a human head, began to take shape. With a sharp whistle, Ball unsheathed the long scythe strapped to his back, his figure blurring as he created a dozen afterimages, darting past the 2 women like a nightmare. The massive scythe struck the air behind them with a resounding crack, shattering a red barrier that had appeared less than a meter behind them. The scythe grazed their backs, blood spraying forth as a gruesome gash, deep enough to reveal bone, marred their flesh. In unison, the 2 women cried out in horror, their faces marked by panic, as they transformed into 2 blazing spheres of fire. Flea Chapter 63. Desperation. The 2 flames soared with a swiftness that far surpassed human speed, rivaling that of an ordinary steed. Sparks erupted from the infernos, their intense heat forcing the henchmen of the Black Tiger clan to retreat in disarray. Ball, reveling in his triumph, sneered at the 2 minor sorceresses who dared to wreak havoc in this place. Having effortlessly severed the protective spell cast by Ya and Ling, he accurately assessed their power level. Corresponding to the knightly 9-tiered realm, the clerical sorcerers were classified into 9 distinct ranks as well. The 1st to 3rd ranks were deemed mortal, the 4th to 6th spirit, and the highest tier, the 3rd rank, noble. During the protracted war against the 5 great islands, a unified understanding of various professions was established across the continent, categorizing sorcerers and mages similarly to knights, using a spectrum of 9 colors for clear distinction. Like knights, sorcerers and mages would exhibit a corresponding hue when casting spells, regardless of the type. When Ball's scythe shattered the protective spell of the 2 women, a faint green aura flickered amidst the fragments of flame, indicating that their strength was comparable to that of a mid-tier knight, rendering them utterly powerless against Ball, who had already ascended to the celestial realm. As the 2 women fled, and with the henchmen unable to close the distance, Ball cackled maniacally, advancing towards them with an eerie grace, his long scythe aimed at their waists. "My master decrees your demise, hence, you shall perish." Ball's eyes glinted with excitement at the prospect of slaying such beautiful twin sorceresses. His past victims included countless tormented souls, even fearsome entities like the Frost Titan. Yet such charming prey was a rare encounter. The scythe whistled ominously through the air, its edge enveloped in a deep blue glow, a testament to Ball's true power at the lower tier of the celestial realm. Without such strength, how could he command the multitude of sailors, rogues, and notorious criminals that roamed the port of Dunurk? Feeling a chilling wind approaching from behind, Ya and Ling turned to see Ball, clad in black robes and bearing a pallid visage akin to a specter, lunging toward them. They could even sense his breath, which was as frigid as his presence, more so than the icy gales sweeping from the Odin plains. With a swift motion, the protective spell they had barely reinforced was again shattered. Yet, before Ball's scythe could strike, the 2 women simultaneously crushed a small red scroll hidden within their sleeves. In unison, they proclaimed, "By the blessing of the fire god, those who disregard divine dignity shall be punished." A golden red flame, resembling molten glass, erupted from their sleeves, swiftly encircling them to form a formidable shield. Ball's scythe collided with the shield, resonating with a thunderous sound as it vibrated violently, causing numerous fissures to appear. Then, A dazzling burst of fire transformed into a dragon, approximately a foot in length, that shot forth with a resonant roar, aiming directly for Baal's chest. Baal's expression shifted as he relinquished his scythe, his hands enveloped in a dark mist that shimmered with hints of crimson. Countless deep blue strands intermingled within the fog as he grasped forward with claw-like hands, seizing the dragon composed entirely of pure fire energy. A ruthless woman. Do you intend to destroy this place? Baal's hands sizzled in agony from the dragon's flames. Yet he bore the pain, spinning his body with immense force to hurl the dragon into the sea beside the port. The dragon's entry into the water produced a resounding explosion, creating a massive water mound that surged upward like a thunderclap, sending waves that rocked nearby vessels. This tremendous noise startled not only the residents of the coastal road, but awakened the entire city of Dunurk. Urgent gongs echoed from all directions, and sharp alarms blared from the watchtowers surrounding Dunurk. Although the century-long land and island wars had ended 30 years ago, Dunurk maintained a wartime state, albeit slightly diminished. The magnitude of the explosion roused the city's populace, prompting the guards from the barracks in the Dunurk garrison, along with local defense teams, to rush toward the docks, torches illuminating their path. Lin Chi, accompanied by several guards, reached the dock and commanded, "Swiftly resolve this. Crossbows, shoot them down." The protective shield of the sorceresses, already riddled with cracks, shattered explosively. Startled, the two women instinctively prepared to activate another powerful protective charm hidden in their sleeves. However, the well-trained henchmen of the Black Tiger clan denied them this chance. 30 crossbowmen emerged from the shadows, their sights set on the radiant figures of the two women. In unison, they released their bolts. With a chilling screech, 32-foot-long bolts, forged from a blend of black steel and volcanic silver to penetrate the toughest rhinoceros knights among the tribes, shot forth with untraceable speed, piercing the protective flames surrounding the women. The crossbow bolts, capable of penetrating the formidable hides of the rhinoceros knights, wielded a terrifying force far surpassing that of any thrown axe. While the flames could withstand the axe's onslaught, they were powerless against the bolt's might. Illuminated by the fire, the 30 bolts rapidly closed in. In a moment of sheer panic, the two women instinctively unleashed all their divine power, summoning a fiery tornado that enveloped them as they spun away from the impending doom. A scream echoed as their bodies were propelled several paces, blood spraying in their wake. Both Ye and Ling were struck by several bolts, pure steel piercing through their bodies, leaving gaping wounds in their shoulders and thighs. The most despairing blow came when one bolt pierced Yuz of Chapter 64. A perilous rescue Yahaling lay helplessly in a pool of filth-laden snow, precisely where the stray cats had recently dined. The snow was dark and reeking of fish entrails, blood, and strange bodily fluids. The acrid stench filled her nostrils, and the depths of her despair nearly brought her to tears. Her body was racked with excruciating pain. It felt as though her muscles and bones had shattered. The crossbow bolt had pierced her, leaving her numb and devoid of sensation. Even the wound on her abdomen was stiff, blood gushing forth, yet she felt nothing at all. The Orcish rhinoceros knights were not only formidable in strength and defense, but also possessed an astonishing vitality. The bolts of their crossbows were laced with potent poison, a concoction fermented from 18 varieties of toxic herbs native to the western continent. A single drop of this venom could incapacitate a water buffalo, and for an ordinary person, it would lead to a gradual paralysis of the heart. The numbing sensation crept from her wound throughout her entire body, resembling the encroaching shadow of death. The two women lay amidst the filth, remnants of warmth still emanating from their bodies, enveloped by the loathsome stench, a scent they had never encountered in their privileged lives, where they were reared in opulence, untouched by the harshness of reality. Now they lay there, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. They longed to weep, but their stringent upbringing had taught them that tears were the mark of the lowly. How could noble souls such as themselves indulge in such weakness? In the distance, the heavy, synchronized sound of marching footsteps approached. The port's guard was rushing toward them. The urgent hoofbeats of horses echoed as the patrol dragon knights sped closer. The sharp wails of police sirens grew louder, indicating the secret police were mobilizing. Yet more chaotic footsteps and the clash of weapons could be heard. The regular garrison of Dunurk numbered only 1,000, while the dragon knights and the copper helmets added nearly another 1,000. However, the militia of Dunurk was vast, comprising tens of thousands. Every man from Dunurk was a formidable fighter, and with a population exceeding several 100,000. They could easily assemble a militia to counter threats from the 5 great islands in the north. The recent eruption of the fire dragon had stirred the entire Dunurk, prompting the militia to spring into action. Urgent footsteps echoed everywhere, accompanied by the fierce barks of large dogs. From the rooftops of high buildings, large oil lamps were lit, reflecting light toward the port, casting several beams of hazy illumination that flickered across the water. Yahaling was rapidly losing blood, feeling an intense chill envelop her, and her vision darkened. All the commotion felt like a nightmare closing in on them. The sounds of the guards, dragon knights, and militia became like whispers of demons, pressing upon them until they nearly succumbed. Lin Chi dashed to the dock, urgently admonishing, "Hurry, the gold notes on them. Their necklaces, rings, and their hairpins, encrusted with gems. Good heavens, at least 3 carats of exquisite gemstones. These 2 dead women are incredibly wealthy." Ball had already arrived beside Yahaling, brandishing a long-handled sickle, poised to sever their heads. Yet, upon hearing Lin Chi's urgent cries, Ball paused, quickly crouching down to violently rip open the women's garments. Snatching Chapter 65, the Black Spirit Death Warrior's Bale's scythe was long and slender, its shape grotesque, resembling the tongue of a venomous serpent, casting a twisted shadow in the air. Behind him, a heavy curved blade, nearly 6 feet in length, surged forward like the fangs of a primordial beast, accompanied by a ferocious howl. The delicate scythe and the massive curved blade clashed violently. A deep blue halo shimmered on the scythe, reminiscent of fleeting ripples on water, while a massive deep green glow erupted from the curved blade. As the 2 lethal edges collided, they sparked countless embers, emitting a deafening sound that was excruciating to the ears. The pitch-black scythe forcefully sliced into the curved blade, cleaving nearly half of its palm-width blade. Accompanied by the agonizing sound of metal scraping, Bale's eyes glimmered with an eerie cold light as he spun the scythe like a windmill. The burly man wielding the curved blade let out a muffled grunt. His strength was inferior to Bale's, being merely a mid-tier knight, a stark contrast to Ball, a lower-tier celestial knight. The pain surged through the man's wrist as the scythe manipulated the curved blade, twisting his arm in a violent whirl. A series of cracking sounds echoed as the man's arms shattered inch by inch, despite his desperate grip on the hilt. Bale's cruel laughter rang out, and with a swift flick of his scythe, the man's arms were severed at the shoulders. Blood gushed forth, and the man roared in agony towards the heavens, as a thick beam of light from a distant skyscraper illuminated his figure, tall and robust like a lion, with a bald head and dark skin. The man had but 2 white orbs for eyes. He was one of the natives of the Black Spirit continent, the very individual who stood behind Arthur's sofa at the Green Gem Hotel. Blood poured from his severed arms like a fountain, yet the man appeared oblivious to the pain, his eyes wide as an unsettling grin spread across his rugged, simple face. As Ball prepared to decapitate him, the man's body suddenly fell backward, his powerful legs, thicker than those of an average person, coiling around Bale's waist like 2 monstrous pythons. Caught off guard by this bizarre maneuver, Ball felt a tremendous force surge from his waist, nearly toppling him. Fortunately, his extensive experience in battle allowed him to stabilize himself, the deep blue aura swirling around him, veiled by a layer of black mist. With a powerful heave, he attempted to fling the man away. Strange incantations escaped the man's lips, his coarse, raspy voice imbued with ancient and sinister energy. Bale's expression shifted as he admonished, "Warrior of the Black Spirit continent, who is worthy of your soul and life's loyalty." The man, now unable to speak, was engulfed in a white flame devoid of warmth, blood red, twisted runes appearing upon his skin. Brilliant light erupted from his orifices. An overwhelming will surged from his brow into his being. The man's already imposing stature doubled in size, his body swelling to a terrifying height. The terrifying force emanating from his legs caused Bale's body to creak under the strain, the sound of muscles and bones protesting against the burden. The Black Spirit continent, the most savage and perilous land, rife with dark elves, dark fairies, and countless monstrous entities, was home to these ebony-skinned natives who thrived amidst such danger. The most exceptional among these native warriors were known as ancestor spirit warriors, capable of awakening the power of their ancestors at the cost of their souls or lifespans, unleashing astonishing destructive force. Each ancestor spirit warrior served as a guardian deity for their native tribe, enjoying high esteem within the Black Spirit continent. Yet, Ball now faced one who had chosen to completely burn his soul and all his life essence, summoning the mightiest ancestor spirit to inhabit his form. Ball felt as though he were a mere beam beneath a grinding stone, his waist on the verge of shattering. The immense force from the man's legs continued to intensify, and he let out a low groan, experiencing the terrifying power of an ancestor spirit warrior for the first time. A mere mid-tier knight was capable of unleashing an overwhelming force that could suppress a lower-tier celestial knight. What a dreadfully fearsome capability. Ball found himself in dire straits. His attention diverted from the incapacitated Ya and Ling lying on the ground. The sound of water splashed anew as a dozen tall black men emerged from the sea, their earnest eyes brimming with sorrow as they cast a mournful glance at the man whose arms had been severed, now entangled with Ball in a struggle fueled by burning soul and life. Tears streamed down their faces, washed away by the sea. As they silently rushed to Ya and Ling's side, two men lifted them gently, covering their petite forms with a heavy tower shield, then hastily made for the nearest alley. The enforcers of the Black Tiger family raged and cursed, quickly loading their hunting crossbows, unleashing 30 bolts toward the fleeing men. Additionally, dozens of double-edged battle axes whistled through the air, propelled by the chilling wind and swirling snow, carrying the scent of death. The two black men, clutching Ya and Ling, charged ahead, flanked by 4 comrades clad in half-armor, wielding 3-headed flails as shields. They surged forward like frenzied lions, breaking through the blockade of 3 to 5 members of the Black Tiger family's enforcers, plunging into the dark alleyway. The remaining black men positioned themselves behind, using their shields and swords to fend off the oncoming bolts and axes. The hunting crossbows pierced their animal skin shields, embedding themselves in their bodies. The axes shattered their swords and sank deeply into their chests. 7 black men stood shoulder to shoulder at the alley's entrance, blood spraying from them like a fountain. Yet none retreated, their gazes fixated on the man, ablaze with white soul fire, who was sacrificing his essence and life. Suddenly, the 7 black men erupted into song, their bodies igniting with white soul fire as they sang an ancient and primal battle hymn. Their steps bold and buoyant as they charged toward the warriors of the Black Tiger family. Lin Chi's expression shifted, seizing a hunting crossbow. He swiftly notched a bolt and shot it through the temple of the man entangled with Ball. Retreat. These warriors of the Black Spirit continent, when they burn their souls, even the gods must momentarily withdraw. We must retreat. Tossing the hunting crossbow to a subordinate, Lin Chi pressed his hand to his heart and bowed deeply in respect to the 7 men ablaze with soul fire, then swiftly retreated into the shadows of the port. Chapter 66. The devious Blackbeard in the depths of a dimly lit alley. Nearly 100 enforcers from the Black Tiger family advanced in tightly knit groups, their movements exhibiting a precision rivaling that of the Empire's most elite infantry corps. However, their armaments were of a caliber seldom afforded even to the Empire's finest soldiers, typically reserved for the Royal Guard's exclusive arsenal. Notably, among their weapons were 30 crossbows capable of piercing the armor of rhinoceros knights, each valued at over 5,000 gold coins. The enforcers of the Black Tiger family were indeed a battle-hardened force, adept at summoning their prowess in the vicinity of Dunurk, ready to engage and triumph in combat. With a dark expression, Lin Chi pushed forward, flanked by the family's subordinates, while Enzo, his neck slightly askew and steps unsteady, trailed closely behind, muttering curses under his breath. At the rear of the procession, Ball, accompanied by several stern-faced men wielding massive axes, remained vigilant against any potential pursuit from the ancestral spirits of the Black Spirit continent. Both Lin Chi and Ball were perplexed. Even in the Black Spirit continent, ancestral warriors were exceedingly rare among indigenous tribes. What could possibly account for the presence of so many here in Dunurk? Who was behind this? The ancestral warriors of the Black Spirit continent, akin to the savage beast warriors from the 5 Alliance Isles and the frenzied warriors of the Odin Ice Plains, were the most proud warriors in this world. Their pride was such that they could kneel before their ancestors and elders, yet before foreign adversaries, they would rather die standing than submit. Foreigners could never earn their loyalty. By the gods, this is outrageous, Lin Chi exclaimed. We must ensure that all entrances and exits near Dunurk are secured. Those 2 women, along with their companions, must be eliminated. Where on earth did these monstrous ancestral warriors come from? Lin Chi, despite his avarice, understood that Blackbeard was the sort of man who would devour one whole without remorse. The saying goes that one can extract oil from sand and alchemy from soil. Even the ashes of the dead could yield riches in Blackbeard's hands. Such skill and mastery were beyond Lin Chi's comprehension. As the group advanced stealthily through the alley, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. The imposing figure of Blackbeard barreled forth, brandishing a large cleaver. Chapter 67. The genesis of 2 heroes. Milo, the Baron, stood amidst the carnage of the Dunkirk Harbor District seaside avenue, his countenance a mask of profound sorrow. Loyal knights in full armor formed a protective cordon around him, while a sorcerer, clad in a black cloak adorned with enigmatic hexagonal sigils on its sleeves, stood vigilantly nearby. The corpse of the middle-aged guardian of Ya and Ling lay prostrate, his torso nearly severed by an explosion, his legs twisted at grotesque angles, brutalized by the Black Tiger clan's thugs. The imposing black warrior who had rescued Ye and Ling from Ball lay lifeless on the breakwater, a gaping hole piercing his temple where a potent arrow had extinguished his life. Bizarrely, his arms had been blasted off, landing dozens of feet away, their massive forms embedded in the snow like macabre tombstones pointing towards the heavens. Aside from the fallen black warrior, 7 other corpses, nearly melted beyond recognition, stood in a row at the mouth of an alley. These figures, resembling fused, iridescent glass, emanated an aura of forbidding majesty and menace, chilling the very air and imbuing the howling wind with a palpable sense of dread. Baron Milo, pinching his nose with a pristine handkerchief, brandished his cane and erupted in a fit of apoplectic rage. But now, with a mere 3 months remaining, how could such a heinous crime occur? The sheer scale of death and destruction defies concealment. The deafening explosion reverberated throughout Dunkirk, reaching hundreds of thousands of ears. Bureaucrats from the province of Asen will undoubtedly dispatch emissaries to investigate this night's events, scrutinizing my every move, meddling in Dunkirk's affairs, and perhaps even auditing the city's tax records and expenditures. While I fear not their audits, the exorbitant price of silencing these inquisitors looms large. The funds destined for my great-grandchildren's thoroughbreds and bejeweled necklaces may simply evaporate, and should a soul as avaricious as I be appointed, the losses could be even more devastating. Someone enlighten me. What transpired here? The Baron, consumed by fury, swung his ivory cane against a nearby lamppost, the blows echoing sharply. A cohort of fully armed Imperial soldiers escorted a tall, handsome man in silver armor, Wotu, the Snow Wolf Lieutenant Colonel, commander of the resident Dunkirk Infantry Regiment. Witnessing the Baron's histrionics, Wotu crossed his arms, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the carnage. What occurred here? Who attacked these individuals? And where have they fled? Have these murderous brigands infiltrated Dunkirk's streets under cover of darkness? If civilians are harmed, the responsibility will fall squarely on my shoulders. The thought of the Imperial Military Tribunal's cold-blooded executioners sent a shiver down his spine. As Wotu contemplated and the Baron raged, Blackbeard emerged, staggering from a dark alley, cradling Lin Chi in his arms. Doctor, Colonel, where is the military physician? Save my son. The fool. Why did he confront those savage orcs? Blackbeard's face was a mess of spittle and tears, streaming from his swollen, bloodshot eyes. And Enzo, the valiant youth, he risked his life to protect my foolish son, engaging a berserk orc. Heavens, save them. Blackbeard, barefoot in the grime-covered snow, his silk robe ruined by blood and filth, delivered a heart-wrenching performance. Behind him, thugs clad in Dunkirk militia uniforms carried Enzo. These valiant warriors, bloodied and scarred, echoed Blackbeard's cries, pleading for the military physician to attend to their young master's friend, comrade, and brother-in-arms. The harbor blazed with light, illuminating a scene crowded with 1,000 guardsmen, hundreds of dragoons and constables, and countless arriving militiamen. Under the bright lights, Blackbeard collapsed, kneeling and raising Lin Chi's unconscious form. Gasps arose. Lin Chi bore over 20 wounds, his expensive attire shredded. His flesh was torn, revealing crimson muscle. Quickly turning pale in the frigid air, Lin Chi convulsed as if suffering extreme pain even in his unconscious state. Medic, save him, Colonel Wotu exclaimed, a surge of elation washing over him. A lead. Lin Chi fought orcs? An Orcish incursion. Blackbeard's mournful wails once again filled the harbor. Chapter 68. Healing. The preparations for the expedition of the Dunkirk Guard were commendable. 3 accompanying physicians, each carrying a small wooden box, surged forth from the ranks of soldiers. Baron Moreau personally knocked on the door of a nearby residence, escorting Lin Chi and Enzo into the family's grand hall. Notable figures from Dunkirk port, having heard the news, crowded into the home, filling the hall to its brim. The 3 military doctors swiftly laid Lin Chi and Enzo upon a long wooden table, deftly using small knives to cut away their garments, revealing their gruesome wounds. Gasps of horror erupted from the onlookers, including 3 newly adult daughters of the household, whose youthful beauty turned to pallor upon witnessing the horrific injuries. It was quite possible this was the first time they had seen a man's naked form, leaving them faint from the overwhelming shock. Indeed, the young women of the Western continent were often delicate, prone to swooning at the slightest disturbance. Lin Chi's physique appeared somewhat robust, yet traces of 2 or 3 abdominal muscles were discernible on his belly. In contrast, Enzo, hardened by rigorous training at the military academy, possessed a physique more akin to a panther, with well-defined muscles gleaming bronze in the light. Yet, these 2 youthful bodies, full of vitality, bore the cruel marks of violence. Lin Shi bore a relatively lighter load of injuries, tallying only 23 wounds. However, Enzo, not being the favored son of Blackbeard, had suffered a far graver fate. Blackbeard, in a fit of rage, had inflicted 37 deep gashes upon him, with 2 penetrating wounds on Enzo's thigh, evidently caused by a stabbing weapon. After all, Blackbeard was emboldened by the knowledge that Enzo was not his own flesh and blood. Oh God, it must be those beasts from the north. Only they could commit such barbaric acts. Punish these wretched creatures. Let thunder rain down and reduce them to ashes. Baron Moreau exclaimed, his heart heavy with rage as he beheld the ghastly state of Lin Shi and Enzo. As one of those so-called beasts from the north, Blackbeard remained unfazed, nodding in agreement as he bellowed, do not let me catch those damned scoundrels. I shall flay them alive, piece by piece, to serve as bait for sharks. How could these merciless butchers treat 2 valiant, fearless young men, who were filled with love and a sense of duty towards their homeland, in such a manner? Lin Shi felt an uncomfortable pressure in his bladder, nearly succumbing to the urge to relieve himself in front of everyone. Determined not to become a subject of ridicule in Dunurk's high society for the next 30 years, he gritted his teeth and held back the urge. However, when the 3 military doctors applied a specialized healing ointment to their wounds, binding them tightly with bandages, Lin Shi could no longer contain himself and let out a piercing scream. The pain seared through him like a wildfire, as if countless blades were mercilessly hacking at his wounds, amplifying his agony tenfold. Lin Shi opened his mouth wide, his eyes bulging as he howled, while the 3 physicians laughed heartily. Ah, the lad has quite the voice. He is still alive and kicking. His cries rang out with remarkable strength, indicating his vitality despite his grievous injuries. In stark contrast, Enzo remained eerily silent, trapped in a state of unconsciousness, even as the medicinal powder was administered to his wounds. His Chapter 69. Battle Report. The master of this household generously offered 2 sets of brand new garments, along with 2 pairs of boots crafted from bear skin, remarkably warm and perfectly fitting. Lin Shi and Enzo, pale from blood loss, were adorned in these fine outfits, gathered around the fireplace, cradling steaming cups of medicinal tea made from the roots of the bear blood flower, which revitalized their vitality and energy while recounting their harrowing experiences to the attentive crowd. Enzo and I share a deep friendship. He is an exceptional student at the Imperial Army Academy. As esteemed gentlemen are aware, this academy has produced countless generals for the Imperial Army over the past 30 years since the war. Lin Shi gently patted Enzo's shoulder, grimacing in pain as he spoke. Enzo is the finest student at the academy, without exception. He embodies valor, chivalry, and unwavering loyalty to the Empire and its citizens. A faint blush appeared on Enzo's cheeks. Despite the 30 wounds inflicted by a black-bearded assailant, although the wounds had been sealed by his own aura, he had still lost a significant amount of blood. Yet, the fact that he still displayed color in his face, after such a loss, portrayed a certain innocence to outsiders. Such bravery and loyalty, coupled with his humble demeanor and status as a distinguished student of the Imperial Army Academy, stirred the minds of several prominent figures in attendance. Perhaps it would be prudent to select a young lady of good character and appearance from their families to invest in Enzo's future? If he were to rise to the rank of general, their families would have a formidable ally for decades to come. Lin Shi coughed lightly and shifted his position with great difficulty, his expression darkening as he declared, Enzo is my guest. I accompanied him to the Golden Rose for a brief respite, only to encounter a pair of boorish women who claimed to be from the esteemed Vias Commercial Federation. Their arrogance and rudeness were astounding. They bore no resemblance to individuals of noble birth. Baron Moreau and Colonel Votu exchanged glances, realizing that under such circumstances, Lin Shi had no choice but to leave the Golden Rose. Enzo's life was in peril, and Lin Shi could not act recklessly. Seeking assistance from the Dunurk authorities was the most reasonable course of action. What transpired next? Baron Moreau inquired, curiosity etched upon his face. Lin Shi's countenance darkened further as he replied with a sardonic smirk, as I departed the Golden Rose, I found that all the streetlights along the coastal boulevard had been extinguished. A group of shadowy figures, the Black Spirits, were preparing to receive a vessel that had entered the harbor under the cover of night. Indeed, it is prohibited for ships to navigate the harbor area during winter nights. Colonel Votu acknowledged with a nod. What did you discover? Clenching his teeth, Lin Shi angrily raised his fist. I discovered that the Black Spirits were assisting a band of orcs disembarking, and those 2 women, Aya and Ailing, if I recall correctly, along with their underhanded, treacherous middle-aged accomplice, had followed me as I left the Golden Rose. That man pursued me, intending to do me harm. Enzo interjected, they abandoned me in the snow. Which is how I regained my senses. I witnessed those orcs coordinating with that middle-aged man to intercept Lin Chi. They clearly knew each other and, following their orders, had a distinct objective for coming to Dunurk. The expressions of Baron Moreau and the other distinguished figures turned grave. A clear objective? The landing site of the orcs was less than 200 meters from the Golden Rose, making a swift charge into the establishment entirely feasible. Alarmingly, many of the children of these prominent individuals were currently reveling within the Golden Rose. Their minds recalled a notorious practice during the century-long Island War, known as Capture the Treasure. This term referred to the barbaric orcs who would mock humans, essentially engaging in kidnapping for ransom. They targeted influential figures of noble birth, demanding astronomical sums for their release, thereby profiting immensely. Everything fell into place. The two women, who claimed to be of noble descent, were scouts, infiltrating the Golden Rose to ascertain the value of potential targets within, evaluating whether they warranted an orc raid. Upon confirming their targets, they deliberately provoked Lin Chi, breaching the unspoken rules of the Golden Rose, leading to their expulsion, thereby enabling them to alert their accomplices. However, why did those two women remain inside the Golden Rose while the orcs hastily landed? This required no further explanation. The orcs, lacking patience and prone to explosive tempers, would not heed the women's instructions. Perhaps they became impatient waiting for their feedback and charged ashore without further ado? Lin Chi spoke solemnly. Enzo is a commendable soldier of the Empire, a true warrior. When I was besieged, facing a life-threatening situation, he bravely drew his sword against over 100 ferocious orcs and rushed in to rescue me. With fervor, Lin Chi swung his arms, exclaiming, he single-handedly dispatched the leading black spirit and injured 8 orcs. Enzo's face grew even redder as he bowed his head in modesty. The prominent figures in attendance silently marveled at the purity and bravery of this young man, who had dared to confront such overwhelming odds. With a bitter smile, Lin Chi trembled as he continued, yet none of us anticipated that the vile, despicable, and cowardly middle-aged man was, in fact, a celestial knight. Colonel Voda gasped in shock. God, are you serious? A celestial knight? Baron Moreau's face paled. A celestial knight? How on earth did these two youngsters escape? Chapter 70. Supreme Praise, Celestial Knight. Once again, the hall erupted into a chorus of astonished exclamations. Who among the denizens of the continent is unaware of the significance of a celestial knight? In realms accessible to the common folk, a celestial knight epitomizes invincibility. On the battlefield, a single celestial knight can alter the tide of a battle involving tens of thousands. A formidable celestial knight can effortlessly annihilate an elite squad of 100 knights, effortlessly rout a cavalry brigade of 1,000, and skillfully engage with an army of 10,000. Given ample time, a celestial knight could even completely obliterate an army of 10,000 in a protracted conflict, provided that the army maintains its morale till the end. Lin Chi and Enzo, these two young lads, astonishingly encountered a celestial knight, and they are still alive. Is this mere boasting? All eyes turned to Lin Chi and Enzo with skepticism, except for the already suspicious gaze of Colonel Votu. He recalled the body among the corpses, that of a middle-aged man whose upper body had been nearly obliterated. Given the strength of Lin Chi and Enzo, they could not possibly inflict such devastating damage. Such injuries would surely be fatal, even for a celestial knight. Colonel Votu furrowed his brow and slowly spoke. Someone aided you, did they not? Lin Chi looked at Colonel Votu with feigned astonishment, exclaiming, Colonel, your wisdom is unparalleled. How did you know? Indeed, someone did assist us, otherwise we could never have matched a celestial knight. Good heavens, I must plead on their behalf. Upon hearing Lin Chi's words, Colonel Votu felt a surge of elation. He proudly clasped his hands behind his back, gazing intently at Lin Chi as he remarked, if I am not mistaken, it was the wailing trident, the magical weapon used to hunt the unicorn whale. Am I right? Who else could contend with a celestial knight? Lin Chi gazed at Colonel Votu with a mix of shock and admiration, saying, You are truly remarkable. How did you come to know? I barely uttered the beginning, and you already possess the answer. Enzo also rose, bowing respectfully to Colonel Votu, stating, My professor once said that within the military, there are those seasoned veterans who can deduce the entirety of a battle or even a campaign from the smallest clues. Such veterans are undoubtedly the Empire's most precious asset. And you, without a doubt, are one of them. Baron Moreau laughed heartily, joining in with gentle applause. The hall resonated with vigorous and joyful clapping, and Colonel Votu, buoyed by the applause, appeared almost ethereal, his aged face flushed with pride. He lightly rose on his toes and casually remarked, "This is no great feat." The nature of the injuries on that corpse could only have been inflicted by a weapon of immense power and penetration. Thus, I deduced the wailing trident. As such a deadly weapon fits the criteria perfectly. With a modest smile, Colonel Votu continued with exuberance. The man's arms were shattered, and a gaping hole was blown through his chest, clearly indicating that the wailing trident pierced through him. Yet, the rest of his body remained largely intact, which attests to his formidable fighting spirit, as the other parts of his body were shielded by his protective energy. With a slight shake of his frame, Colonel Votu spoke animatedly. "Everyone knows that a wailing trident can demolish a building. What kind of person could he?" Chapter 71. The damned orcs. The cacophony of chaotic voices and hurried footsteps surged closer. Colonel Votu and Baron Moreau hastily rose to their feet, while the prominent figures of Dunurk retreated, their family guards firmly gripping their weapons, forming a solid defensive line before their masters. The door swung open, revealing a jubilant throng outside, comprising both official soldiers of the guard, dragon riders, and the copper-helmeted militia, along with a contingent of Dunurk militia clad in black uniforms and iron helmets. They surrounded dozens of brawny, ragged militia members, their bodies marred with wounds and splattered in blood, who loudly blocked the entrance. These robust, blood-stained militia members were none other than the henchmen of the Black Tiger family. Summoned earlier by Lin Chi, clad in night garb, they appeared as marauders. Donned in militia uniforms, they became valiant defenders of their homeland. Their identities were intrinsically linked to their attire, shifting with the fabric they wore. They were indeed bona fide Dunurk militia, as the Black Tiger family, a powerful house among the noble families of Dunurk, played a pivotal role in the formation of the militia. Each year, the Black Tiger family generously donated vast sums of gold to the municipal hall for militia funding and procured substantial quantities of cloth to create uniforms for the Dunurk militia. The armaments, armor, swords, and bows were also transported by ships under the family's control. Most of the militia were drawn from the ranks of fierce sailors, dockworkers, and lower-tier shop assistants, many of whom sought their livelihoods on the Black Tiger family's territory, thus naturally following the commands of the Black Tiger. The core of the Black Tiger family stood breathlessly at the door, respectfully bowing to Colonel Votu and Baron Moreau. At the forefront was a towering figure clad in a specially tailored militia uniform, Hammer. His body was nearly coated in blood, and his belt bore several severed heads, their faces twisted in pale green horror, while he hefted a couple of grotesque heads with long hair tied together in each hand. Breathing heavily, Hammer respectfully addressed the military and political leaders. "My Lord Mayor, Your Excellency the Colonel, we have pursued those damned creatures and dispatched them all." As he released his grip, more than 20 heads tumbled to the ground, their grotesque visages, some resembling humans, yet retaining savage traits. Chapter 72. The Divine Source Elixir. In the luxurious suite of the Green Rose Hotel, a towering figure of a dark-skinned warrior stumbled forward, flanked by 4 companions who shielded him. The 5 robust men resembled lions in stature, yet their faces were streaked with tears and sorrow. Arthur stood by a floor-to-ceiling window, furrowing his brow as he gazed towards the harbor district. The sky in that direction was ablaze with light, illuminating the night, and despite the distance, one could vividly imagine the chaos unfolding there. The recent explosion had reverberated throughout Dunurk, rousing all armed forces still on high alert. The deafening blast was astonishing, even causing the Green Rose Hotel several miles away to tremble. For the residents of Dunurk, such a tremendous explosion had only been felt a handful of times during the century-long Land Island War, each occasion marked by the sudden incursions of foreign armies from the 5 islands, wielding powerful battle-level magic unleashed by high-ranking mages. "What on earth have Ye and Ling done?" Arthur inquired, his displeasure evident in his tone. "Do not worry," Elam replied nonchalantly, perusing the thick tome in his hands. "Ye and Ling possess considerable strength and keen intellect. Even if trouble arises, they will find a way to escape. Moreover, Adu is with them. He is on the verge of becoming a celestial knight. How many in Dunurk could pose a threat to him? As for the garrison, their most formidable commander, Colonel Votu, is merely a mid-tier knight and has aged. His strength and vitality are waning, making him no match for Adu. Yet, that explosion," Arthur interjected, a note of concern in his voice. Elam closed the tome and raised his glass, taking a sip of wine, his demeanor serene. Perhaps Ye and Ling were merely venting their fury. They have never been subjected to such indignities before. Their anger must have compelled them to destroy the tracking array, clearly wishing to shield us from witnessing their humiliation. If they were in the church's sanctum, anyone who dared disrespect them would have been reduced to ashes. However, I advised them to remain discreet and cautious. They likely found a target to unleash their wrath upon, and it should not escalate into anything grave. As his words lingered in the air, a hurried chime of bells resonated from the corner of the hall. A concealed door swung open forcefully, revealing the 5 dark-skinned warriors. Tears streaming down their face. Chapter 73. The departing warriors, with a soft groan, Ya and Ling simultaneously opened their eyes. The wounds adorning their bodies were enveloped in a gentle radiance, as flesh swiftly regenerated and the damaged veins and bones miraculously reappeared in the glow. Their brows furrowed slightly, as if enduring some form of torment. In merely a few breaths, the light surrounding the 2 women gradually dimmed, and all their injuries had completely healed. Not only were their physical wounds mended, but even the lost blood and expended divine energy had returned to its peak state, with their spiritual essence seemingly stronger than before, hinting at a potential breakthrough to a higher tier. Elam, did you employ the divine source elixir? Ya and Ling inquired simultaneously, their brows knitted in concern. Their expressions turned exceedingly grim as they glanced down at the exposed expanse of their skin, their once rosy lips now paling with anger. Wordlessly, they rose and hastily entered a room within the suite. After a considerable time, they emerged, now clad in elegant crimson robes, their hair damp and carrying a subtle fragrance, suggesting they had indulged in a refreshing bath. Elam, who had been calmly seated on the sofa, found his composure momentarily disrupted by the sight of the 2 women, radiant and rejuvenated. Even Arthur, who had remained silent by the side, could not suppress the flicker of greed in his violet eyes, though he quickly masked it. What if I do? Elam steadied his thoughts and resumed his previous inquiry. Shaking his head, he turned to Arthur and replied nonchalantly, I presumed you would not encounter any peril. Hence I did not intervene. Ya and Ling exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions stiffening. The physical condition of the 5 black-skinned warriors was notably robust. Although they had lost considerable blood, the wounds on their bodies had begun to scab over, and the bleeding had slowed considerably. It was then that Arthur directed his gaze towards them, his brow furrowed as he asked, What transpired? Were there others involved apart from you? The 5 black-skinned warriors bowed simultaneously, and one, who bore a grievous sword wound to his chest, sorrowfully proclaimed, Noble Lord Arthur, Hal and the others have perished. They sacrificed their souls and lives to summon the spirits of our ancestors to inhabit their bodies, thus holding off those dreadful foes and allowing us to escape. Arthur's expression shifted abruptly, and he murmured, You address me as Lord Arthur? The warrior replied solemnly, When we arrived, there was an attempt to harm these 2 young ladies. Hal charged forward to confront the assailant, but the adversary was overwhelmingly powerful, a knight of the celestial rank, who easily gravely wounded Hal. In adherence to your commands, Hal chose the most sacred and honorable method of our ancestral warriors to defend our dignity. Clenching his lips tightly, the warrior's body trembled slightly as he continued. Yet the enemy was too formidable. Hal engaged the assailant while we fled with the 2 young ladies, but the opposing force was numerous and equipped with the Empire's military crossbows. The 7 brothers tasked with our protection could not withstand them and were compelled to summon the ancestral spirits. Thus, only the 5 of us remain. Arthur's complexion shifted through hues of pale and green, his body swaying as if struck by an immense burden. He parted his lips, intending to speak, yet no words escaped. The 5 black-skinned warriors bowed slightly to Arthur before resolutely proceeding towards the secret passage designated for esteemed guests. Their departure was decisive, devoid of hesitation. Arthur's face darkened as he observed the retreating figures of the 5 warriors, rendered speechless for an extended moment. Ya and Ling's expression shifted as well, and in unison, they called out, Brave warriors, please, halt. The 5 warriors hesitated momentarily, turning to face them. Ling pressed a ruby into the hand of the black-skinned warrior, and together they declared, We are grateful for your rescue. You have lost so many companions for our sake. Please accept this token of our appreciation. It is a gem blessed by the gods, meant to protect you and ensure your safety. Handing the diamond to Ya, the 5 warriors stepped confidently into the dark passageway and departed the Green Rose Hotel. The 2 women exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering as they sighed softly. They truly are the epitome of warriors. Arthur's expression darkened further. They indeed were true warriors, yet now they had departed, leaving him behind. Chapter 74. The heart of a warrior. The port of Dunurk remains aglow, yet squads of soldiers and militia wielding torches begin to fan out, scouring for any potential remnants of foes. Inspired by the valiant deeds of Linshi and Enzo, these soldiers and militia are ablaze with fervor, eagerly anticipating the emergence of orcs or darklings to satiate their thirst for battle. However, the labyrinthine streets of Dunurk, resembling an intricate spider's web, prevent the deployed soldiers from sealing off every thoroughfare, leaving narrow alleys open for passage, particularly for those of superior prowess, rendering the ordinary soldiers ineffectual. 5 darkling warriors have already departed from the city, standing upon a small hill outside, gazing down at the flickering lights of the town. With their chests bared to the biting wind and snow, they stand still as ancient trees, firmly rooted in the earth. After an indeterminate time, as a squadron of torch-bearing dragon knights gallops swiftly towards them, mere miles from the hill, the 5 darkling warriors simultaneously kneel upon the ground. They stretch their hands skyward and raise their voices in a hauntingly majestic song, rich with the spirit of the wild. Tears stream down their faces, freezing into crystalline ice upon contact with the frigid air, soon cloaking their visages in a thick layer of frost. In unison, the 5 warriors draw blades across their left palms, allowing their blood to flow, and with their right hands, they inscribe an intricate symbol resembling a beast's head in the air. The sanguine sigil emits a faint glow, a peculiar power subtly radiating outward. Suddenly, 8 slender beams of bloodlight shoot skyward, twinkling in sync with the glowing sigils. An ancient aura envelopes the 5 warriors, as if an exceedingly old will had taken residence within them. The shimmering bloodlight vanishes after a brief display, while sparkling luminescence converges around the 5 warriors, swirling momentarily before merging with their bodies. They cry out thrice in anguish, followed by 3 bouts of joyous laughter. Then they stride boldly into the darkness. The squadron of nearly 100 dragon knights, tasked with securing the vital transit routes, arrives at the base of the hill, oblivious to any trace of the darkling warriors, and casually establishes a checkpoint in a sheltered area. The 5 warriors have long since departed, advancing southward with haste, intent on traversing the entire western continent to reach the southernmost port, where they shall embark on a vessel to cross the vast ocean, returning to their homeland. This enchanting, resplendent land of black earth, though rife with malevolence, is also home to countless noble, loyal, passionate, and earnest darkling warriors. They have left Dunkirk, left Arthur, departing with a sense of righteousness and fortitude, just as they had arrived 2 years prior, summoned by the tribal elders. They pursued a band of despicable slavers to the western continent, tracking them relentlessly until they reached Dunkirk. These vile slavers had kidnapped the granddaughter of the elder of the tribal alliance of 73,000 indigenous tribes, a maiden endowed with the gift of speech from birth and unparalleled talent in spiritual arts. 23 ancestral warriors, closest to the alliance headquarters, were summoned to chase after them. Yet the slavers proved formidable, and it was not until they reached Dunkirk that the warriors could not prevail against them. As the slavers prepared to load their captive onto a grand ship bound for the icy plains of Odin, despair settled upon the warriors. The honor of a warrior forbids failure. They resolved that if they could not rescue the esteemed maiden, they would perish in the attempt. Fortune often shifts swiftly and unexpectedly. Arthur encountered this formidable band of noble warriors and, leveraging the connections of the Black Tiger clan, effortlessly negotiated the release of the maiden from the slavers. With their chests bared and backs turned to the storm, they journey southward, just as they had come, determined to traverse the continent and ocean. For their homeland lies thousands of miles away. There, the rich black earth yields oil with a mere pinch. There are countless majestic beasts, towering trees, and their beloved maidens. The people there are simple and sincere, their hearts as expansive as the sky, unlike the treachery of Arthur and his ilk. One of the warriors, struck by a blade, bursts into laughter. In the midst of his mirth, the ruby on his belt suddenly radiates intense heat, a dazzling red light piercing through his belt. A catastrophic explosion ensues, leveling the hill and surrounding forest within a 200-meter radius, reducing everything to ashes. The smiles of the 5 warriors freeze upon their faces as their bodies are utterly consumed by the terrifying heat. Chapter 75. The noble ones on the rooftop of the Green Rose Hotel, a greenhouse specially designed for esteemed guests, flourished with vibrant blossoms. Expansive panels of glass, sourced from the Vias Commercial Federation, formed this grand conservatory, where the temperature was pleasantly warm and the humidity perfectly balanced. Warm vapor continuously billowed from the laid-out pipes, accumulating into a mist resembling natural clouds within the greenhouse. Outside, the frigid wind howled and heavy snow fell, yet inside, there was not a hint of the external chill. Snowflakes that landed on the glass were evaporated by the heat within the room. Thousands of artificially cultivated red roses blossomed resplendently, with dewdrops glistening on the petals, sparkling beautifully under the light. Arthur and Ellum stood in the greenhouse, gazing southward. The Green Rose Hotel towered significantly above the surrounding structures, and the greenhouse itself was intentionally built high, providing an unobstructed view of the sprawling mountains and the dark, immovable pine forest that stood like a fortress against the biting wind. Suddenly, a surge of red light shot skyward, dazzlingly bright, causing Arthur to squint involuntarily. The crimson glow lingered for 3 full breaths before gradually dissipating, revealing that the forest had erupted into a fierce blaze, the flames even tinting the sky red. After a considerable time, a faint explosion echoed in the distance. Amidst the roaring wind, had Arthur and Elam not been intently listening, they would have missed that subtle rumble. The forest fire was swiftly extinguished by the howling snowstorm. In such a frigid winter, no wildfire could endure, especially given the heavy moisture in the air, making the spread of flames impossible. With a sigh, Arthur shook his head and remarked, "What a pity. I had thought they would become my best allies in dealing with that scoundrel Lin Chi." Elam squinted thoughtfully, gently shaking his head. At the very least, they have illuminated the immense power of Lin Chi, or rather, your adoptive father. Another celestial knight. What a formidable family. Securing their robust support would be nothing short of splendid. Arthur's expression shifted slightly as he whispered, "Are you certain Lin Chi is behind this?" Elam shot back incredulously, "Could it possibly be anyone else? Yaha and Ling have never interacted with outsiders in Dunurk." Arthur's face twitched, and he gritted his teeth. "Damn it, this is truly cursed. You cannot remain here any longer. Depart swiftly. I will have my men escort you out of Dunurk. Make haste to the imperial capital. You must not linger here." Suddenly enlightened, Elam gasped. His teeth clenched in anger. Did they truly dare to slay the church's envoy? Arthur regarded Elam with a peculiar expression, murmuring, "Eliminate all who know. Dispose of you in pieces to feed the fish, and your belongings will surface in some distant suburb. Who would know where you met your end?" In the suite belonging to Yaha and Ling, the 2 women languished in an oversized bathtub, scrubbing their bodies with soap in utter disdain. Their fair, delicate skin was reddened from scrubbing, nearly breaking the skin and drawing blood. Yet, they meticulously continued their cleansing, leaving no inch of their bodies untouched. From between their toes to the small area behind their ears, on the carpet beside the bathtub lay a shattered red crystal, no larger than a thumb, from which a faint flame flickered. This was a medium for punishment, a tool to remotely control certain talismans, seals, or magical formations. By uttering a spell to shatter this crystal, one could unleash the full power of a distant magical creation. The 2 women, with their skin scrubbed raw, muttered their grievances. Their beautiful faces contorted in rage. "Damnable bastards, the cursed dark-skinned sinners, how dare they touch our bodies? Despicable wretches, how dare they lay hands on our noble forms? Oh, God, annihilate this accursed race. They truly deserve extinction." Thinking of the dark-skinned giants and their rugged, honest faces sent shivers down their spines. They hurled the most venomous curses at all dark-skinned people, repeatedly changing the water in the bathtub and fervently scrubbing their bodies. Why did such filthy beings exist in this world? Sinners deserved annihilation, yet these dark-skinned sinners should be the first to be obliterated. Yaha and Ling's faces turned pale with Chapter 76. Arthur's adaptability. The citizens of Dunulker were destined to endure a sleepless night. A tremendous explosion had just erupted at the harbor, followed by a bloody battle. Shortly thereafter, a resounding blast echoed from the mountains a few miles south of the city, painting the sky in hues of red as if it were aflame. The initial explosion had been attributed to the unicorn at sea, which had employed a magical harpoon to assassinate a celestial knight. This formidable warrior had destroyed a launcher of the magical harpoon. The damaged device was subsequently cast into the ocean, leading to the catastrophic explosion when the fire-based magic circle on the launcher collapsed. However, the second explosion was shrouded in mystery. Colonel Votu had tirelessly led hundreds of elite warriors into the forest to investigate the source. The 50,000 militia of Dunulker had been mobilized, scouring the streets and alleys for any remaining orcs and those treacherous humans colluding with them. Besides the soldiers and militia, the strong men of every household had donned the armor left by their forebears, wielding the swords and bows that every home possessed, with their loyal hunting dogs in tow, creating a chaotic scene throughout the city. The bustling throngs traversed the streets of Dunulker, consuming an entire month's worth of candles and lamp oil in a single night, filling the pockets of the local grocers. Ultimately, this search morphed into an absurd revelry, as the exhausted militia and brave citizens flocked to the taverns, indulging in drink and boasting as dawn broke. The tales of Lin Chi and Enzo's valor spread rapidly, thanks to the loyal followers of the Black Tiger family. The simultaneous patronage of thousands at the taverns also brought unexpected fortune to the owners of the numerous establishments. Eventually, Baron Milo and several key figures of Dunkelker convened at the town hall to hear Colonel Vodu's report. Firstly, there were no orcs remaining within 10 miles of Dunkelker. The Black Spirit warriors had likely fled, for the soldiers had thoroughly searched even the sewers, killing over 10,000 rats. Yet the Black Spirits and the 2 abducted women had vanished without a trace. Secondly, regarding the explosion in the forest. The large crater and fallen trees suggested that it was caused by a small meteorite. The phenomenon of falling stars is well known throughout the Western continent, with dozens of meteors descending each year, occasionally causing significant damage to cities. Baron Milo and the others could only pray to the gods that this small meteorite had fortuitously landed in the forest rather than within the city itself. The Green Rose Hotel, the headquarters of the Dunkelker United Chamber of Commerce, stood as the city's most opulent establishment, featuring 36 extraordinarily luxurious suites, each connected by secret passages to various locations in Dunkelker, ensuring the utmost privacy for esteemed guests. However, the Black Tiger family controlled all the locations of these secret passages. Lin Chi traversed one such passage that led directly to Arthur's suite. With a grim expression, he grasped a large machete, trudging through the corridor while cursing the officials responsible for the procurement of military-grade medicine. What a damned remedy. It was not a life-saving elixir, but rather a poison. Lin Chi's body ached as if set ablaze, each step sending jolts of pain through him. His fury intensified as he resolved Chapter 77, seeking recommendations on a Monday. The plans of a day are determined in the morning, and those of a week are laid out on the first day. Once again, it is Monday, and I earnestly request everyone to generously bestow their delightful recommendation votes upon me. This month, the momentum of my new book has been quite promising. Let us strive to maintain this enthusiasm together. I humbly ask for your warm and fervent recommendation votes. Additionally, if you possess any extra recommendation votes, I would be immensely grateful if you could share them with me. Chapter 78. The fierce lily. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the Green Rose Hotel were crafted from a special glass, imbued with magical properties by the Vias Commercial Federation. The occupants within the room could gaze upon the scenes outside, while those outside remained oblivious to the interior. Naturally, Lin Chi lacked the ability to penetrate such unique glass. Yet he was acutely aware that Arthur was just beyond those pains. With a smile, he raised his hand and waved at the window, subtly mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Arthur stood behind the glass, his hands resting on a round table, his fingers suddenly digging into the hard oak surface with ferocity. Lin Chi, you cannot remain so smug forever. He chuckled ominously, lightly clapping his hands. At his cue, several burly men clad in black emerged from a side door. Bowing respectfully to Arthur, though their eyes were uncontrollably drawn to the naked form of the platinum-haired maiden. I never want her to appear in Dunkelker again. Let her vanish entirely from this world. Arthur's gaze flickered to the girl sprawled on the floor, soundly asleep, a fierce glint flashing in his single eye. This girl possessed the exquisite beauty of an aristocrat, yet her lineage was disgraceful. Her mother was merely a fallen courtesan from the port of Dunkelker. Arthur had chanced upon her and taken her to his secret lair. Today, in order to deal with Lin Chi, he had summoned her to the Green Rose Hotel. However, her usefulness had now completely evaporated. She must not fall into the hands of Lin Chi or Blackbeard. Should the cunning Blackbeard discover that the girl had been brought to the hotel shortly before Lin Chi's arrival, he would undoubtedly suspect Arthur's involvement in tonight's affair. Arthur could not afford to lose Blackbeard's trust and favor. He had to maintain his standing in Blackbeard's eyes, ensuring that the latter never uncovered his participation in Yake and Ling's probing of Lin Chi. Any potential traces must be thoroughly eradicated. The burly men collected the disheveled garments from the floor, wrapping the maiden in a white cloth and placing her inside an enormous leather trunk. Minutes later, several men adorned in lavish attire, exuding the demeanor of merchants, emerged from the Green Rose Hotel, carrying large trunks. 2 carriages awaited them outside. Once the trunks were loaded, the men climbed aboard, and thus, the world lost the beautiful maiden with platinum hair. Her mother also vanished without a trace that very day. Who would care for a fallen courtesan and her illegitimate daughter? Lin Chi pulled out a handkerchief, wiping his nose vigorously, and weakly queried, "What are you looking at? What is so fascinating?" Enzo shifted his body, crossed his legs, and chuckled, "I merely find it curious." "Do you truly believe Arthur spent the night with that woman in the hotel?" With a resigned smile, Lin Chi tossed the handkerchief to the floor of the carriage, cradling his head in his hands as he groaned, "Of course, I do not believe it. But what can I do? Should I confront him in front of Uncle Ball? Oh dear, my father would kill me. Uncle Ball may not favor that fellow, yet he would not permit me to act recklessly." Father has issued strict orders forbidding them from meddling in my affairs with that man. Enzo sighed in response. It seemed there was truly no way around it. Blackbeard forbade Lin Chi from confronting Arthur, so in Dunurk, no one could assist Lin Chi against Arthur, unless concrete evidence emerged proving Yake and Ling were Arthur's accomplices, and that those dark-skinned men were his subordinates. No one could dare lay a finger on Arthur. As Blackbeard's adopted son and the sole heir entrusted to him by the dying red-haired ghost, Arthur was shrouded in a thick layer of protection. This layer was so formidable that even Lin Chi could not easily breach it. It involved Blackbeard's prestige and credibility, matters not to be trifled with lightly. Lost in thought, Lin Chi pondered the potential troubles that would arise if he failed to capture those two women. Trouble was indeed likely, yet Lin Chi was unafraid of complications. If he could severely wound those two arrogant women this time, he could certainly do so again in the future. Just as he approached the ancestral home, a terrifying roar suddenly echoed. The iron hammer was violently kicked out, nearly crashing onto Lin Chi. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Aunt Lily, his nurse, clad in heavy armor and brandishing a massive spiked mace, stormed out of the ancestral home in a fury. By the gods, who dares to bully my young master Lin Chi? Lily shall smash their heads. She bellowed, her anger palpable. Damn it, who dares to stand in my way? Aunt Lily's wrath was palpable as she swung the enormous mace, sending shivers of fear through the servants within the ancestral home, who dared not intervene. Enzo caught sight of the heavy gray armor adorning Aunt Lily, gasping in astonishment. It belonged to a high-ranking commander among the bear-like warriors of the 5 great archipelagos, known for their strength and volatile tempers. Such armor, named the Fury of the Bear Tribe, weighed over 1,800 pounds. No human had ever been known to don it in the western continent. Yet now, it sat upon Aunt Lily, who effortlessly wielded a mace as thick as a man's thigh, striding forth with alarming speed. Truly terrifying. Chapter 79, The Terrifying Lily. Oh my God. As Aunt Lily furiously swung that enormous and fearsome mace, Enzo's eyes glistened with envy. The massive weapon, nearly as long as a person, cleaved through the air with a piercing whistle. When Aunt Lily infused her rage into the mace, nearly 100 spikes, each the thickness of a middle finger and the length of a thumb, erupted with crimson flames, while countless sparks flew from the weapon. A faint, 3-inch layer of flame enveloped the mace, and even from a distance of several meters, Enzo could feel the terrifying heat emanating from it. This was a magical weapon, an exceedingly rare magical weapon, forged from the most precious magical metals, complemented with attribute-matching magical gems. The weapon's rough form was crafted with masterful skill. A master engraver inscribed the corresponding magical arrays onto the rough form, followed by a master mage infusing it with magical energy. Finally, 3 masters collaborated to refine the weapon, sealing the magical array, stabilizing the energy, and activating it with a magical core from a corresponding beast. This was how a magical weapon was wrought. Never before had Enzo laid eyes on a true magical weapon, and this one was imbued with the fire attribute, known for its unparalleled lethality, especially its area of effect damage, unrivaled among all magical types. Not to mention the immense value of this mace. The worth of magical weapons cannot be measured in mere gold coins. If equipped by a knight of celestial rank, it could single-handedly overpower 3 peers of the same rank, or even slay 2 or more foes of comparable strength, or challenge knights of a higher tier. If Aunt Lily were a celestial knight, she could effortlessly don this armor of the Bear Tribe's fury and wield that mace to stroll through the Victory Palace in the imperial capital. She could stride in confidently, greet the slumbering emperor with warmth, and then exit with ease before the imperial forces could mobilize. The regular garrison of the Victory Palace would stand no chance against a woman of such immense strength clad in the armor of the Bear Tribe, wielding a colossal magical weapon. Oh my God! If Aunt Lily enlisted in the army, she would undoubtedly be awarded the rank of general. With such splendid equipment, she was worth every bit of that title. Enzo pressed his right hand to his heart, earnestly expressing his profound envy and jealousy towards Aunt Lily's magnificent ensemble. Within the ancestral home, only Aunt Lily possessed the brute strength to wield that mace. Even Blackbeard lacked the might, and even Lily's husband, whom she had just sent flying like a ball, could not muster such power. That old hag. The hammer grumbled, clutching his waist in anger. Aunt Lily remained unfazed by the hammer's curses. She charged forward, heavy-footed like a rampaging mountain, and embraced Lin Chi fiercely. Oh, my young master Lin Chi, you must not come to harm. I promised the young lady to take good care of you. Oh heavens, why is your complexion so pale? What is that sin on you? Aunt Lily's eyes suddenly turned a furious crimson as she seized Lin Chi by the collar and tore it apart with a swift motion, exposing him entirely to the gaze of the hundreds of male and female servants in the ancestral home. The cold wind howled past as Lin Chi stood bewildered, hand shielding his modesty, his face flushed with embarrassment at the entrance of the ancestral home. His body was rid. Chapter 80, Medicinal Bath. Healing in a secluded stone chamber of the Lin family estate, a massive brass bathtub blazed with an intense fire beneath it. This tub was spacious enough to accommodate 7 or 8 adults simultaneously. However, at present, only Lin Chi and Enzo languidly soaked in a viscous, dark medicinal liquid. The heat from the flames caused the potion to bubble vigorously, while Lin Chi and Enzo resembled 2 fish nestled within the concoction, enduring the searing temperatures and potent medicinal properties while gritting their teeth, diligently channeling their energy cultivation techniques to absorb the almost excessive medicinal power. Only their faces remained above the surface, their bodies fully submerged in the elixir, their faces flushed to deep crimson, exhaling hot breath that billowed several meters away. Beside the brass tub stood the grumbling Blackbeard, sporting a large bruise on his face and a split at the corner of his mouth as he busily fed the fire with firewood. As he toiled, he muttered curses under his breath. That madwoman. What right does she have to be angry? Lin Chi is my son. Can't I inflict a few cuts on him? Drawing in a sharp breath, Blackbeard shook his head. This crazy woman, how is her strength increasing? Ugh, Hammer is utterly useless, can't even control his own wife. Even I am not spared? Truly, no one can subdue her. Despite the discomfort of the medicinal bath, Lin Chi and Enzo erupted into laughter simultaneously. Enzo had witnessed Aunt Lily seize Blackbeard and mercilessly pound him, even jumping onto his belly in a frenzy. It was a mystery what material Blackbeard's body was made of that allowed him to survive the wrath of the ferocious Aunt Lily. Hammer, Butcher, and Ball, 3 formidable experts of the lower tier, along with Blackbeard himself, could not restrain the rampaging Aunt Lily. In the end, Hammer resorted to using a hidden iron chain in a desperate attempt to bind her, only for the chain, crafted from several rare metals, to be shattered by Aunt Lily's sheer brute force. Eventually, it was a disheveled Blackbeard who had to plead for mercy, vowing to expedite Lin Chi's recovery, prompting Aunt Lily to begrudgingly cease her assault. Consequently, Blackbeard bore the brunt of the ordeal, his face marred by a sizable bruise and a gash at his lip. As for his body, no one dared to remove Blackbeard's clothing to inspect his injuries, leaving the extent of his condition a mystery. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Blackbeard scoffed. Have you laughed enough? Then allow me to add another package of medicine. This is a fine treasure from the East, one I scarcely dared to use myself, yet now it shall benefit you. After a few odd chuckles, Blackbeard continued with delight. Given the multitude of wounds you both have, the absorption of medicinal power through these openings will be swifter than through your skin alone. Lucky you too. Strain yourselves to cultivate. Truly, you are fortunate. Before Lin Chi and Enzo could voice any objections, Blackbeard solemnly retrieved a foot-square medicine pouch from a corner of the room, tossing peculiar herbs resembling roots and leaves into the bathtub. The aroma of the potion intensified exponentially, transforming the once inky liquid into an eerie shade of purplish black, with the steam rising now tinted faintly violet. The temperature of the bath surged, causing Lin Chi and Enzo to yelp in agony. Yet their weakened bodies rendered them unable to move. The Black Tiger family, renowned as a wealthy lineage for millennia, possessed a treasure trove of resources. Blackbeard had unearthed several vials of exceptional secret medicine, looted long ago, that could restore Lin Chi and Enzo's injuries completely within a day. While such a remedy was commendable, Blackbeard also uncovered a unique batch of herbs from the East, reputed to enhance energy cultivation and physical strength. He vaguely recalled that these herbs had been seized from a royal cargo ship of a Western nation over a decade prior. Treasures procured through heavy investment by the royal family. These herbs were likely exquisite goods obtained through extravagant dealings, yet after being pilfered by the Black Tiger family, Blackbeard had left them untouched in the storeroom, as his own strength was already considerable, rendering their use unnecessary. Years passed, and he had forgotten about them. Now, however, they were perfectly suited for Lin Chi and Enzo, who remained submerged in the tub, while the vials containing the swift restorative medicines remained in Blackbeard's pocket, as he refrained from administering them, likening it to scoring cuts into a fish to enhance flavor. Lin Chi and Enzo's wounds would facilitate a more effective absorption of the medicinal power. The potent medicinal energy surged into their wounds like countless tiny blades, penetrating their very innards. The 2 men held in pain, their bodies convulsing. Yet the marrow of their bones teemed with medicinal potency, rendering escape from the torturous bath impossible. Waves of scorching, tangible heat coursed through Lin Chi and Enzo, rapidly flowing along the pathways of their respective energy cultivation techniques. Their fighting spirit surged, and their muscles and bones strengthened incrementally. Truly, these were treasures secretly procured by a royal family. The benefits of this medicinal bath for Lin Chi and Enzo were monumental. Gradually, a faint golden aura began to swirl around Lin Chi's face. Enzo, shrieking in agony, with Chapter 81, out to sea. While hunting after soaking for a day and night in a bathtub filled with a dark purple medicinal liquid, Lin Chi and Enzo absorbed all its potent properties, resulting in the potion transforming into a faint rosy hue. The harrowing treatment finally concluded, and the two extricated themselves from the tub, gratefully accepting the assistance of the servants to cleanse themselves thoroughly. They scrubbed away the pungent remnants of the potion and the inexplicably thick layer of grime that clung to their bodies, reminiscent of pigskin. Refreshingly clean. Lin Chi and Enzo accepted the elixir handed to them by Blackbeard and downed it in one go, while submerged in the potion. Their grievous wounds had already healed by about 90%. Upon consuming the exquisite elixir, they felt a warm sensation coursing through their wounds, and the remaining minor injuries completely mended, leaving not a single scar. Clad in fresh attire, Lin Chi comfortably settled on the terrace of his ancestral home, which, like the Green Rose Hotel, featured a greenhouse constructed with large panes of glass imported from the Vias Commercial Federation. However, this space was devoid of any flowers. It simply housed a round table and a few chairs. From here, one could gaze through the glass at the distant mountains. Particularly striking was a towering cliff in the southwest, stretching over 10 miles long and rising several hundred meters high. Its white faade standing like a formidable wall amidst the mountains, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Blackbeard sat at the round table, his recently washed face free of bruises, a testament to the extraordinary powers of the celestial night. Sipping a cup of tea, he reclined in his chair, smiling as he remarked, "The situation is quite favorable. Dunurk has spread the renowned names of you two little heroes far and wide. This bodes well for securing the mayoral position." Enzo sat upright beside him, acutely aware of the newfound strength coursing through his body. He had advanced from the red fighting energy to the yellow realm, a 2-level leap in his abilities. Although he struggled to fully harness this new power, not only had his fighting energy increased, but the strength of his muscles and bones had also significantly augmented. Estimating his capabilities, he surmised that, without utilizing his fighting energy, his raw strength had roughly doubled. The potion had proven extraordinarily effective. A doubling of physical power. What a daunting number of arduous years would it require to achieve such enhancement through personal training. Moreover, Enzo sensed that many vital pathways necessary for cultivating fighting energy within him had been opened by the potion's power. His future training would undoubtedly progress at an astonishing rate, far surpassing his peers. Undoubtedly, that vat of medicinal liquid must have been procured at great expense by some royal family from the east, intended for nurturing the elite progeny of their lineage. Regrettably, their escort was insufficiently formidable, allowing Blackbeard to seize a tremendous advantage. Clenching his fists tightly, Enzo regarded Blackbeard with a mix of respect and profound gratitude. The family could provide Lin Chi with many exceptional young individuals, but Lin Chi needed to draw fresh blood from the outside world to invigorate the clan. Only with the continuous influx of newcomers could the family genuinely flourish. Stagnation would only lead to decline and eventual demise. Lin Chi took a sip of his tea and cleared his throat, saying, "Since the mayoral position is secured, dear father, what about those 2 women?" Blackbeard furrowed his brow, rising to his feet as he exclaimed, "Ah, those accursed women. I will personally lead the charge to hunt them down. Rest assured, my son, I shall handle this matter proficiently. Trust in your honest father." Just as Blackbeard was about to stride out of the greenhouse, Lin Chi suddenly leapt up, grasping Blackbeard's belt tightly. He fixed his gaze on Blackbeard, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Dear father, I care not for the fate of those 2 women. Their gold notes, their jewels, all the valuables they possess, I demand 80%. Blackbeard's expression darkened, and he replied through clenched teeth, "At most, 40%. Look at the number of people I am mobilizing." Lin Chi shouted back, "Let my mother rise in the dead of night to strangle you, you greedy scoundrel. You've inflicted so many." Wow. Chapter 82. The first day at sea on the bustling dock. A multitude of elegantly attired men and women gathered to bid farewell to the whaling ship, the Sea Windmill. These individuals were shareholders in the 3 major whaling companies of Dunurk. Each time a whaling vessel set sail, A throng of investors would arrive to offer prayers for good fortune, hoping for a bountiful harvest. The unicorn whale, a high-tier magical beast, is immensely valuable in its entirety. Its lengthy horn, exceeding 3 meters, is coveted weaponry material that forge smiths covet passionately. Each horn can be transformed into a divine weapon of inestimable value. The skin of the whale serves as an exquisite material for crafting armor. A suit of armor made from unicorn whale skin could grant its wearer multiple lives. Engraved with protective runes, whale skin armor provides formidable resistance against both physical and magical harm, making it a coveted treasure desired by the timid elite. The meat of the unicorn whale is not only delectable, but also enhances human strength and vitality. The Imperial Military's logistics department pays handsomely for it. Certain elite secret forces within the Empire rely on unicorn whale meat as their staple, which contributes to the extraordinary prowess of their soldiers. Every military faction on the continent aspires for its elite troops to consume this meat consistently. However, only the Gaul Empire and the Vias Commercial Federation currently possess such capability. The blood of the unicorn whale is an exceptional antidote for potent potions, while the fat extracted from its organs is renowned for rejuvenating elderly men and women, and is also a vital resource for magical forgers. Even the bones of the whale hold significant value. Their pristine whiteness surpasses the finest ivory, and their vast size allows for the crafting of oversized artworks that fetch astronomical prices. The whale's eyes and magic cores, however, are strictly regulated by the Empire, rendering them invaluable in the black market. The colossal magic core is essential for large-scale magical formations during significant battles, while the eyes serve as precious magical components for crafting immensely powerful wands or one-time use magical artifacts. Thus, every unicorn whale is worth a fortune, bringing immense profit to Dunurk's whaling companies and enriching its shareholders. Consequently, whenever a whaling ship departs, crowds of investors gather as if sending off beloved relatives. The Sea Windmill. The latest addition among the 12 whaling ships of Dunurk is a colossal vessel, measuring 120 meters in length and towering several stories high, with a deck width of over 10 meters. Constructed from centuries-old timber with reinforced metal in critical areas, its hull is encased in a thick layer of steel adorned with minor defensive runes. Each whaling ship serves as a principal battleship of the Imperial Navy, often requisitioned by the military during wartime. As the all-black Sea Windmill slowly departed the harbor, it resembled a small mountain, propelled by the immense power of its magical apparatus, cutting through the tumultuous waves of the North Sea. Once the port of Dunurk faded from view, Lin Shi and Enzo emerged from the cabin, clad in thick bearskin coats and secured with safety ropes, gazing into the distance from the deck. The fierce winds whipped up towering waves, revealing several icebergs drifting southward, atop which stood unfortunate ice-armored polar bears or plump long-toothed seals. Those unfortunate creatures, Lin Chi waved at the bewildered beast atop the icebergs, will soon become our clothing and meat once the icebergs reach the shore. Or perhaps they'll be sent to the arena, just like those we bet on the other night. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, Lin Chi smiled broadly, exclaiming, "We're going to be rich, Enzo, just as my father taught me. One cannot amass wealth through adherence to rules. To prosper, one must take risks and let steel do the talking. Those two women are wealthy, and we are on the brink of fortune." Enzo's face paled. The Sea Windmill rocked amidst the waves, occasionally lifting its bow at a 30-degree angle, making him feel as though the ship could capsize at any moment. The howling winds assaulted his ears, and the crashing waves battered the deck, blurring the line between sky and sea. With a dry chuckle, Enzo, suppressing his nausea, queried, "Lin Chi, why are we only at sea for 15 days? Do they truly believe they can catch a unicorn whale within this time frame?" Lin Chi shrugged, laughing. "Oh, 15 days is ample time. They have specialized methods to attract the unicorn whales. Moreover, each whaling ship is limited to capturing only 2 to 3 unicorn whales every 15 days, as exceeding this limit would diminish their value. To ensure our descendants can rely on whaling for sustenance, the 3 major whaling companies of Dunurk collectively provide only 20 to 30 unicorn whales annually, with a maximum of 40, no more." With a triumphant leap on the deck, Lin Chi declared, "I adore these magnificent creatures. Have you ever tasted fresh stewed whale tail?" Enzo's complexion turned green as he clamped his mouth shut, his body lurching with the ship's movements. Suddenly, he retched violently, collapsing onto the deck, expelling a torrent of bile. "Oh dear, you novice." Lin Chi laughed heartily at Enzo's plight. "You've succumbed to seasickness, you unfortunate rookie." Chapter 83. The next day at sea, the bow of the great windmill ship emitted a crimson beam, striking a small iceberg 100 meters ahead, shattering it into countless fragments, even causing the submerged mountain to crack under the force. The massive vessel boldly crashed through the remnants of the ice, continuing its journey deeper into the North Sea. Lin Chi, secured by a safety rope, stood proudly at the ship's prow, his left hand resting on the mermaid statue, the ship's mascot, while his right hand wielded a sharp harpoon, his eyes wide with anticipation as he gazed into the water. Suddenly, a 3-meter-long azure shark leapt from the depths, its jaws snapping at a bloody piece of beast meat hanging from the ship's side. Lin Chi let out a wild laugh, the yellow aura of his fighting spirit flickering as he launched the harpoon, a streak of golden light slicing through the air, piercing the shark's head with a piercing shriek. The harpoon struck true, killing the shark instantly. Lin Chi erupted in laughter as he tugged on the resilient beast's sinew rope to haul the creature aboard. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he called out to several sailors on deck, also armed with harpoons, "Look, everyone! A fresh hammerhead shark! A fine catch! Its liver is a delicacy." In the biting wind, a burly sailor named Thor, resembling a human bear with a broad chest adorned with dark hair, approached with a grin, helping Lin Chi hoist the massive hammerhead shark, weighing at least 1,000 pounds, onto the deck. Thor unsheathed a sharp fishing knife and deftly slid open the shark's belly, carefully removing its liver. The hammerhead shark is a common aquatic beast of the North Sea, its hide a superb material for armor, and its fins fetching a high price in the East, where Denmark exports hundreds of thousands of them annually, earning a fortune in gold. Yet, the most exquisite and valuable part of the hammerhead is undoubtedly its liver. Several sailors gathered around, bringing a large wooden platter. Thor meticulously sliced the liver on the deck, seasoning it with a hint of soy sauce and a dash of pungent mustard. Lin Chi greedily grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth. The tender liver nearly melted on his tongue, a rich and spicy liquid flooding his senses, filling him with warmth. Delicious. I haven't tasted fresh hammerhead liver in 3 years. Lin Chi exclaimed, spearing several pieces with a small knife as he strode towards the cabin. Inside the upper deck of the great windmill, there were several private cabins for the captain, first mate, and esteemed guests. At that moment, Enzo lay sprawled on a bed in one of the cabins, clutching a wooden basin and retching violently. Since yesterday, he had consumed neither food nor water, emptying his stomach of everything, even bile, now reduced to dry heaving, as if his very insides were about to erupt. Enzo, feeling utterly weak, was oblivious to Lin Chi's entrance. Lin Chi seized the basin from Enzo's hands, pried open his mouth, and stuffed several pieces of liver inside. Instinctively, Enzo chewed and swallowed. Having never tasted mustard before, he sneezed violently, suddenly finding the strength to leap from the bed. With triumphant laughter, Lin Chi clapped Enzo on the shoulder, the liver of a hammerhead shark. A true delicacy. For a novice like you, just a few pieces will help you adapt to life on the ship. Come on, perk up. There are plenty of exciting adventures awaiting us. Enzo shook his head. The Warmth SP Chapter 84 Encountering an Eastern Man in the North Sea, a day's journey from the mainland. A small boat measuring less than 3 meters appeared unexpectedly. Who could be the unfortunate soul exiled here? Lin Chi smacked his lips and took a large cleaver from Thor's hands. Slow down. Let's approach and take a look. If it's a castaway pirate, let him drift. If it's a hapless victim of a shipwreck, well, I'm in a good mood today. He shrugged and chuckled. If it truly is a shipwrecked unfortunate, we might as well turn him into a favorable windfall. Thor grinned, making a comical face at the corner of his eye. Young master, we are whaling ship sailors now, engaged in legitimate business. Therefore, if he is indeed in distress, according to maritime custom, we ought to rescue him. The sailors on deck erupted into laughter, readying their harpoons for precaution. In the vastness of the sea, anything strange could transpire. If that small vessel belonged to a hapless castaway, so be it. But if it was a pirate exiled for breaking the rules, caution was paramount. Pirates were inherently ruthless thugs, and those who had crossed the line to be cast adrift were the most dangerous of them all, often possessing formidable strength. The Grand Whaling Ship, a marvel of magical energy, represented the ultimate aspiration for countless pirates. Possessing such a vessel meant no ship could escape its pursuit, serving as a formidable asset for prosperity. Therefore, vigilance was essential. Should that individual be an exiled pirate capable of commandeering the ship, the Black Tiger clan would suffer tremendous embarrassment. After all the sailors on board were subordinates of the Black Tiger clan, moonlighting as pirates themselves. If they were to be robbed, how could the clan maintain its reputation in the north? Deep within the ship's cabin, the magical furnace gradually extinguished, and the vessel, relying on inertia, continued forward. The sturdy prow smashed through the fragmented ice, revealing a small boat, indeed measuring less than 3 meters. However, to their astonishment, half of the boat was encased in ice, being blown toward Dunkirk by the sea breeze. Captain Good Luck, Joe Aaron, emerged from the command cabin, confidently striding over to Lin Chi. Joe Aaron, the most distinguished captain of the Black Tiger clan and reputedly the luckiest, had once commanded 3 pirate ships that plundered 17 merchant vessels in the North Sea within 7 days, earning him the moniker of Good Luck. A robust figure reminiscent of a bear, with graying hair and beard, he surveyed the distance with a large axe in hand. Young master, be cautious. This situation is peculiar. No one would navigate cargo or passenger ships into the North Sea during winter, and it's unlikely there are any brethren seeking sustenance who have been exiled at this time. There is something amiss with that boat. Lin Chi's expression shifted slightly. Indeed. During winter, only whaling ships and local fishing vessels would venture out from Dunkirk. All other ships would reroute southward, making it impossible for any other vessels to enter the North Sea at this time. That small boat was undeniably suspicious, and care was warranted. Drawing the cleaver above his head in a circular motion, Lin Chi coldly commanded, "Prepare the whaling harpoons. If anything seems off, shoot to kill." The urgent ringing of copper bells echoed from within the cabin, signaling that the 6 magical whaling harpoons aboard the ship were fully prepared. The vessel slowly approached the patch of ice measuring 7 or 8 square meters, with half of the small boat frozen within it. The exposed cabin was empty, but through the translucent ice, a dark figure could be discerned trapped within the small boat. "Wow, it's a person!" Lin Chi exclaimed in shock. Just as his words escaped, the ice suddenly fractured with a cacophony of cracking sounds, collapsing and fully revealing the small boat. At the bow, curled into a ball, was an Eastern man clad in an exquisite blue fox fur coat, his long black hair cascading down. The crew on deck collectively gasped. An Eastern man. How could he be navigating into the North Sea on such a cursed day? How had he become trapped in that ice? Given his appearance, covered in frost, he seemed to have frozen solid long ago. Lin Chi sighed, dropping the cleaver and shaking his head. What a pitiful soul. Someone, go lift him out. That blue fox fur coat is splendid. If we clean it, we could sell it at the trader's for thousands of gold coins. Let us see if he possesses any valuable jewelry. A man who can afford such a coat surely would not skimp on adorning himself with precious gems. Just then, Lin Chi's gaze swept over the Eastern man's hair, noticing a top knot secured with a pure gold hairpin, encircled by a ring of blood-red rubies, each the size of a thumb, exquisite and extravagant to the extreme. Surely, I must have procured enough redemption tokens over the past 2 years. For the gods are watching over me. Lin Chi swallowed hard and ordered, "Let him arrive in this world as clean as he leaves it. His attire must be fine silk. If we strip him of his undergarments and socks and clean them, we could fetch a few hundred gold coins at the trader's." Those rustic landowners take a liking to Eastern silk. As Lin Chi contemplated profiting from the deceased, the curled figure suddenly stirred, slowly rising to his feet and gazing towards Lin Chi and his companions from a distance. He was a tall, remarkably strong, and strikingly handsome young man. His prolonged exposure to the cold had rendered his complexion a pale blue, almost translucent. His disheveled clothing accentuated his disarray. Yet nothing could conceal the inherent pride and audacity radiating from him, a domineering presence that commanded respect. Standing atop the high prow of the ship, Lin Chi felt as though he were being looked down upon by the young man, as if he were gazing up at him. Shaking his head vigorously to dispel the strange sensation, Lin Chi smirked and called out to the Eastern man, "Hey, do you need a lift?" The young man's body swayed slightly, and in an instant, he left behind a dozen indistinct afterimages. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Lin Chi. Chapter 85. Dragon City on the deck, amidst a throng of people, including the formidable and high-ranking old captain, Good Luck, Joe Ajong. None could fathom how the Eastern man had boarded the vessel. The deck loomed 2 or 3 stories above the ocean's surface, and the small boat was at least 10 meters away. All they perceived were fleeting shadows, and in the blink of an eye, the man stood before Lin Chi. A violet, ethereal glow emanated from the man's brow, gradually enveloping his form. His disheveled garments transformed abruptly, the frost clinging to his blue fox fur coat cascading away, rendering the once chaotic attire pristine, as though he had just emerged from a refreshing bath. Yet, despite his newfound cleanliness, an air of arrogance and unrestrained dominance emanated from him, a presence that even a true prince could scarcely rival. What particularly astonished Lin Chi was the palpable stench of blood that clung to the man, as if he had been steeped in it for decades. Even his breath seemed infused with the scent of human blood, and standing before him, Lin Shi felt as though he could hear the anguished wails of countless tormented souls. Enzo subtly shifted, positioning himself in front of Lin Shi. Startled, Lin Shi stepped forward, using his shoulder to push Enzo aside. He would not allow Enzo to shield him from danger. Blackbeard had taught Lin Shi from a young age that brothers should face adversity together, not let one bear the brunt for the other. The Eastern man, his long eyebrows resembling two swords piercing through his hair, rasped, "I mean no harm." His gaze swept across the deck before suddenly brightening. With a swift motion of his right hand, he grasped a recently speared blue-striped snapper from several paces away. 5 tendrils of violet mist erupted from his fingertips, and with a rush of wind, the nearly 100-pound fish soared to his side. The expressions of everyone on the deck shifted in unison. What kind of sorcery was this? While hammers and cleavers could achieve similar feats with the aid of external tools, this man had summoned the fish without any apparent means. Lin Shi gasped as if struck by a toothache. What was this power? If he could snatch a 100-pound fish from such a distance, could he not also snap a man's neck from afar? Even more astonishing. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the fish split apart without a sound. Its skin, bones, flesh, and organs separated, all under the influence of some uncanny force. The Eastern man smiled with delight, plucking a piece of fish meat, as white as jade, and devouring it with a few hasty chews before swallowing. Lin Shi suspected that the moment the fish meat entered the man's mouth, it began to digest, for as soon as he swallowed, color returned to his face. A healthy flush spreading across his features, even steam rising from his head. Inexplicable. The Eastern man laughed heartily, consuming nearly 50 pounds of fish meat with ravenous abandon. Before finally pausing with a contented belch, Lin Shi stared in shock at the man's abdomen, which showed no sign of bulging. Where had all that flesh gone? In the Black Tiger clan, even the most voracious eater, the hammer, could devour only 2 roasted lamb legs in one sitting. Yet this man feasted as if the icy raw fish were the most exquisite delicacy in existence. With a chuckle, Lin Shi adeptly inquired in fluent Eastern tongue, "Sir, may I ask your name?" The Eastern man clapped his hands, producing a pristine silk handkerchief to wipe the fish juices from his fingers. Then, to Lin Shi's furious gaze, he tossed the handkerchief, worth at least 50 gold coins in the camel store, into the frigid wind, letting it flutter away. "Dragon City," he proclaimed. "The dragon that soars through the heavens, and the city that stands as a bastion of golden fortifications. Is this your vessel?" "Indeed. While it pales in comparison to our dragon whale warships, it is a commendable effort for a band of savages like you." With a disdainful glance, Dragon City scoffed. "Do you have beautiful maidens aboard? Prepare 4 for me. 1 to wash, 1 to make the bed, and 2 to prepare my broth. And keep your foul-smelling laborers away from my cabin. I recently fought with a 3-headed sea dragon and sustained minor injuries. I require a peaceful recovery." Before Lin Shi could respond, Dragon City continued his tirade, his words sharp and caustic, inciting the sailors who understood Eastern to yearn for the chance to stab him 1,000 times. However, as Dragon City released violet energy from his fingertips and a glow emanated from his brow, the well-traveled sailors suddenly recalled tales of a mythical being. They gripped their harpoons tightly, yet none dared utter a word. Did he truly claim to have battled the 3-headed sea dragon, the ruler of the North Sea's beasts? Lin Shi pondered, observing the arrogant Dragon City, and with a resigned gesture, he replied with a wry smile, "We do have clean guest rooms. But as for 4 beautiful maidens, I'm afraid we have plenty of mother fish, yet not a single woman on board." Dragon City looked at Lin Shi in disbelief. "You have no women aboard? How do you pass the long nights with this stinking crew? Surely you 2 men do not." "Ha." His laughter turned peculiar as he noted the strange expression on Lin Shi's face. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Well, this is indeed a barbarian's domain. What else could I expect? Very well, I shall remember this favor you have extended me." With a hearty pat on Lin Shi's shoulder, Dragon City declared, "Lead me to the guest room. Out of respect for your Eastern heritage, I shall refrain from killing you and seizing your ship." Ha. With a bizarre chuckle, he waved his hand toward the side of the ship, releasing a torrent of purple energy. A large fish leaping from the water 100 meters away was struck, exploding into a shower of blood. Lin Shi wore an almost obsequious smile. "Honorable Dragon City, please allow me to clear the captain's quarters for you, if you would be so kind." Beside them, Good Luck Zhou Ajiang fumed, his nostrils flaring in rage. Chapter 86, Turning the Tide on the 4th Day at Sea. The frigid winds from the Odin icefield momentarily ceased, an unusual occurrence. The dark clouds in the eastern sky gradually dissipated, revealing a crimson sun rising from beneath the horizon, casting a warm glow upon the sea and sky. Even the colossal icebergs were adorned with a layer of crimson hue, drifting like patches of congealed blood upon the waters. Lin Chi stood at the bow of the ship, wielding a large fishing rod, baited with the entrails of a black-striped snapper, attempting to catch a sea turtle. This particular stretch of ocean was not far from the territory of the unicorn whales, where a species of green leatherback sea turtles thrived. These turtles, immense in size and exquisite in taste, were highly coveted by the aristocracy of the mainland and were also the preferred sustenance of the unicorn whales. Remarkably prolific and fast-growing. It was said that had it not been for the relentless hunting by the unicorn whales, these turtles would have populated every ocean across the globe. A single green leatherback turtle could fetch a price of at least 300 gold coins on the mainland. As Lin Chi held his fishing rod and gazed at the rising sun in the east, he shook his head and sighed. Damn it, the sun has risen. This is not a good omen. A snowstorm is surely on the horizon in the coming days. Draped in a blue fox fur coat, the proud and haughty Dragon City perched atop the figurehead of the ship, gazing at Lin Chi with confusion. But sunshine is a good thing. What does it have to do with a snowstorm? Look at the clear skies. It's a splendid day. With a dismissive shake of his head, Dragon City lamented. On such a fine day, amidst such untamed beauty, how delightful it would be to have a few lovely companions in the nude. Lin Chi cursed Dragon City inwardly for his lewdness and retorted, Esteemed Mr. Dragon City, this is the North Sea. Sunshine in winter is never a good sign. If the winds and snow persist, we might weather this winter safely. But if the sun shines, a snowstorm is undoubtedly forthcoming. And the mainland will face calamity from a colossal hurricane. Surprised, Dragon City stared at Lin Chi, spreading his hands in astonishment. Is that so? Truly? This cursed weather? Lin Chi shook his fishing rod, puzzled by Dragon City's ignorance of maritime affairs. How is it that you are so uninformed about the sea yet venture into the North Sea in such a small boat? Where do you hail from? A gamble? Crossing the North Sea in that rickety vessel in winter? Surely, you have an overabundance of confidence. Lin Chi smacked his lips, incredulous. So, where did you set sail from? I know of several renowned ports in the east. Quan City, Sioux City, Hang City, Sea City, Bear City, each far grander than our Dunkirk. After a moment of silence, Dragon City begrudgingly replied, I departed from Bear City, our northernmost port. I sailed north for 4,000 miles into the North Sea. Then another 1,000 miles to land on the Odin icefield. I traversed the icefield with that small boat, fighting my way through, and entered the sea again at a place called the Viking Great Axe Fjord. Viking Great Axe Fjord? Lin Chi exclaimed, horrified. That's a treacherous place, a den of ruffians. Dragon City smirked cruelly, glancing sideways at Lin Chi. Indeed, a group of fools attempted to seize my small boat, so I pillaged the Viking Great Axe Fjord. Of course, I sought not wealth but only lives. Lin Chi's jaw dropped at the audacity of this character. The Viking Great Axe Fjord was notorious in the dark realms of the West, a haven for thousands of barbaric outsiders and their kin. A critical supply point along the clandestine trade routes, and a stronghold for pirates and smugglers of the North Sea. Did you really single-handedly ransack the entire Viking Great Axe Fjord? Lin Chi asked, bewildered. How many did you kill? Dragon City calculated with a finger, then slowly replied. I killed about half, set fire to a portion of the rest, while the remaining fled. Roughly that many. Those who escaped were the strong, the old, weak. And women were likely all burned to death. With a light sigh, Dragon City added, initially, besides taking lives, I had planned to see some beauty, but alas. The inhabitants were lacking in allure. Even the women were covered in hair. I found no interest at all. Shrugging, he sighed again. Murder and arson should be a natural affair, yet I was unable. Chapter 87. Kindred spirits with a jubilant cry, the sea turtle, having narrowly escaped death, swiftly plunged into the depths of the ocean. The colossal whale, measuring over 30 meters in length, floated upon the surface, sending rippling waves that continuously battered the hull of the ship, the great windmill. The sea breeze swept through, as Long Chung stood atop the whale, his garments billowing, resembling a legendary war god descending from the heavens. The luckless Captain Joran dropped his pipe onto the deck, his fingers trembling, left momentarily speechless. Not only he, but over 300 sailors aboard the great windmill were equally astounded. One man, with a single strike, had slain a raging unicorn whale. Was this the might of a celestial knight? No, even a celestial knight would find such a feat formidable, wouldn't they? Perhaps the fabled grand celestial knights could achieve this? Yet Long Chen clearly possessed only violet aura, having not yet ascended to the golden rank. Lin Chi gazed in bewilderment at the magnificent unicorn whale, its body adorned with a faint golden hue, its singular horn gleaming like gold. He rasped, "This is not merely a unicorn whale. It is an evolved unicorn whale king. Its worth is tenfold that of a standard unicorn whale." Longqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he laughed. "So, this grand creature is quite valuable?" Lin Chi nodded, his eyes now shimmering with radiant gold, and declared emphatically, "Valuable? It's worth a king's ransom. This treasure cannot be sold at market price. It must be auctioned. Even its saliva would fetch an exorbitant price." The sailors were instantly engulfed in a state of ecstatic frenzy. Yes, this was indeed a unicorn whale king, an evolved unicorn whale king, not to mention its other parts. Even its excrement could command a fortune. The waste of this creature served as the finest fertilizer, capable of enhancing rare medicinal herbs cultivated with it by a factor of 3. Consider this. The potion Lin Chi had once consumed, the magic tiger elixir, had augmented his overall strength tenfold. If all the herbs in that elixir had been nurtured using the excrement of the unicorn whale king, then it would have granted him an astounding 30-fold increase in power. A 30-fold enhancement in strength was sufficient for Lin Chi to challenge the pinnacle of skilled opponents. The unicorn whale king was no longer an ordinary sea beast. Its value could be equated with that of an equivalent weight in gold. With this magnificent creature, each sailor aboard the Great Windmill would receive a bonus of at least 200 gold coins, enough to indulge in revelry for quite some time. Accompanied by the soft chime of a magical array, a 10-meter-long deck shifted aside, revealing a bizarre machine rising from beneath. This was a magical unloading machine crafted by the gnomes, capable of lifting burdens beyond human capacity when filled with sufficient magical crystals. Several iron chains descended from the machine as a dozen sailors plunged into the frigid waters, securing the chains tightly around the unicorn whale king. The entire Great Windmill shuddered violently, the magical furnace in the hold roaring, the chains clanking as the massive unicorn whale king was forcibly hoisted from the depths, causing the ship's waterline to dip sharply by half a foot. Lin Chi beamed at the enormous value of the unicorn whale king, shouting hoarsely, "Uncle Joran, make sure to note in the logbook that we expended 36 magical harpoons to capture this unicorn whale king." Longqing, who had been watching the sailors with a grin, suddenly placed a hand on Lin Chi's shoulder, arching an eyebrow. "Magical harpoons? Are those the powerful bolts that cost over 1,000 gold coins each?" Lin Chi shot him an irritated glance, his focus on the immense value of the whale king, uninterested in the man's chatter. He huffed, "Yes, but they are harpoons, not crossbow bolts." Longqing pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, and then tilted his head. "The proceeds from selling this fish. I'll take half, shall I? Oh, I lost my coin pouch during that skirmish with the Odin Saints, and now I find myself penniless." Lin Chi's face paled as the realization struck him of the formidable presence before him. A being capable of slaying the unicorn whale king with a single blow, he even doubted whether his father, Blackbeard, could contend with him. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Chi's yearning for gold overpowered his fear of death, and he gritted his teeth. 20%. "You see, we saved your life. Otherwise, would you have really drifted to the mainland with that iceberg?" Longqing sighed deeply, frowning. "A true man must be clear about debts and grievances. Let's make it 40%. You see, I am one who relishes enjoyment, but such pleasures require funds. When we reach Dunkirk, I must first find a few beautiful young ladies to cultivate some connections. How could I do so without money?" Lin Chi retorted angrily. "Aren't you the one who revels in bloodshed and pillage? If you're broke, you could resort to violence?" Images of the renowned beauties of Dunkirk flashed in Lin Chi's mind. Well, none of them were on friendly terms with him, so he had no qualms about their fates. Compared to their virtue, Lin Chi valued gold far more. "You little rascal." Longqing smirked, shaking his head. "Actually, violence isn't necessary. In my heyday, when I stood on the bustling streets of the imperial capital, countless young ladies would flock to me. My charm was enough to entice even the most esteemed maidens to offer themselves willingly. Thus, let us settle on 30%. It cannot be any less. A man cannot be without money for even a day." Lin Chi hesitated. 30% was still a significant sum. Longqing furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. "After all, I did slay this magnificent creature, did I not? If you refuse to grant me 30% of the gold, I shall plunder the entirety of Dunkirk. Well, considering you saved my life, I might spare your kin." Suddenly, a terrifying vision of Dunkirk engulfed in flames flashed through Lin Chi's mind. He gulped, and his fleeting attachment to his homeland momentarily quelled his thirst for gold. "Very well, it's a deal," Lin Chi declared, slapping his hand against Longqing's with determination. The two exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with golden light. And an unexpected sense of camaraderie blossomed between them. Chapter 88. Owed in longboats with meticulousness and practiced efficiency, the mariners on deck dissected the narwhal king. Recognizing the immense value of their prize, they ensured not a single drop of its precious blood was wasted. Every component of the creature was carefully preserved within specialized magi-cooled ice lockers to prevent any degradation. In particular, the blood and bodily fluids were stored in alchemically crafted vessels, as ordinary containers would cause them to lose their potency within a mere 3 days. Even the offal from the whale king's intestines was carefully extracted and placed in a dedicated cabin. Despite their filth and repugnant odor, these substances were highly prized by apothecaries. Unseemly as they were, a single pound of narwhal king excrement could fetch hundreds of gold coins at auction, should fortune smile upon the seller. Lin Chi and Longqing stood at the prow, observing the sailor's deft dismemberment of the whale king. Leaning against the mermaid figurehead, Longqing grinned. Do you know why I agreed to a 30% share? Lin Chi cast a sidelong glance at Longqing, harboring a tinge of resentment toward the man who had claimed such a significant portion of the profits. He shook his head. Surely not for saving your life. I knew that iceberg couldn't truly contain you. At most, I spared you some discomfort. Lin Chi regarded Longqing with curiosity, wondering what sort of wager could induce him to undertake such a perilous and seemingly impossible endeavor. To set sail from an eastern port, venture north into the North Sea, and then traverse the treacherous Odin ice field, a domain fraught with peril, inhabited by frost giants and other formidable races, and rumored to conceal secret passages leading to the underworld, where ancient evils that predated the annihilation lurked, was a feat of unimaginable audacity. To cross the Odin ice field and survive was already an extraordinary accomplishment for a mortal. Yet, he had also braved the North Sea during the height of the winter storms, venturing deep into the western continent. The gamble was reckless, and regardless of Longqing's strength, the risks were immense. What could possibly motivate him? I confess, I am perplexed, Lin Chi admitted, his gaze fixed on Longqing. Is it for coin? Or perhaps for the affections of a fair maiden? Longqing responded with a scornful laugh, turning his head to the sea with contempt. Coin. I, Longqing, am of noble lineage. While I dare not claim to be as wealthy as a kingdom, the combined fortunes of your so-called noble houses and these backwater lands would scarcely equal the wealth of my family's steward. And as for beauty, I have beheld the exquisite countenances of the 108 crimson beauties of my eastern capital, and I was the first to deflower 38 of those peerless enchantresses. With his hands clasped behind his back, Longqing declared with boundless pride, I am blessed with immeasurable wealth, unparalleled looks, sagacity, and both martial and literary prowess, making me a peerless figure beneath the heavens. Do you believe I would risk my life for such base trifles as money or women? Then, pray tell, Your Excellency, the esteemed, unparalleled, sagacious, and erudite Longqing, what manner of wager induced you to undertake this perilous journey? Lin Chi inquired, his curiosity piqued beyond measure. Longqing chuckled gleefully, stroking his nose with a nonchalant air. It was nothing of consequence, merely the governorship of a province, the magistracies of 4 prefectures, and the command of 39 fortified towns in my kingdom. These were the principal stakes, the other minor additions, such as the redemption contracts for the beauties depicted in the Crimson Beauties and its supplementary album, were of little significance. Abruptly, Longqing erupted in a fit of maniacal laughter, bending backward with such force that spittle flew from his mouth. He turned to Lin Chi with a lascivious grin. The most amusing aspect is a particular clause. Should my opponent lose, he must send his 8 most cherished concubines to my residence for 7 days of poetic revelry. With a glint of malicious intent in his eyes, Longqing hissed through clenched teeth. I shall ensure that he wears the cuckold's horns so firmly that they shall never be removed, and he shall forever be known as a turtle. To challenge the city-raising bloodthirsty Longqing is to invite a mere taste of what is to come. Lin Chi was once again taken aback. What was Longqing's true origin? To wager such significant positions as provincial governor, prefectural magistrate, and town commander, he must have hailed from a family of unparalleled nobility and wealth. Yet, to Lin Chi's dismay, Longqing had also wagered concubines. Such profligacy was utterly absurd, suggesting that these high-ranking officials were no more valuable than their concubines. Through Longqing's description of the wager, Lin Chi came to the realization that Longqing was nothing more than a complete wastrel. Compared to him, the spoiled scions of Dunurk's noble houses were mere bumpkins, utterly insignificant in the realm of decadence. While Lin Chi and the young masters and misses of Dunurk merely gambled with gold coins, Longqing wagered positions of power and influence. As Lin Chi pondered Longqing's identity, a muffled drumbeat echoed from behind a nearby iceberg. A shiver ran down Lin Chi's spine, and he whirled around to face the sound. The lookout in the crow's nest bellowed, "Odin longboats. It's a war party of those barbarians. Engage the Magi furnace and retreat. Leave this place at once." Accompanied by rhythmic chants and the steady cadence of the drums, a colossal wooden dragon's head emerged from behind the iceberg. A bizarre warship, shaped like a dragon and painted crimson, slowly rounded the iceberg, its course set directly for the sea windmill. Behind the lead longboat, 3 smaller vessels, half the length and narrower in width, followed closely. At the center of each longboat stood a skin-covered war drum, and a towering giant with eerie gray skin wielded a massive bone mallet, striking the drum with resounding blows that shook the very soul.